happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting yourself forward through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in Valorant Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
I think bringing back Brock from last season made a lot of sense. He's one of those players that fits the initiator role pretty well. And so when we were looking to build past him, the coaches kind of looked at, you know, who kind of fits the same mold of like, does their job, really good comms, really good shots, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of what we were looking for in the offseason. And so when we found all those players, you know, they meshed really well with the coaches. I've meshed really well with both my coaches. I'd say some of the players have, you know, either worked with some of the coaches or, you know, talked with them before. So we're all pretty friendly people to each other, and we're all like, you know, likable. So when we go into this thing, we knew like we were going to be committed from the get-go. Like, unless something seriously goes wrong and some player just stops caring, which I don't really see with this group, we should be fine and we should be just full steam ahead. So I think for us from the get-go, it's always been just improve as this 5, really focus on like this 5 and being like the best 5 you can and go all the way to Ascension. I think the biggest improvement has been on the fundamentals of the game. I think a lot of us came from different teams that kind of were taught different fundamentals. Some not taught at all. You know, it's just how it is. You know, you come straight from ranked, play on a few teams, that's just how it is. So for this team, it's really just about combining all that experience together to kind of get on the same page. And that leads into our struggle. I think that was our struggle in the beginning, is just trying to get on the same page at all times. I think the view that each of us have on the game had been slightly different because we came from so many different teams. So now, you know, we've had a few months to, you know, get on the same page, probably like a month, almost 2 months now. Practice has been going really well. We were consistently beating like all the franchise teams. So I think we're getting back into that, you know, all of us on one aligned goal mentality. I think you can expect a lot of firepower and a lot of like highlight reel plays. I think we're one of those teams that likes to do crazy shit all the time. But we're gonna have some crazy plays this year, especially with some of the coaches on board. They love cooking up these crazy plays. So we got a lot of like star power on this team, and I'm hoping to see a lot of clutches. Don't see us in the clutch, let me tell you. Holy, we got a lot of clutches in the team. got a lot of like star players, a lot of 3Ks coming your way. So hoping that you'll get to see some of that this season.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you get like a sugar rush.
I always shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal warm up. So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going to the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm swim or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Well, it's insanely different. The competition like rose triple. I feel like that we've only been together for like a month. When that's like as soon as Premier's like playoffs started, we won it, and we were just in Challengers, so we only had a month to prepare. Like the level of difficulty is a lot different. Like it's so much harder to get kills, and like the whole entire objective of the game changes. But our first week against M80, it was a lot harder, I would say, because it was nerves and everything. But our second week against Blue Water, I would say that it was a lot closer, and that short amount of span, I think we got a lot better. So this week against Ambrosia, we're hoping to turn that around. Key factors. So the key factors to the team's success is just not making any mistakes, but also just working together as a team and keeping our communications really good, because I feel like that's one of our most lackluster like features as a team. But besides that, we just need to make less mistakes, and I think start winning these games. Well, you can expect from me. My name is Abu2 for some reason, but it was changed to Demi recently. You can expect from me that I'm gonna keep playing. Last week I had a really good game against Blue Water. I'm planning to keep riding momentum. I've had a change in my role a little bit. And then for the team, just don't count us out yet. We're getting a lot better every week. And against Ambrosia, we're hoping to win out because we got that much better in that short amount of time.
Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like, I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, you know, that would have to be Fireball Ops. That guy, I don't know, his family has connections, you know, and I think that that alone is enough, I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Sim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. You know, I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final day here of the regular season of Split 1 for Valorant Challengers. Sierra, Ash, and oh my god, Dan Dryad, is that a new piercing you got?
Oh my god, oh my. I was like, don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. What does she do? Bring it up, of course. That's fine. Yeah, it's a new piercing. What about it? I feel kind of cool about it, so, you know.
Because I just want to be like, no, it's actually cool, but I had to right away to get that out of there. But how are we all doing today? Dan's rolling up with a new piercing. Ash, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Not nearly as cool as Dan with anything new to bring to the table, but I got to watch the matches yesterday. I'm excited. It's like an elimination qualification day. Yeah, I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah, the final day again here of Split 1 is next week we'll be looking at playoffs. So it's the final opportunity looking at the bracket here for these final teams to try and get a spot. So yesterday we had seen what teams were on this danger line / celebration line. And now we officially have the matches. Winthrop going up against YFP, M80 going up against Trust and Plug. And then on the side stream, it's going to be Nightblood Gaming going up against Core. Across the board, Dan, this is going to be so exciting. This format, the fact that all comes down to the wire, it's going to be a great day of Valorant ahead.
Yeah, until yesterday, we didn't even know that we were going to have 3 matches today. And it just proves how competitive this has been. We have a lot of the teams that we're looking at right now in the mid-table trying to get those enough, or those 3-3 turning to 4-3. But it's been really close between the two. And a lot of the teams that have faced each other in the past, obviously, they don't get the chance to face each other again. It's going to be new matches. And I think it makes it to, once again, balance and figure out who are the teams that are going to stay at the top and make it to playoffs today.
Especially too, Ash, with these mix of teams, for teams like M80 and YFP, for it to be right down to the wire is insanity. So a lot of pressure on those big names, whereas for other teams that maybe not as much expectations coming into the season with, like Winthrop University, getting these 3 wins, they have the opportunity to show us what they've learned and try and go for an upset to try and get that spot. And I love that we have all these different stories coming through.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of really big litmus tests today, I think, between all of these matches, to be honest, when you consider their previous results to get to that 3-3 and then looking to try and pull ahead to get that playoff spot solidified as well. Even yesterday's match, YFP versus Trust and Plug, the fact that it came right down to the wire in that overtime on Lotus was insane for Trust and Plug to even get this chance to even try and continue to fight for a playoff spot.
And a little chip on the shoulder there of YFP that now have to, okay, well, we made a mistake, have to go into today and claim the playoff spot now. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of the matches, if you've been tuning in the last couple of days, we've been playing some Valorant Guesser, and we got one more day to see if the 3 of us, this desk combined, can be better than the big bad production that's trying to mess us up with all the Valorant locations. So, simple game. They're going to show us a location on the map. We got to try and figure out where it is. We've been here. We've played this. I'm ready. I'm ready to take down production. Are we feeling confident today, guys?
No.
We are not feeling confident today. Like, what is
We're
this?
feeling
Come
a little
on, this is
nonverbal.
not inspiring. Nah, guys. Nah. I'm going to try this again. Are we feeling confident today, guys?
I don't know. We felt really confident the first day that we played with Roy, and then we were. Oh, this one's easy though. This one's just
Pearl.
I needed the confidence sooner
What
on,
is
and
it?
then
Is
you guys
it
instantly
B-side?
get it.
It has to be B screen. No?
Yeah.
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 I think that's the only spot that it could really be on Pearl.
Yeah, I think so.
You guys are just like have the silence confidence, I guess, because you say there's no confidence and then you instantly get it. No big deal.
Listen, but the first one is always easy, and then they hit us with like the last 3, and you're just like, okay, what is going on?
Yeah,
it's
this
actually
one was
the
easy. This
pillar.
one was easy.
Yeah.
I believe in us. I think we're
Feeling
going to get all of them right today. Good job, guys. Easy one to start off. All right, production, let's see what you have for us next. And of course, in Twitch chat, throw your guesses out. Oh my gosh, it's the crab. Wait, well, what
I've
map
seen
was the
this.
crab on? It was literally on
This
the
is
observer
Split.
feed yesterday.
Oh, yes, you're right.
So it's one of the
Split.
3 maps we saw yesterday.
This is Split, no? Am I crazy?
Split?
No, I think you're
No,
right.
no, wait,
I
no.
think you're right.
Yeah, okay. I'm like gaslighting myself right now.
Whereabouts on Split?
Like mid?
Yeah,
But
it
I-
has to be.
Would it be like...
I'm not 100%.
Or spawn? Is it in attacker side spawn on Split?
Oh, I don't know. It could be. You could be right, but I don't know.
There's the little roofie though. I feel like bottom mid makes sense there. So you kind of see like the
it has to
or
be
like-
Split. I think it's market. I think it is market. I feel
Yeah,
like
I
I was
think
right
so,
at the
yeah.
beginning.
All right, let's lock it in. First thought, best thought. I like how Vance and Jen are playing along in chat as well. Vance is Vance is Split ramen. So,
Yeah, okay.
Good job.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
I think what
Yes.
confused me was there's also a turtle on here, and the turtle is the one in attacker spawn. I got them mixed up.
That's true.
Great. Good job, guys. We're 2 for 2. I think we're doing pretty okay. Also, Vans got in trouble for trying to play along in the chat. Rest in peace, Vans.
It's okay.
All right.
I don't read it.
Oh, this is
This is Icebox.
Oh,
Yep.
kitchen.
Yeah.
Easy.
Easy.
Wow.
Easy. All right.
This one feels a lot easier than the first day that we did. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yesterday there were some
right?
easy and some that were more complicated.
They tried to trick us with a map that like we're not seeing right now, but it's also the funniest little sign, especially if you actually go and shoot the snowman. So we're not gonna be fooled here, production. All right.
No. The next one we're not gonna know, I bet.
No, believe, confidence.
Oh,
This is
Ascend. This
Yeah.
is pizza.
Pizza. Yeah, you'd see the pizza. Like we'd see.
Yeah.
Production's gotten soft.
We're
That's
chilling.
all I'm saying.
Are we the goats?
We might be the goats. We might, in
Okay,
fact,
might
be the
be.
goats. All right. Production, lock it in. Ascent, pizza, easy.
They can't keep
See,
up
like,
with
the
us. We're,
steam
we're
waffle
too
know.
good.
Pizza too.
Too good. Too good, guys. All right, we're 4 for 5 right now. I think we're getting 5. So let's see if we can end this on an absolutely flawless run right now. Final round of Valorant Guesser. Oh, this is Fracture. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What about Sun Fracture?
I don't know, actually. I have no idea.
No, isn't this literally like isn't it ropes on the other side, and like you can only really see this if you're going through the ropes, and then this is like the little thing on the sides of the ropes that look in. You don't actually look at this.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure it is.
I
'Cause I don't.
thank
There's no other
goodness.
spot. I know this is on Fracture, but there's no other spot that this would be on, because it's not in defender side spawn. It
I'm
has
so
to be.
glad you knew what I was trying to say.
I have no idea.
Yeah. No, Sarah cooked. Sarah cooked for sure. I know
Cook it.
exactly what she's talking about here.
Ash always got me. Ash has always got me. All right. And Fracture ropes on the little sidey thing. As Production's making fun of me.
It's
in
like
chat,
it's
but
a zip line. It's a zip line, like when you take it from one side of the attacker spawn to the other side. Yeah.
Fracture's. Oh, I would have never. I mean, it looked like Fracture, but I wouldn't know that it's there. Okay, that makes sense.
I love going back and forth on the ropes, especially like mid-round, and then they can like everyone can hear you, but then they don't know what you're doing. So it's, you know, big brain, you get in their head. But congratulations, guys. We're certified the goats.
This is the best desk. I mean, we
Yeah,
got
we
everything
haven't.
right.
We didn't get anything wrong. Let's
Yeah.
go.
We locked.
Too easy.
And Fraction yesterday was like, you guys need more time. Like, you guys are not good at this game. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. And we got it instantly today. We're on top of it. We're on our game today, which perfect little transition. We'll have to see what teams are on their game today. Sorry, my bad. I'm just gonna cry. I couldn't stick with it. I couldn't stick with it. All right, YFP going up against Winthrop University. We have 3 teams to qualify to playoffs today and 3 teams to eliminate. And this is where we're gonna be kicking it off. 2 very different stories for these teams, of course. They're sitting at the same record, but the runs to get to this point so far have been drastically different. So let's talk about this YFP squad first, because going into this split, I mean, this team has some fantastic names. I was about to say stellar names by accident. I was like, no, I can't do that. I can't go for the joke twice. But I mean, realistically, Dan, you look at this core, it's a team that, in my opinion, feels like they should have already qualified, and they almost did yesterday, barely missing out.
It was a crazy upset. They lost against Trust and Plug, and I think people were just not expecting this to happen at all for YFP. It was a team that, as we talked about towards the beginning, they are one of the ones with the most experience, and that is because of Jake and because of Stellar. Jake coming from Cloud9, and then Stellar coming from 100 Thieves, as you can see by the jersey. That is not different at all from everybody else. But it's a team that comes with experience. It's a team that has that in their back. But now, when it came to that match about the most, the match yesterday that everybody thought was the easiest one for them, possibly against Trust and Plug, they couldn't really close it out. It went all the way to the 3rd map, and then when things got chaotic, it was Trust and Plug taking advantage of it. So now, I mean, they have another chance, and it's against Winthrop, but I feel like it's a much easier opponent for them.
Yeah, I feel like what was a bit difficult for YFP to watch is the fact that on paper, like you're talking about, this team is supposed to be really, really solid, one of the top contenders within BCL from the top start of the season. But I feel like there are also times where, despite all of that experience, they lack in a couple of those fundamentals where they're just some of those micro mistakes where I feel like they take too many risks at times as individuals. So I'm really looking for them to like lock in and be able to play more as a unit in some of those key moments.
Especially since we got to see this team's back at stage 3, and there's been a core on this team that has played for a bit. So hopefully at this point, yesterday was nothing but a little bit of just a, trip over the finish line, and they can actually fully get through that finish line today. But Ash, I know you said that you watched through these games yesterday. We had a lot to say about Penny yesterday, and I want to know your thoughts of Penny yesterday and what we can maybe expect going into today.
I think you guys hit the nail on the head talking about Penny yesterday, right? Just driving home that Penny really is. I think Roy was the main person mentioning like how good of an opener he is, the second best opener basically within the Challengers League right now. If you take into consideration his first kill versus first deaths, which is at like a 1.8, which is second only to Kane Zera, by the way, with like a near like 3-point ratio when it comes to those first bloods and first deaths. So it's crazy the consistency in which he's able to be the tip of the spear, but that also says a lot about his team being able to follow him up as well, to be able to guarantee that he's getting that pick, but he's not even necessarily getting traded by the enemy half the time because his secondary is so good at being able to clean things up, allow him to continue to push forward. And then also on this Yoru that we're seeing into this replay as well, his ability to TP out and get away has been a big factor too.
Penny is amazing, and we talked about him a lot yesterday because he was that X factor for a lot of the rounds, and part of why we went all the way to the distance, or was why they even got that first map in the first place. But it's still a factor where, okay, we talked about Penny so much, but what is the rest of the team able to do with this Yoru composition, especially because they like to run the Yoru in pretty much every single map, I believe. So when you're looking at it, I think another piece that was stepping up yesterday was Jake. Jake was so incredibly good, and I think one of the points of concern that we had was, okay, first kills are going this way of Penny, but if Penny is not opening up the round, is not opening up the site for the team, then they seem to be kind of stuck. But Jake was opening up those kills by himself, being such a strong holder on Lotus. I thought that if they were gonna win that map at the end, that 15-13 that went the way of Trust and Plug, it was because of Jake. He was insane holding that seaside and getting so many flicks and multi-kills that I feel like, yes, I've seen from him, but not this consistently like he did on this map. So I'm liking that he's stepping up to the plate, and he needs to do today as well.
Just in time to be able to see, these are stats from just yesterday's game, but to be able to see that come on through in such a close series, if there is even just an ounce of that replicated today, then this should be a YFP team that should feel very confident going into this series. But on the opposing end of things, we have this Winthrop University squad. So this Winthrop University team, when you look at the players, like there is a couple of players here that we have spoken to like to the moon about. There's been, you know, a couple changes with Alec Coach kind of more stepping into this roster, with them players kind of like rotating out just a smidge. So it's kind of been a different look than the beginning of the season for things. And Ash, they've gotten their 3 wins, but can they get the upset today? That's the big question.
Yeah, I think that's what is kind of crazy about today, right? Being in this spot where it's all qualification and elimination for these teams. And when you look at the history that Winthrop has, while they do have made it this far, it's also been a little bit of a mixed bag when it comes to those results because of who they faced up against as well. You look at some of the history here, and their wins were against some of the weakest teams, ones that have already been eliminated within BCL Stage 1. And those losses as well, while some of them were close at times on certain maps, I want to say up against like SRB, and I know we don't have the TSM matchup in this lineup either, but they were pretty big stomps for their enemy and really tough losses to see. So I think this game up against YFP is a huge litmus test for them.
It'll be the opportunity to prove that these 3 wins that they have isn't just this opportunity of, oh, it's just the weakest teams and we can't step up to the big dogs. It's a big opportunity, Dan, to show that when push comes to shove, a team like YFP is a team that they can, in fact, go toe-to-toe with.
And the thing is, to be honest, I don't think it's going to be easy at all for Winthrop. I think this is a very, very difficult matchup for them. And it's not because YFP is good or bad. It's not really having to do with that. But Trust and Plug had a really good match yesterday, and YFP has been a consistently good team. On the other side, we just talk about Winthrop and the matches that they've won and they lost. It seems like they haven't been tested just yet, and it's pretty concerning because the one match where you're going to be tested the most is going to be your qualification match for playoffs. So there's a lot of stake. There's a lot of pressure that they're going to have to deal with, and they have the players to do so. But it's a YFP that is heavily favored today.
I mean, looking at the players and looking at one player in particular, someone that we've talked about a lot on this team has been Infiltrator. And if we're highlighting Duelist on the other end, I'm looking then for the Duelist on this side, Ash, to really make that impact, to open up these rounds, to try and go toe-to-toe YFP in this sort of way.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you on that. I think that you look at the win conditions here for Winthrop, and Infiltrator is just consistently at the top when performing for his team, right? Being that tip of the spear to get in and make that space for the team. And I think that there's an insane litmus test for him. I know I keep using that word, but it really is just a big trial almost. I think this YFP matchup to be going up against Penny, who is one of the best duelists right now within VCL, and having to go head to head up against him. Yes, Infiltrator's been putting up numbers. He has good stats. He has decent stats, all things considered, but he's nowhere near the level of Penny when you look at them head to head. So I feel like this is a really big question of, is he going to be able to step up to the plate and have that consistent performance up against another duelist like Penny?
I mean, we've definitely set the stakes here. One team clearly the underdog, the other the favorite. A team that realistically maybe should have qualified already, but talking and narrowing it a little bit more on today's series, I want to talk about the map picks and bans, because this is where we can really see some runs kind of make or break. And I'm very intrigued with this first pick. So Lotus coming out, Winthrop University, they have had a recent composition swap on here, and I actually like it a lot. But this was also where YFP barely lost yesterday after a double overtime. So, I mean, sure, the end was a little rough, but up till then, like, this looked really good for YFP.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that if you were to look purely at, okay, results, you would say this is probably the best chance Winthrop has to go toe-to-toe up against YFP when you look at both of their map pools. I think that this is the best chance for Winthrop, but like you were saying, I think YFP is a team that comes back with a vengeance, and even though that was such a close, and I think the fact that it was a close matchup lights the fire up under them a little bit more, because it's like, oh, we could have closed out on Lotus, we could have just already taken that playoff spot, and now they're down in this elimination qualification matchup. It's going to be a scary team to play up against, and I think it's kind of surprising that WU actually pick into Lotus first.
And even going into the second map, that map of Fracture, I feel like it's really interesting. We haven't seen it in the past 2 weeks for this set of YFP, but it's a map that has been really good for them. That last time that they played it, it was against Blue Otter, a team that we saw yesterday, and they won 13-3. It was very dominant, and this is one of the maps where we get the chance to see Thief on the Vice, and especially Physic on the Tejo, and also a map that we don't get to see very often. So Physic, every time that he gets to play on the Tejo, I feel like brings so much to the team, and I'm just wondering if this is going to be one of the maps after such a long time, after maybe 3 weeks at this point, where we're going to see Penny back on the race instead of the Yoru.
I think what's kind of scary about the Fracture as well, Dan, is the fact that this is the map that has the most footage, I guess, for Winthrop University. They have the most results on it. It's been the most played for them. And if YFP were doing their prep going into it, that's kind of why I would imagine, yes, they did have a great, initial result for themselves as well with that 13-3 up against Blue Otter. But then they're picking into a map where Winthrop have obviously been comfortable, but there's been a really great opportunity to go back, look at anti-strat, and see what they can kind of expect out of those tendencies due to it having so many reps. So I'm pretty scared for Winthrop, to be honest, even though technically I think that this still is one of the best map pick ban scenarios for them. I think it's going to be a really uphill battle.
Okay, well, we've seen the maps. We've talked about the stakes, everything else. Let's get to our predictions for the day. I know me and Dan had exchanged a lot of words yesterday about the predictions, and I'm going against all of you guys today. Winthrop on top. Let's go, baby.
This is crazy, Sierra. Why? This is insane. I mean, like, sometimes it's like, okay, we take a little bit of a risk, but this one is this is a different level.
So, okay, the first day when I predicted Nightblood and I was against the world, first off, it was the most fun smack talk that we had in the green room every single round. I love the investment. Makes more fun. Second, underdog story, cinema. Love it. Third, YFP added us and it was like, oh, now this makes sense. After their loss yesterday, can be extremely caster curse them. And we all voted YFP on the desk yesterday and we caster cursed them. So I don't want any caster curses. I want some clean Valorant. So someone has to do it. And you know what? I'm proud to be the one to say that Winthrop's going to take the series today.
Yo, low-key, it kind of sounds like You don't sound like a real believer after you just said caster curse like 3 times in a row. I'm a little bit sus of your choice now, Sierra. But no, I think that I got to give you the kudos for going with that underdog story. You know me, I also love an underdog story. But to be honest, I love the YFP roster just a little bit more. So I had to continue to go with my heart on that one. I feel like the story that we're continuing to tell is the fact that they are the favored ones to win. I think it would be shocking to everyone if you were to ask people back at like week 1 of VCL if YFP doesn't make playoffs. I think most people would be surprised.
Yeah.
You know what? It's all for fun. I got the win over Dan yesterday. That's all I cared about. I'm okay to be wrong today.
1-1. Come on.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. We take what victories we can around here. But let's head over to the agent select. I mean, recent tape on these teams. So we had already kind of discussed thoughts, but I want to dive a little bit more into this here, Ash, with how we can expect this one to be facing off today.
Yeah, I don't really expect any changes, and it's not going to happen for this matchup. I think that YFP's comp plays really well up against the Winthrop comp, considering that Penny consistently is running that Yoru, who can deal with Moobs' Vice really well. The clone going out, taking the wall out of the equation early if they look to default and deny that information at top of round, I think is going to be really important for YFP.
And just one thing, if you're looking for one specific win condition in the setup Winthrop, you need to keep your eyes on Nasi. This guy is the GOAT of Sova, and he always has highlights on this map. The composition seems a little crazy, but when you want to stick to something a little bit more comfortable for the team, and it's going to be Nasi on the Sova, getting so much value, getting that info, and allowing the team to play that crazy style that they like to do.
I mean, it's the David versus Goliath here of Tier 2 Valorant. Let's see heading into Lotus if Winthrop can instead get that upset, or if YFP is going to be starting off strong. It's time to head over to your casters, Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi, to take you through our first map.
Thanks so much, Sierra. I think the most important letter of the day, everybody, is Y. Why is YFP here? Why haven't they qualified yet? But for Winthrop, I mean, the only thing that matters is the W. This is about getting to playoffs, Vance.
Yeah, look at you with the wordsmith. That caught me off guard. That was clean. That was very, very nice. But indeed,
I'm inspired by Kendrick.
Yeah, awesome then. But no, it is going to be a crazy game that we're about to witness here between YFP and Winthrop University, especially looking at this composition coming in from Winthrop University. Even though they did get a nice victory against Burger Boys, I still feel that there's a lot of gaps in what they're bringing out on the table here on the offensive side. There's not enough stall. I mean, playing a Clove instead of an Omen, trying to stall out towards Rubble when you don't have those flashes. This is probably something that YFP could start taking advantage of a lot here on the attack side, which you're already seeing 4 players setting up on that side.
Yeah, the win streaking gang of Winthrop versus YFP, who I think upset everyone with that loss against Trust and Plug. But let's see if this defense from Winthrop can hold up and just peeking out of the smoke. Infiltrator strikes first, and YFP are cut down. And now on their side of the map, it's Physic that falls, and YFP just can't get a leg up on this pistol. And now with this IGL change, I'm really looking at Physic to step up in terms of those numbers and for YFP to prove that they belong in playoffs.
Yeah, and so far, they haven't proven that for YFP. They just got thrashed here towards the orb, which was a beautiful hold by Winthrop. The only one that's able to do a bit of an impact here was stuck on a 1 versus 4, which is Thief. And as they've mentioned on the desk, he's been an integral part into YFP's success into the series, despite their loss against Trust and Plug yesterday. And that was due to his strongholds and his lurks that he was able to provide here on the attack side as well. For YFP in that previous round, it seems as though Winthrop University just wanted to go for a quick shutdown on a trap, give them the impression that they have free A control, and then go into this trap of salvos and just fighting through the smoke, and just got into a muddy fight and got the best out of YFP. They weren't expecting that one, and that's hopefully something that YFP is going to wake up right away and that they could adjust right off the rip.
See if they'll expect the outlaw buy from mid, and I thought that would have been nice to have at C or even at long A. But now Winthrop quickly pivoting after some early shots from YFP, who have already started getting on the site, and because of smokes, there hasn't been much of an exchange except Jake, who teleported forward to see how much Winthrop would step up and challenge the YFP squad. But the rifles from Winthrop, now that they're established, are just doing a lot more damage. And YFP with just a sheriff left. See if Thief can steal away this round with a 1v2. And it's just not going to happen. Winthrop take the anti-eco.
Some very good damage as well. But this is something that actually is going to scare me on the side of Winthrop University. You know, Ash was mentioning that this map has a lot of tape for both of these teams, that there's an opportunity for you to really try to outpace and outmaneuver your opponents. And the fact that JQ was able to go for that Mako DRX TP once again from the Omen to the seaside, which he did a lot against Tip yesterday as well, and he still catches the kill right here onto moves. It comes to show to me that maybe Winthrop University are still trying to come into this game with their own game plan and just adapt on the fly and not get too much here against YFP. That said, this is a gun round coming out for YFP. They didn't get any plants, so there's 2 players that's going to be on small shields, which is going to be Stellar and Thief. So this outlaw that you currently have for Winthrop could still do some heavy damage.
Already some early action from YFP in mid, but the smoke is cutting them off, and now peeking past this is Winthrop. An Infiltrator did this off of pistol, and that's how they got the first blood, but YFP being ready for it this time. Flare adjusts, goes 1 for 1. Now it's YFP that have taken damage, but now can they work this towards map control with their sights still set towards B?
So far, the read's good. Moobs is already rotated towards this B side. 3 of them are one-shottable from the Outlaw. Ali's going to try to do a little bit more damage with some body shots if he can with the Sheriff.
I thought the other shot was going to go through too, and it's just Physic left, and Winthrop. Yeah, it's taking the whole army to take YFP down. They have like 1 or 2 people left, and it's forcing them to have to buy up again. We'll see if the win streak of Winthrop will give them the edge, but YFP got to get a round going.
Yeah, it's not the W anymore. It's also getting rid of the throp for all the wins that they're currently getting here for Winthrop University. But I gotta say, there's a small mistake coming out from YFP. I still like that they stacked up towards the front B site to make sure that they guarantee these trades. And they did play it around a little bit more slowly, knowing that your opponents, you did some damage. They didn't have the best bonus round coming through, but they chased after Ali with the Sheriff. They just got caught off guard with that Outlaw. So a simple bait and switch that worked out for Winthrop, and YFP just like flies into Spider's web.
Right, moves relying on this delay from the vines at the front door. YFP are limited. Jake did teleport forward just like he did in the previous round, and moves took his time to find him. Winthrop having earlier reinforcements too, as YFP couldn't really follow up with Jake because of that smoke really obscuring YFP being able to trade with each other. And off of that ult from the defense from Flare, it did stop any fall from YFP, and they're trying to peek again, and Winthrop did not move an inch.
And a flawless on top of that too, with the pie that came out from YFP. This is not looking good as a start on the side of the attack. And if I had to come through here, there has to be some sort of timeout. I mean, there's still pings coming out towards the C side. There you go. They have to try to figure things out here. Again, going into the composition that Winthrop University brings out into this game, I still think that it's a weaker side that they have on the A side, Rubble Control. So YFP, yes, despite the pistol round, they got caught by the trap play towards the orb. There's still a great opportunity for them to take Rubble Control and also try to create more of a diversion towards working the doors, having Thief on activation of these lurks again, because you're gonna force players to react a little bit more on the A site if you're gonna play more reactive and turtled up on the extremities of this A and B site. And going towards that C site every single time, this is being read by Winthrop University so far. You talked about those TPs out from Jakey, and those salvos came right away on the side of Winthrop University to actually smother him on that type of ground control that he was trying to get. So YFP, I think this is a great call for the timeout.
I just wish YFP were more explosive. Like if they had a raise, or if they had just stronger flashes from Stellar. It just doesn't feel like they're making Winthrop really that uncomfortable on the defense, even when it's just 1 or 2 people, even when it's just moves on C. We haven't seen YFP really try A since Pistol. B didn't work out from just Winthrop holding angles and being ready for trades on the site, as you said. So YFP gonna try for C. Will they maybe even attempt to pivot? Like, there hasn't been too many mind games. YFP are very stubborn and committed once they decide on a site.
This is where it starts for sure, because you're about 2 orbs away from getting an ult out of the Yoru, so it's going to be a great thing to utilize as well. And you can see the utility utilized from YFP. They're using the Yoru clone to break the wall. They're using cameras to get info on top of that, and just trying to pull rotates and trying to see how Winthrop reacts. Already Winthrop coming out with a drone from the B site. They kind of know the positioning off the early util that was thrown by Winthrop, so they know they could finish now towards the C site because it's weaker on that side.
That early info from Flare. You know, YFP's defaulting, and this is more of a round I was hoping to see out of YFP to take your time. Because just teleporting Jakey forward and then the rest of the team just not being synced up on the pace hurt YFP, although I thought the strat was pretty creative to get a pick, and now a C plant is free.
Planted.
As Winthrop take angles around Waterfall and the back of site.
Expecting another big fight here because Ali does have the ult from the Clove, so you're definitely going to try to go in for instant trades.
It's going to be all up to Ali. Lead that charge, peeking first. What a flick on the Jakey. It is traded, but there is the ult, and YFP trying to stop the follow-up, the Waterfall from Winthrop. And they've just taken back over the site. The spike could even be tapped. You got the neural theft from Thief, and just try to do what you can. You don't have the numbers, even though you had the info. And Winthrop will defuse, and this is quite a streak that I'm starting to worry for YFP for, especially this is after the timeout.
Yep, and it's still very nice on how they scaled back though for Winthrop University. Again, Ali leading the charge and getting even first blood on the retake is huge. On top of that, you get the information of the person that's going to come up towards that bend, and you know for the rest, as you push so far out, that the rest of the players are trying to play stall on the post plant with the salvos being utilized here by Physic. So thankfully here with how they've been working so well for Winthrop University, it's not necessarily trying to figure out the composition is weak or strong in terms of how they could trap, but just how good they are in the ways that they're able to trade with each other so far for Winthrop. That's taking the upper hand out of this fight.
All right, dimensional jerk from YFP, checking out C, triggering as much as they can in terms of Vi's util on that side. The Hunter's Fury from Nasi to try and resist the YFP push, but good map control on the left side, but it is first blood from the defense, and when it rains it pours. YFP are still extending without really a plant going, without the team synergized for this, and now they're just peeking one by one, and Winthrop are taking every W in the column.
Yep. And you nail it on the head
tough.
Here. Yeah, you nail on the head, Lemmy Q, when you're mentioning here that they're peeking one by one. That despite them having a lower buy, so let's give them that at least for YFP, and you still get a plant down. But how they're trying to plan the pulse plant, look at the X's. One pushing out towards the spawn solo, thinking that they were able to flip that map. And we talked about the lack of, or at least I talked about the lack of preparation into the pathing that Jakey has on the C site that was unaccounted for. But at least the tape is there to know about the late lurks coming out of Thief. So that was instantly taken down by Infiltrator when Thief is trying to activate towards the B site. So YFP has to come out with a brand new plan. Again, they have to maybe start trading just like Winthrop University are, because look at them. They're in the pack every single time for all of these fights. It's looking so good on the defensive end.
Yeah, ever since Winthrop added Flare to their roster, they've been on a win streak. Winthrop were 1-3, a second away from just being relegated, or at least not going to playoffs. Now they're in a position to knock YFP out of contention. It's Infiltrator using those Clove smokes to just surprise YFP, and just the double kill and that spike down out in the open. And YFP are hesitating. It's going to be the Yoru clone that tries to make some space, and now you got even nades getting people in the back as Stellar was trying to maybe set up for some util. But it's taking YFP like a lot of time to get a counter, get a reaction going in these tense moments.
That just shows that they're not coordinated at that point. They worked as a group at the very beginning. They got that rubble control, and we talked about, hey, you can start activating the door. You can start pulling rotates. But what does Penny do as soon as he touches that door? He goes for an instant TP. They lose that space on rubble. They never had any type of inserts in the front of the B site or trying to get information all towards C. All 5 of them are grouped up at the A site at the very beginning. So you TP back and lose that space, and then your spike is out in the open trying to fall back when there's no util to cover him. That is just not good coordination coming out here from the side of YP. Things have changed, and it's not changing for Winthrop, though. They're landing every shot.
Infiltrator is just the go, and now you gave him an op. Now he can sit back and be pretty with it, and YFP, it's going to be Jakey with the ult to just get out of that situation. Winthrop able to get info too, having their Tejo sit around mid. To YFP, it feels like the only thing they know how to do is push C, and they're cut at the heel, especially with no B control. They're just getting flanked from the door being open. This is so clinical.
This is insane. And on top of that, you just mentioned on how Winthrop's been on a winning streak since Flair joined, but it's also since Ali also joined, and they had that first week where, you know, unfortunately they lost Jerk and he came in and they still won the series for Winthrop University. Ali mentioned in the interview that they're just going to have to figure out their roles and what they could do here and make the best out of it. And it's Ali maintaining this controller role, and Flair has to switch out from our role into the initiator. But it works out overall for this team because look at how good they are in terms of the synergy, how they're shooting, how they're moving around the map, how they're reading their opponents in individual duels as well. This is looking like a much different with the Winthrop University than the last season Challengers that I also critiqued a lot on this team.
Just another first blood from Infiltrator. He runs this map. He's not afraid. He's stepping out of smoke solo. He's going for every op shot he can. And Winthrop will invest in that. They're so rich, it's YFP that has to break the mold. And they have to wake up now. You had the Trust and Plug match where you could say it was an off day, but this is the last chance. And YFP are losing one by one. And who is going to push back this off? And now there's a shotgun in the back pocket. And YFP just can't shoot back. Infiltrator almost got the ace. And YFP, they got to break glass and get the fire extinguisher out.
But look at him. He's standing out in the open with an op and could get no scopes, could just stand out in the open and never get challenged in terms of the utility that pushes him out on the angle. I mean, right now you're playing a composition here for YFP where technically it's difficult for you to get early information, but you still have a Euro clone you could throw. You still have a drone here to try to get information on that spot and see where your op could be posted up against so that you can push him out or maybe avoid him. But this is just Infiltrator. Just when you're giving him that space, he's going to take it for sure. And he's capitalizing on every single one of his op shots so far.
If this is how Lotus is starting, we have Fracture up next, and that's Winthrop's most picked map. I know it's YFP's technical pick on Fracture, but this is everybody's playground now. Stellar, the aftershock. Oh, I almost thought that was going to hit moves. And he swings around the corner and does get flashed by the Euro clone. Still manages to get into safety. Jiggy goes to punish and can't even do that. This is so tough to watch. This is not the YFP that started the season.
No, it's tough to watch, but thankfully the silver lining is that it's 10-0. So possibly we'll get a 13-0. We could just forget this map right away because, dude, the way that they just opened the door on top of that off the anchoring sites. I mean, Jake did try to do something, did try to TP for that space, but they haven't really been breaking that utility coming out from the Vice where Penny, like I said, after that timeout from YFP in round number 4, utilizing a clone to break the wall and stuff like that and work that map and waste utility out of Winthrop works out quite well. But if you're just going to try to hold W and explode in and not break into the util that Moves has, this is free reign for anybody that's trying to anchor that site.
All right. Info early for YFP. I would like to see just more, like a slower pace from YFP to get info, to play the mind games, to have a lurk, to give themselves options. They're hitting C non-stop. And I don't have to remind you the score, but we'll see how this goes.
Oh, rare
Infiltrator
miss.
with the body shot now. It's 5 HP for Thief.
Oh, yeah,
and
he
this
actually
is where, yeah,
insane.
YFP don't want that smoke, surprisingly. They're going to try B this time because, you know, they have been flanked by Winthrop over at that side, and they got to try to get a win in the middle of the map.
Right. They're not going to get it. Oh, they're not going to get it.
It was a good scrap. It was a scrap for sure. YFP still got Jakey, and it's definitely one of their best players. If I trust anyone on YFP, it's him. But Thief has also 1 HP.
Enemy remaining.
And now Jakey's gone. So this is getting more and more cooked.
30 seconds left.
And that's the issue too. The more that you're just trying to find ways to just get into the sites, you're starting to forget everything in the back line. And the YFP, this is not the first time that they went through the flank, but it's the first time that they actually caught up after the flank, and that was YFP were never expected out of that from Winthrop University. So that was very, very nice in how they're controlling this map here for Winthrop University. This is a thrashing. I can't lie. But YFP had the Euro clone where I thought that was going to be a silver lining too, like the G2 style. Get into the ult, try to get the fault line, try to get value out of your Yoru when you're finding the information. But the fault line was a little bit far off. He wasn't really there to try to help out. I don't think it was even in range to hit Infiltrate in the first place. So this is just forget it. Let's try to catch up on that second half, at least a pistol, to try to get things going here for YFP.
And this is a good map for Winthrop too, because they had one that's 13-5 against Burger Boys, and whatever you think about them, that's still a decisive victory. And that was just a couple days ago. And the YFP upset was yesterday, and you don't even know how much they've really gotten over that, how much they've been able to work as a team to get through the whatever is going on internally. And the first bloods continue to ring in favor of Winthrop.
And there, we finally have something, right? They tried the Rolling Thunder. It was actually a good read, Hail Mary, because of how Winthrop University has been holding towards this baby door. They opened the door, they pulled the full rotate on 4 players towards the A site. Now they're going to play a 3-1 on C.
All right, couple slip by. Moves just has to hold the angle and wait for Nasi, and Nasi's not coming in time, so Moves had to handle more than usual, and YFP are now scrapping more equally, but Ali has the ult, is trying to get back into the picture. YFP are now dealing with the flank that comes from that B door, so it's not over yet. Numbers now in favor of YFP, who also got to upgrade some weaponry. An Infiltrator is on the prowl though, and you gotta worry. 1v2 definitely possible. 12 seconds left, and
10 seconds left.
the spike hasn't been planted. Infiltrator just has to stop them from picking it up and planting. He could just play off of noise. The smoke is gonna make things difficult, but if anything, it's not the knife kill! Not the knife kill! That's disrespectful.
He had 10 HP left on top of that for Stellar. I mean, I respect it. Infiltrator still had 18 bullets in his Vandal, but he just wanted to try to end it with a nice little 12-0 and a knife kill just to, you know, put the final nail in the coffin. But man, what a great start by Winthrop University on the defensive side. It had to come down with a tiny throw out of Winthrop University to allow YFP to get the first round. But the play around all of that towards the end, from beginning to the end, was quite nice here, individually from every single one of these players from Winthrop University. Look at how close that was, dude. He probably just shredded the sleeve out of the breach arm.
Gave him a haircut for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know how good that win feels for YFP. I mean, one round is a round. I'm a cope as hard as I can, but almost getting clipped on by a knife doesn't probably feel too good. But YFP eventually did get C done, but they find themselves on defense. And this is a must-win round, in my opinion, for YFP. See if they can even attempt to climb back Mount Everest. And people train for years to do that, so...
And unfortunately, some of them also just die while climbing. But that said, the read coming out from Winthrop University in the very beginning, opening that door, eating that fault line, but also making sure that he falls back on time. This is good reads coming out here from the scaling of Winthrop. Look at how YFP are now focused so much all over towards this A side, and there's nothing really holding them towards C, because you have a Ghost and a Cage that was bought up by Thief. This is an open C site to take, a 4v1, and maybe the best he could do is try to delay here with Physic with the salvos.
I think Thief got pinged too by the Tejo, so had to retreat to Waterfall, and he got chased down. Winthrop lead with so much confidence. YFP are they yapping too much? Like they're really trying to coordinate something special, and Winthrop, no, that's the time to strike. And Flare with 2, that was really clean.
I don't know how much I can repeat myself during these rounds.
Oh,
this is so hard to watch, man. It hurts so much to witness this, because you know what YFP is able to bring. And I started this Swiss stage saying how YFP is potentially like finally crossing like the gatekeeping team of like the TSM of last season, and also has an opportunity to really go into a deep run in the playoffs because of how good they looked. But over since the last 3 series that came through, and maybe even the tough loss that they had against Trust and Plug yesterday, potentially may have affected them towards today's game. With so much pressure on the line, this is elimination pretty much in this series, and YFP is not off to a great start. That hopefully is not going to linger on here for the rest of the series.
But I know someone like Stellar can try to keep the good vibes going as best as he can, and they'll try to fight blow for blow, throw punches back, whatever it takes, and Winthrop are carving their way towards A, with one on the other side of this door, and Stellar's not going to run away. He's going to try to just go for the big play, and now it costs him and any util that YFP could have had to strengthen themselves in a number disadvantage. Now it's up to Thief, and he's been red on the flank and does pivot nicely and win that against Moves. A 1v2 running forward. hoping to use cages to disguise his swing and not even needing it. He got the high-low, and there's your 13-1 for Winthrop. One map closer to representing collegiate Valorant in playoffs.
That is crazy as a result, sorry, on this first map. Again, I was also trying to dismantle Winthrop University's setup here of what they have on paper and how it's going to be hard for them to hold out these early pushes out from the attack side on the defense. But their retake game's been really good. Their trading capability has been really good. Infiltrator just had an easy run with the operator as well. There was really nothing that allowed YFP to push Winthrop University out of these lines. And man, a 13-1 scoreline is basically the result that you see because of how dominant it's been on one side for the collegiate team.
And I'll try to provide like a bit of a silver lining. Winthrop lost 13-2 on Fracture against Burger Boys. Don't shake your head yet. I'm trying to.
I'm trying as well. Silver lining, not their map pick for YFP. You know, their silver lining is that they could still play their map on Fracture next.
It's absolute cinema, but it's R-rated. But we're gonna have to hear from the desk. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Yeah, I'm not admitted.
Well, the only one on the team that I 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, it redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first answer, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I'd give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take like isolate ones perfectly, and I feel like in a 1v1 he's probably ripping someone's head off, to be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
The stakes heading into this very first map, it was the underdogs going up against someone that should have had this spot, that could have had this spot. And that first map, David absolutely whooped Goliath's behind there. 13-1 victory for Winthrop University. I mean, there's so much to say. I don't think y'all have anything to say. I was right, at least for this first map. Like, that was some crazy stuff coming out from Winthrop. And it's a completely different Winthrop, Dad, and a completely different YFP. What is happening?
It's there's something wrong. Like, I don't understand.
There's something in the
What do you
water.
mean 13-1? Just yesterday, it was a 15-13 against Trust and Plug for YFP. They didn't win the map, but they won 13 rounds. So technically, they got. I mean, I actually don't understand watching this map. When I saw the 5-0, I was like, oh, don't worry, like, surely slow start. Once you get to 6, you start seeing the back and forth. But it was already on the defense for Winthrop, so that was already, you know, a point of concern for me. And then it just kept going and going, and then the one round that they win is because the knife doesn't work out. What am I watching?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like YFP that we know at all when we were looking at this matchup. I think that Winthrop, I don't want to take anything away from them. They played really well. They were synergized together compared to YFP, where you're even seeing it in some of these moments here, is just going for a lot of those individual engagements and not really playing in unison. And I think it was interesting to see even on the attacking side, which is really the only side that we saw for this map, but for a YFP that is, they didn't really fight much for that rubble control. I think there was a lot of 4-1 splits defaulting towards heavy C-lean with Thief often on that B lurk, and it hadn't been working out for them. I was surprised, considering I think WU, they respond really appropriately to it. You know, very aware of the fact that Thief is going to be lurking. They go and they'll take that rubble control and just have, like, usually it was Nasi, like, posted up just in case the rotation happens. But it really felt like Winthrop were just picking apart YFP in every single way. A lot of their util defaults as well, taking out common positions that they expected from Jake, for example. Yeah, this is... It's tragic. It is tragic.
I think the only silver lining was that Infiltrator didn't get that knife kill, because I think we would have seen the biggest mental boom series over on the spot, if that is how the game
is the 13-1 not the mental booming?
That is already a mental
No, you already think it's bad, guys, but nah, that was just crazy. It felt like, too, for this YFP squad that we've praised a lot, they just seemed kind of out of ideas when they're taking these engagements. It was up against a Winthrop University that, even on these days that haven't been the greatest for them, even in some of these losses, I can say that there has been praise for some of these players with how they're just able to shoot back. And they really, I mean, simply put, were able to do that today. And then YFP just kind of ran out of ideas from their Ash. And then they just kind of fell apart in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I think that, you know, we talked about how Infiltrator was such a big part of Winthrop before this matchup even started, just on the pre-show today, and how the expectation was for him to go big or go home as far as being one of the major win conditions for this team. He shows up in spades, and Penny just not able to put up the performance after giving him such a great highlight previously as well. There isn't really much to say. Like, honestly, I feel like the numbers say everything here, Sierra.
Yeah, ACS check, Infiltrator almost going over that 400 there. And Infiltrator, of course, was somebody that going into this, like you said, that we super highlighted, and he was shooting today. But someone else that we wanted to talk about, not just that, but two people we wanted to talk about. That little bit of a change we got to see with this Winthrop University team that, I mean, Ali Sefidin playing on the roster, we are seeing a little bit of changes. And Dan, it was a switch up between Ali and Flair in terms of the agents, and both, I mean, shining in their roles.
I mean, it is the simplest way that we can put it, right? Shining in a map that was at 13-1. And we continue to see teams do this kind of swaps in slight changes in the compositions, or just swapping what they want to play. We talked about, and I was mentioning a little bit of Nasi and kind of how he has been that consistent piece in that initiator role. But then you have these players that are willing to swap, and sometimes it's just a comfort or just the way that the map has been changing and how they want to play it out. So I mean, obviously, I like what I saw. It was insane.
Yeah, it really was. I think that this role swap made a lot of sense too. When Ali was stepping in all the way back in week 4 for the side of Winthrop in place of Jerk, he was originally in the initiator role, just playing whatever Jerk had been playing beforehand, and now back into the controller, which is where he has his comfort. Like, I remember watching him back in his collegiate days on Northwood University. He was insane on the smokes picks. I think that him being back on that comfort, Flair is looking really good, slotting into this initiator role here as well. Something something that I saw in some of their previous results they were working on in some of like the third-party events that are going on as well within the tier 2, tier 3 scene. So everything's really coming together for them, and I feel like Ali reprising that controller spot is a really big shining light. You can see a difference, I think, in the confidence in the way that he plays.
We'll have to see if that's a shining light, the confidence that we get to see from this Winthrop University squad heading out into the second map of the series. So we are going over to YFP's pick. This is a map that there is a lot of tape for Winthrop University on. They've played a lot of reps here. The most recent showing, Dan, wasn't the greatest, but this is also a completely different Winthrop University that we're seeing today. So I don't really know what to think anymore.
It was against Burger Boys, and they lost that map 13-2. So very similar to the score that we just saw, but the other way around. Now, yeah, like you said, it's a team that feels very different today. So I'm wondering what they're going to be able to do on this map of Fracture. As I was mentioning before, I want to see this map from them, especially because of what they're able to do on that Sentinel role, what Moobs has been doing. I think Moobs has been one of those players that I've recognized for so many years now. I think it's been 3 years since they played that collegiate final in the Riot Arena. And he was always so passionate about making it to Challengers, making it to the #1 in collegiate. And now he's in this pretty good instance where they're one map away from making it to playoffs and from also taking down one of the strongest teams that we've talked about right at the beginning of Challengers. So it would be a great achievement for him and the rest of the squad for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely someone you have to look out for, especially on Fracture. I feel like he found a lot of lurk opportunities on this map. So YFP are going to have to keep their eyes out on that. And for YFP, I think the biggest question is going to be the bounce back.
Yeah, as we head into the agent select, you've put it right, the bounce back. YFP, this is the chance to see a change, not with the composition, because that is going to be proven for them. But we will see a change coming out from Winthrop's side here in a decently big way here, Ash.
Yeah, I think that this is a crazy switch up to choose for the side of Winthrop. Maybe feeling some of the confidence from last map. I'm curious if it's like a choice of confidence or if it's going to be a choice of something that they've been working on the side. But it does make sense too, considering the fact that Flair is going to be on that Tejo, Ali much more comfortable on the smokes. But Moves being on that chamber is a very different look. I know you were excited about that, Vice, Dan.
Yeah, I was excited about the Vice, but you know what? I don't mind the chamber at all. I think this is one of those agents that you can bring to the table, especially for Moobs. Moobs is such a flexible player. He can play this chamber, and it is one of those that for some specific teams, it just works out really well. I mean, we've seen it for G2, and now we get to see it for Winthrop. I think they can take this 2-0 maybe.
I like the change on paper, but I'm curious how it's going to show up in the server. It's time to head over to Fracture now, see if Winthrop can get that upset and close this out in 2, or if YFP can make that comeback and send us through a third map. It's time now to head over to your casters, Lemon Silly and Van Kiwi, to get us started.
Boys, like 13-3. YFP fractured the otters last time on this map. This is so tieable, Vans.
Hopefully, but I feel like this composition coming out from Winthrop University could throw YFP into a loop, because I don't think there's many teams that are practiced against a Clove, let alone a Clove and a Chamber. But if I'm trying to wrap my head around the composition here for Winthrop University, especially starting off on defense, there's got to be some gaps here in these quadrants, right? I feel like the Flare, Nazi, Infiltrator to try to get some early map control is going to be there. Then you have a Chamber trying to do a solo angle hold, but it's going to be a very passive hold with the range that you're limited by, the trip that you have here on the, as you can see right now. So he's still able to cover both sides, but there's an opportunity for YFP to do that little bit of a dance around this map.
YFP just exploding past the smoke, and Jakey gets first blood. He had a very good performance last map, at least in terms of what we were looking at. So YFP looked like they were able to shake off map 1. They already look way more coordinated. Everyone's addressing their own angles. Moves, though, looking for picks at a distance. The last one left of Winthrop. YFP get a plant. Pistols looking good. And Moves goes 1 for 1, but that's still signs of hope and a sign that YFP feel way better on this map.
And that for sure here for YFP. It looks like from the pistol round, they didn't look too flustered from the results of last map, just being very protocoled into jumping out of that smoke, making sure that you guarantee at least a trade if one of your teammates fall down, in a great way here to anticipate like these forward pushes that was attempted by Winthrop University. You did mention here, Jakey, yeah, as a controller role, maybe not on the last map, but on that last map Fracture against TIP yesterday, he was definitely popping off here on an Omen. And when it came down to those stakes where, you know, YFP didn't want to lose into the series, Jake was an integral part about that, as how he wanted so much to win that he was stepping up to the plate. And I think this might be an indication now into the second map.
Yeah, Jakey just felt like the one actually going for plays last map, like the teleporting around, setting up the smokes. Like, he is such a pillar to this team, as you said, and YFP have to worry about that flank, and watching it is Thief. And against Infiltrator, who had, what, almost 400 ACS last map, this is a Winthrop you need to shut up for good. And YFP now have to hold their own, not only on the site, but in the corridor. And Winthrop, after kind of these grouped up approaches, coming through the door too is Nasi, the last one. And YFP, though divided, they still end up conquering Winthrop.
And that's a very good answer back by YFP, because the more you're going to wait inside the A side, you were pinched. You couldn't escape here towards drop. You couldn't go towards sands. You couldn't escape out towards A main. So for them to decide to flip and be aggressive and fight back for space into the A main so they could potentially maybe do lineups towards the end was a great play. Especially now that you had the cooldowns for Winthrop University. You weren't able to come out with a second wave of salvos and fault lines to try to really get the pinch in. So it was a great call here by Stellar, if that was the call to fight back, and making sure here that to break the timings that Winthrop University were attempting to do. So big bonus round coming up and a big opener.
And a big flash from Stellar too to help that go along. And even though it was almost a second late, YFP benefit, but it is traded. Nally's low as well. Winthrop still rotating over from A through the attacker's spawn, so YFP have cleared backside through arcade, and Allie's waiting for friends to get set up, and Nasi has been discovered early from Jakey. And I like that YFP are not sitting around. They're really trying to search for where Winthrop are and find them in these isolated positions. And that's a second one from Jakey, just hunting for Winthrop and where they could be rotating from. And now Winthrop have emerged. It's a 1v1. Goat versus the Goat. And it's Flare that wins it at the end for Winthrop to steal that from YFP.
Yeah, it's still a great opener coming out from YFP in the get-go, and I do like what you bring up here as a point during that round, was that YFP were not afraid to fight back into regaining the space where the rotates could be coming out from Winthrop University, because they pinged out that tree area, that there was a gap here on how they could hold the pulse pine defense. So instead of fighting back towards the tree, anticipating that the fight would be coming through because they were getting zero noise or challenges out from Canteen and Generator, Jakey decided to push through and got a big kill there against Ali. Yes, it still came down to a 1v1. It still came down to heavy econ damage done by YFP, though, in their bonus round, despite the round that they lost. So this is still going to be looking pretty good in this fourth round for the attack set of YFP.
One away from Armageddon, 2 for Flare. Good retake tool and even just prevention protocol. YFP trying to be more aware of that flank that could come through their own spawn. So that's what Thief will be watching for. But Winthrop are just going to try and group up through the middle of the map and see what gets hit first, then react.
These are the gaps that we're telling you about. They have two guys watching towards the B side. They try to take control towards A main. They leave Dish open. They're ready to fight back.
All right, there's the hit, and the orbital strike comes down, and Winthrop are dispersed, giving a window for YFP to plant in. And they're all set up, ready to go. The chamber coming through the top of the site. Armageddon ready for Flare. How they want to break up the structure that is YFP. Now waiting for that jump down from Nazi. He's caught. We even heard the jump there from Ali. He's going to call that out, and even with the fault line as the assist. This is YFP just being more proactive, more than ever, compared to how Lotus went. And Winthrop are just getting caught. And this is a great sign that YFP were able to just kind of forget everything that just happened.
Definitely. A brand new map coming out here for YFP, and definitely doesn't look like they're flustered by the compositional change out of Winthrop University yet. That said, though, we were still going back and forth and trying to get our economy going here. And you saw in that previous round, despite them having Armageddon ready, it didn't look like Winthrop University wanted to invest into that yet because they only had, what, 3 players alive and one of them with a judge on top of that trying to play into whatever they had going into this round here for Winthrop. So that said, the most pivotal round that you have for this half would probably have to be this round number 6 coming up, as Winthrop University are currently on an eco.
Now YFP are all grouped up through the top of the map, and it's an early exchange. And now coming through the left side, Infiltrator going for the solo plays. He was able to get away with that on Lotus. Not so much. YFP have studied their aim. Looks like they study themselves. They'll go get a lot of information too over at A. Knows I only have one person you don't know where they are at for YFP, and that's where moves could be lurking. So YFP still have to take their time clearing towards B.
Weapons picked up, and they're bringing it over to Moves, who's been really good with this Headhunter.
Oh, and he teleported out, but no, Moves still got the pick. At least Stellar knows where he is, gets the shot through the box, and Spike will be planted. Ali was discovered earlier over at A, so YFP know exactly where to set their sights. And they're going to play a more hidden approach and not kind of peek one by one like some mistakes were made on Lotus. This is a much more coordinated and synchronized YFP. And a 1v3 for Ali. It's definitely a tough challenge. No one's just immediately out in the open. Just trying to maybe bring the action to him by just tapping the spike. And the aftershock still ends up getting him from tower. And great win for YFP. Not really needing to sweat too much.
And that's what you wanted, the protocols from YFP. You were mentioning how they didn't want to chase for that kill. They just wanted to make sure that they didn't have to waste the ults in the post plan either when they had you know, the Rolling Thunder and Armageddon available for both initiators, a Stellar and Physic, over for YFP's side. That said, though, so far so good for YFP in these post-plant scenarios. You don't really see them pulling back away to play like the salvo delays or the brim mollies or whatnot. They're quite happy staying within the sites and fighting against what Winthrop University kind of brings, especially if they're able to take down Infiltrator first, because, we'll hold that thought. Here's a fight here towards Tree.
Oh, damn, Infiltrator's trying to go for those big plays, those first bloods. I think they had like, Winthrop had 11 or something on Lotus, and a lot of them came from Infiltrator. And now Ali is getting picks on a flank through the offensive spawn, and YFP just have to keep bulldozing their way forward. Not think about the past, not think about what's behind them. YFP is trying to cross through the smoke, clear through tower, go for a safe plant. Early jump out from Nasi gets dealt with. Jakey has had such solid reads this map, but Ali continues to be a menace on the flank. The smoke is what's going to separate YFP and Ali. But where is Moves? Trying to pinch from the other side. And YFP have to work together. Jakey's out in the open. On the other side of the box. Ali hidden around the other side. And there is the wrist caught. And it's just up to Penny and can't buy enough time. That 2v2 by Winthrop.
Just the adjustments coming out here from Winthrop University. Again, I feel like this composition is just them playing in their comfort picks, in their comfort roles, where it doesn't necessarily have to be like an all-out, drawn-out play from, you know, what synergy you could have from one agent to another. It's just how you can just adjust in the moment. The fact that Ali threw that smoke down just to isolate Heaven so they could both pinch into the corner of where Jake was currently hiding, knowing that he was potentially going to hide in that corner, especially after planting that spike. That was a huge, huge smoke that allowed two individual 2v1s for Winthrop University to retake the site. Very, very nice plays, and that's something here that YFP will have to start understanding as well if they haven't figured that out here since the first map.
And I think YFP can dictate a lot in this round with just the Rolling Thunder available. If they can draw that fight into this A corridor, this is going to hurt a lot. An Infiltrator is trying to be proactive, and the showstopper to stop it, and it's just a hip and a hop right above it, and Penny still cuts.
Oh my
and
God.
as the smoke dissipates, Infiltrator gets another, and YFP didn't really get to go with their game plan of the Rolling Thunder and really to make Winthrop uncomfortable in this moment. Winthrop really surprised them. And that's a great win.
That's a huge win. That's the second time they go for a pinch on the south side, but a different look. When they had the aggression coming out from the tree side in the previous round, this time they're just pinching in from the A side ramp. First off, great read coming out from Winthrop University to anticipate YFP defaulting in that area. Somehow, even if the showstoppers miss on both ends, you still had a kill come up on top for Winthrop University, and also the range to flush the players towards you because of the Armageddon. And on top of that, Ali can flank behind the Armageddon because they can't fall back against them. So they're doing a great job pinching YFP in these moments where they have these huge ult cycles.
It's like YFP are gonna take a different angle. But with the smoke in place, Winthrop just gonna hold the angle while YFP come through the back while leaving their lurk of Physic to hear about this Ali flank. Ali just loves to explore this map now, and a more selfish agent can do just that. Now you got the ult from the Vise. His YFP step into A. Carving out that space is Penny 2. Orbital strike to dislodge Winthrop from these power positions, and Nasi is still unaffected, giving a chance for the Rolling Thunder to stop the plan, or at least to make YFP uncomfortable for them to cower. And Winthrop step up, and Ali assists Nasi to get YFP down for the count, but Physic is able to strike back. Without that double kill, this would have been so over for YFP, and it may just still be 1v2 with the spike not in hand. Physic now leaves himself in a 1v1 after that ult expires.
30 seconds left.
There's just so much space here taken. You know from the push from Ali that he's super late here on that drop. Although Flare maybe thinks that he took the rope, so he might be able to let him plant. And although Physic is wasting all this time, salvos are up. So you could be very quick here to deny the run through.
10 seconds left.
Just takes the kill to end the round. There's the plant that goes through. The salvos to prevent it. Flare jumps off, and that's all she wrote. And
That's
a tie
something
from Winthrop.
You have to be aware of those moments. It's a 1v1. The time that you have left, you have to know that your opponent has salvo up. You have to pick up the pace. I wonder what happened, too, during the execution for YFP, though, because they went with the Vise ult to really try to clear out the site, but never committed into it at the very beginning, because they also wasted out the Jakey's ult with the orbital strike to really take full control of Sands. There must have been maybe a molly thrown up from Winthrop University or something like that, because that corner that was held behind the box towards Sands, fully taken down by the Vise ult, had enough time to pull out his weapon again and get the backstab kill onto the late crunch onto Sands they were trying to get here for YFP. So I gotta say, there's a little bit of miscoms coming out here into YFP's executions, and maybe could be a repeat into, or a flashback into the first map of Lotus.
It came down to a 1v1. Like that is just so incredibly close, and a huge win for Winthrop after that big ult exchange to be able to buy up as well, even possibly an op from Moobs.
Yeah, and he's been holding on to it for a bit as well. And just talking about that op from Winthrop University, we talk about how good the chamber could be and at least locking out the lane. So to have him throw out this turret, as you always see at that spot, and locking down one angle with the operator, which is Arcade, if he's not getting any pressure, it also gives a lot of free movement and free reign for Ali to start closing the gap and not allowing YFP to think that they're working the map in their favor.
Let's see what kind of damage Ali can do, though, with the whole squad of YFP stepping up through the top side of the map. And Ali is ready to peek out of that smoke, but YFP are now stepping inside of that smoke, trying to challenge Winthrop to not let them get a head start. And it's a first blood for YFP with a buy not as strong as Winthrop, but now a spike planted and only a one-number advantage. Boombot, and now some scouting from Infiltrator, and Thief about to get a haircut, but spits back at Infiltrator. And Winthrop, at least grouped up.
$5 haircut.
To Nasi. Yes. It's not good, and Nasi at least is trying to find equal numbers. And still having flashes. He's gonna exhaust those as Thief is low. He's been scouted. Post plant is working out, and Flare's multi-kills are great, but it ends up still being a thrifty for YFP.
That was so close towards the end here onto that hold, and just thankfully you're counting your lucky stars here for YFP that the shots were just not hitting for Winthrop University in the very beginning. The fast tempo on a stinger buy, beautiful. I love that you really, as soon as you're spotted, you just have to go, and you are able to get one and catch them off guard as they're trying to rotate. So it's just one of those moments where the opt from moves doesn't ring first here towards the arcade hold. Infiltrator on top of that, Jenny also with two shots on the attempt at a retake, and maybe it's just a curse generator going into this into that last round. But thankfully, with those misses, allows here for YFP to just maintain the lead in this first half.
Here.
Winthrop trying to anticipate this, now inserting moves into this position so he can get one and run away and get the info that YFP have a lot of numbers through the top, but now pinching. It's also Infiltrator and Jakey through the bottom, and Winthrop getting dismantled and ripped off of the B site, but they sit at the perimeter ready to pick apart YFP as they maybe go for the plan, but with the brim smokes in place, Winthrop, they're gonna have to jump out. Can they coordinate this? They hear the spike get planted. Winthrop jump out, and it's Infiltrator and Ali that work together to bring this down to just Stellar. And Winthrop right on the shadow, being able to tie things up as Stellar can't steady his aim. And now we really have a series on our hands.
Yeah, and just unlucky that the dig that he had on Infiltrator was through that box, that it didn't really damage Infiltrator towards the end. But that was a big gamble for YFP. The attempt to try to push back into catching your opponents off guard when the action and utility has slowed down for a bit. You're just trying to catch them as they're trying to pop down their other smokes. But it's so hard to get a good, consistent flash through the generator when a brimstone smoke's that deep. And I don't think it fully affected the crossfire setup from Winthrop University, and they were just ready for it right away and got the instant double kill on YFP's surprise attempt. That said, Thieves on alert, and this could be a good start here for YFP to understand that there could be a crunch here towards this north side.
Oh, Thief. I'll be able to get away with that. Look how much Winthrop, really dedicated members through the top of the site, knowing YFP have hit that. But now just going up through main, easy peasy. Got a plank going. Now just hoping to win the distance battle with the Guardians. SMG's up close and maybe sacrificing Physic with the Sheriff for info. Now, you know, all of Winthrop are at the top. Armageddon through the site. And Winthrop are doing a great job of just flooding in, overwhelming YFP. And it's just Penny in a 1v4. And Moves will get the job done.
Yeah, at least we'll take it for YFP's side. As soon as Thief was taken down, he identified how many players were crunching in towards him, so YFP just tempoed up, up towards tree to get the plant down. Lower buy that they had, another one of those broken buys, and they're able to have at least a very healthy one going into round number 12. That said, though, Winthrop University also did have to burn a lot of ults. They burned the Showstopper and the Armageddon for the retake on a much lower buy than you had for YFP. And if you're looking at it and on how the tables maybe tip on the side of YFP, they have so many players close to an ult right now, and you have 4 quadrants to be able to take over to start working into these ults to maybe be the saving grace for yourself to maybe tie up this game. So you're going to have to default this a bit, and it's being pinged so far from Winthrop University. They want to deny this right away, and they're looking to maybe going for a late pinch into the south side.
Oh, Moves, they're gonna do it with Ali too, and they swung 1 by 1. And Stellar's just better. But on the flank, Winthrop haven't given up, and they won't surrender.
That's spiked.
3-2. Rolling Thunder. Flare jumped up. Little bit of cover for this breach, and Nasi's down 2. Great job from YFP to tie things up and to deal with that pressure so swiftly.
Super nice for sure for YFP. So they still went to try to at least throw that smoke down towards the tree side so don't get surprised by a walk down op potentially from the chamber, which is going to be Moves, and then they're forcing a double swing outside of the smoke and punishes it right away. But the good thing too is leaving that wall on the other side just to making sure that they're splitting that aggressive push out from Infiltrator after he goes through. And saves here YFP to tie up this game. The defensive side though is now still going to have to be YFP trying to learn the ropes with the composition that comes out of Winthrop University. What are they going to do now with this Clove and this Chamber on the attack side? So far, a 4-1 split, a late push coming out here from the Chamber as well on the arcade side. They hasn't invested into the trip.
Ooh. Oh, that Tejo drone got shot down too. So as soon as the smoke dissipates over at A, this could be just a barn burner. 3 versus 3. That could dictate a lot, especially where the spike is and it gets shot in the back. And YFP are carving out Winthrop as they try to escape, but at least Winthrop were able to bite back. Probably recover this spike. It's just Penny in a 1v3 at least on that right side before Moobs joins. And then Winthrop thought that Penny wouldn't challenge again, but still, it's a Winthrop pistol.
Yeah, and delaying enough here to allow Moobs to even rotate all the way back from B through the doors and pinch back towards the A side. But if anything, it was a great read and a great attempt by YFP. They got the spike down, but the counter util that came through from the players back towards the south side. You saw the paint shells come out. There's a lot of util not allowing here for YFP to gain that space off the initial kills that he got towards that ramp. And Winthrop University were able to save that round, despite the spike going down. So some great shots coming through on their side, winning those duels on top of that. YFP, we only have a Sheriff invested into this round. The rest of them full classics. They know that there's still a lot of Valorant left to be played in the second half. So just going for making sure they could go for potentially just full armor into the next round. Knowing that they could potentially play into an outlaw in the next 2 rounds here, wielded by Moobs, is a smarter play here coming out on the defensive side.
Just an open A hall. This YFP having a read that maybe Winthrop were at the top of the map. Now Winthrop won't be obscured by smokes, not until now. So that will slow down Winthrop, but also give them a window to set up their util, set up a flash, and it's Infiltrator jumping in, has to duel against Penny, wins that. Winthrop now are getting overwhelmed by YFP jumping after their friends and trying to unite with those pistols, and it's a bloodbath with barely Winthrop having anything for the bonus, but still a win.
Definitely gets chaotic into that one. Good util being thrown by YFP. The smoke from Jakey at the front of the A site also allowed for them to isolate the lemming drop against Infiltrator towards the bottom of the A side. So it ended up being fairly chaotic on the side of both teams, but still some good damage done by Winthrop University at that end. That said, though, the bonus round that they have maybe doesn't look as strong because only 2 players survived in that last round, but they still have the outlaw in the hands of Moobs that could be very dangerous to fight against. And you're seeing 3 of them with half shields, regen shields on top of that for YFP.
2 shotguns too from Winthrop, kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Trying to get through arcade, to go through the tower, to have these close range encounters with YFP. And it's not been the easiest. As Winthrop explored A hall, they take an L there, so Winthrop have to force their way through B, and they'll do so on both sides, but there is a Vise wall blocking off Alley, or at least will if they cross, and Thief just takes care of 2 before going down, so that will make things easier for Penny in the 1v2, but now time will not be on their side. Neither
are players. Yep. I was still trying to scratch my head around, so that's why I'm stuttering so much. And YFP going with the decision to buy 3 regen shields when you know there's going to be an outlaw coming out. That's going to one-shot you. You got to keep maybe small shields at 400 credits instead of going for the 650. Just to make sure that you're able to still build an economy up within the next round, unless they were just expecting to fight against Stingers, the crossfire setups against Classics or Sheriffs that maybe could save the round for them. But Winthrop University, you saw the first opener. That was Ali moving up towards that tree side, picking up that outlaw left behind by Moobs, and still gets an opening pick, which allowed here Winthrop University to stay grouped up and catch YFP off rotates. And that's an important timeout being called out now by Mac out over on the side of YFP to try to just slow things down for a bit, because the economy is going to be abysmal on the side of YFP for now. But it's to capitalize and try to string through the remaining rounds here on your map pick to hopefully bring this into a 3rd map. But that said, the 3rd map is going to be on Haven. We haven't actually even had a chance to talk about that yet, which probably the desk will at some point if we get to a 3rd map. But Winthrop University, since the changes, bringing in here Ali in the replacement of Jerk has also been looking pretty good in terms of how they're working a compositional change that's slightly different on Haven, but getting a lot of good value out of this. I think it was like a Euro Breach and Sova on their side. So something here that YFP is definitely not out of this fight yet. And with the University, the veto's been on their side.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, just having more selfish agents. Even talking about the moves chamber we could even see on Haven.
Yeah.
And Ali really had to deliver that value of kind of maybe missing out on more team-oriented util. And Ali has just been crazy on the Clove, and it's really convinced me that this is viable and that Winthrop could even sweep this series. When you got moves, getting first bloods like that, that's huge. And look where he is now, just in the middle of YFP. And Thief cut down as well. YFP still have to regroup. And the 3 versus 5 retake is just going to be so tough. Maybe this flank can get activated. But Physic did already get a pick, so they know where he is. And how do you unite with Stellar? He's got flashes. Physic, some salvos. Just has to go in blind, though. Just off of what they remember. At least with a Vandal, Physic can do his best. And wow, the 2-piece from Infiltrator's nasty.
Yeah, even with a spray of a Vandal from close range to long range, thankfully they were like kind of close to each other for him to not have to worry too much about the big transfer over, but still a very clean 2-piece no matter what. That said, though, the reposition that you have for Winthrop University, making sure that they're covering each other's angles when they're scaling up, is all very nice. The first pick, as you mentioned, right here from Moobs, he goes underpass. Okay, watch back towards the arcade and also the tree push while the rest of the team's moving in. And making sure if anything happens that, you know, you still have that space here from the underpass and you know nobody's flanking, that allows for you to fall back and play the pulse mine util if that's set. But showstopper trap play in the front. 1 for 1.
Okay, 1 for 1's not too bad. Where the economy is, though, this is a must-win round for YFP, especially where the score is. Need to give yourself as much wiggle room as possible. Now, with both duelists down, it's a much quieter round. Maybe something YFP could benefit from, as they've been trying to match the aggression. It's an Armageddon right through the site. And that's out of flare. And even Ali getting picks. And Winthrop are just not getting too many W's. But hey, YFP are pretty injured right now, but they are grouped up. And Ali is on an off angle. I don't think it's going to want to go through ropes, but doesn't want to turn their back towards it either. Ali continues to just prowl around and get any kill they want. And finally, Jakey susses them out, but Ali has an ult to spare, a second life, and Winthrop get up to 11.
Holy, that second flick, though, onto the heaven was kind of clean by Ali.
Yeah.
Again, we were questioning that last week. Ali comes in from the coaching slot from Winthrop University, but you, Ash, and myself on the desk were wondering why Ali was in a coaching position in the first place, because he's always been such a good controller player in the Challenger scene, in the Tier 2 scene, in the Tier 3 scene. Just grinding it with Northwood University for the longest time, and also proving that was a very strong Omen, but could also play much different controller roles right now as well and still be effective with it. And that was so nice here. Winthrop University about to close this series into YFP. No answers on the defensive side.
Yeah, Winthrop already won map 1. 2 rounds away from sending big Challengers favorites out of playoffs.
What a crazy line.
That is so insane. And for Winthrop to do it, this is a team that has been on the rise. And what a win streak they've had to go on to even be in this position. Infiltrator leads the way, sets Stellar ablaze, and now has the dodgy orbital strike. Is going to decide to cross through the smoke. The Armageddon, YFP, they throw everything back at him. And Winthrop are now losing numbers. They struck first, but their shields are down. And YFP, they're in control, and they have not given up.
Beautiful steel garden towards the end there for Thief. The pressure was about to come through here where they were potentially about to lose control here of spawn, at least on the defensive side. But even if they did, they had those 2 players on drop. The movement was very quick for YFP to just counteract after the first initial push from Winthrop University for this attempt of a split towards the A site. Starting right here with that first pick from the showstopper from Infiltrator. But he already made it through, and that orbital strike thrown on the defensive side by Jake also split out that rush where Winthrop can flood as freely as they wanted to, and YFP is able to survive another round.
Yeah, but that was what, the first round YFP have gotten on defense, so I'm a little Okay, sorry, everybody. Didn't mean to.
If anything,
Bum
YFP
out the
won around
vibes.
11-7. Let's move on to round number 19.
Yeah. They got around. Why not two? Am I right? But hey,
Exactly.
It's a rolling thunder, and the defense has to escape. They hold the middle of the map. Winthrop can go for the plant once these Vise walls and all this util is out of the way. So some good delay being created. Is this a window that YFP want to execute on? Not quite yet. But around the corner could be moves, cutting them off with Infiltrator ready to trade. And Aussie too with flashes in place. Do YFP have anything? They have fault lines. They have flashes. They got salvos. They got YFP jumping out. But it's the Winthrop firing squad that hose YFP down from any chance of a comeback in this round.
Oh, that is so heartbreaking too. With how good you've been on that previous round on the holds that you had to take. Yes, you burnt out a couple of ults, but you still had a clean defensive hold in the very end. And one Rolling Thunder thrown towards the spawn. I don't know what read came out from Winthrop University thinking that there's nobody playing on that B site, but just to go for the Rolling Thunder in that spot and push towards that spawn really did not allow YFP to get ready here for the rotate because there was so much space gained by Winthrop University. And that's such a cool play because if they somehow are able to fight and gain control of the generator with util from YFP, they wouldn't have that much left moving back into the B site. So Winthrop, man, the playbook that are coming out with in this map, something new that is unorthodox for you to fight towards the spawn with in the first place, and to make it work.
A 6-6 half that now the scales have tilted in favor of Winthrop with YFP. Kind of a mixed buy, but at least two rifles to work with.
Yeah, but backs against the wall series point for Winthrop University. This is pressure amassed for sure for YFP's side. Thankfully, they still have Rolling Thunder as well to work with, but Winthrop University are actually creating this paranoia out of YFP because it's basically a minute down the clock. They've made zero noise. So you're forcing now YFP to make a move, to make a play, knowing that they have a lower buy, and they're just trying to catch them off these bad rotations. And so far, so good, because look at their rotate back to control towards Arcade, and all of Winthrop are trying to fight back on the pinch towards this A site.
And YFP don't have a good info tool. There's no drone from Physic. And if anything, YFP just shot down Winthrop's util there. So YFP just have to hold steady. But look at where Ali is inserted, coming through the backside of A and coordinates the pinch through A. But it is exchanged, which could always benefit YFP.
Underpass.
Oh, and that spike is alone. And Nasi really depended on Infiltrator moves, I think it was, and they're down too, so Ali has to go and recover, but there's 5 seconds left, and maybe Winthrop overcooked a bit.
Yep. First real fumble coming out here from at least either teams. If anything, in this series that has been pretty much one-sided for Winthrop University, the first clear fumble that we've seen in this series is coming out from the side of the winning team. When you think that you've gotten a lot of space here from moves, pushing up towards that B site and getting into Jenny, they did not account for that push from Penny that went from Arcade into the underpass. Beautiful read towards the end, and that was communication coming out from Jake and Penny on top of that, because Jake knew he was going to get pushed at some point by moves, so you needed that late reflank from Penny after all to move back towards that spawn. And thankfully, the spike was just delivered and gifted to them. But with the University, they're looking to still close this series as they still have a strong buy.
Okay, both drones about to do some battle bots. Infiltrator gets pushed back there by fault line or something, and Winthrop can take their time. They only need one. And look at where Ali is inserted over to B, and Moves is trying to pinch through tower, and Winthrop trying to give themselves options. And now it's still very viable to go to B, and that spike is being pulled that direction. The Vise util can only delay so much, and the Thief no longer with us. And Stellar as the Rolling Thunder. This could be the piece of la resistance.
Yeah.
There it is, though. It doesn't prevent the plant, but they couldn't really capitalize on killing Infiltrator, who got hit by that. And the Showstopper put fear in the eyes of YFP.
HP so low.
They're just one round away from being over. It's the double kill from Infiltrator. And Stellar has to be brilliant in the 1v3, and that is the end of YFP. No playoffs for them. And Winthrop will represent Collegiate further on.
And if anything, that's a beautiful story for the side of Winthrop University against all odds going into this series as well. Again, it seems as though Sierra might sound like she's right going into these predictions, but she was hard coping going into that one. It was just one of those win-win situations where like, well, if they lose, it's still going to be collegiate. They have a chance in relegation, but if she wins, then she's going to look smart as hell. But I'm just kidding. She's very, very smart. That said, though, Winthrop University showed an amazing series against YFP, coming out with the new compositions that they haven't pulled out through this split on the Swiss stage and making great value out of it. And again, it's just off the comfort picks and how good they were of just identifying how to play well into the agents that they're picking, right? It's almost like a ranker style pretty much at this point, and it really came into fruition.
I really got to salute the absolute effort that Winthrop put on to get into playoffs. They started the first couple of weeks 1-3.
Crazy.
They went on a win streak against Hakikimori and Burger Boys, which went all the way to map 3 after they lost the first map. And Winthrop just clapped YFP. Of all teams to get into playoffs, the absolute final boss, so well deserved. A big congratulations by Winthrop, and we hope YFP can get their stuff together for a better run next time. But I'm gonna be curious about this interview and what's gonna be said, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you after this.
We all really get along like outside of the game as well. Like I think there's no like a lot of teams have like problems with chemistry long term and stuff, and some people don't mesh personality wise, and that can affect your inside a game. But we don't have that issue at all. Like, I think we all really like each other, and if we were to like qualify for Ascension, like there's probably no one else that we'd rather do it with. I always thought Penny was like a really, really talented player for a long time. I'm super thankful that he ended up wanting to team with me and the rest of the people on YFP at the beginning. But I think he's just like he's like a really, really solid teammate. Like there's a lot of duelists who maybe just can focus on themselves and stuff like that. But he has a very team-oriented like mind for how he wants to play the game as a duelist. So that's something I really appreciate about him. He's just incredibly well-rounded, and yeah, I think that's like a big factor on like why things have worked with him for a long time. We really put a focus on having good fundamentals. I think before we maybe played a little bit individualistic, but we had a team talk and just realized the best way for us to take down these other challengers teams is to just do the basics the best.
A big thing coming into Challengers was always to expect the unexpected. And today, well, definitely the unexpected happened. Winthrop University not just take down YFP, but in 2-0 fashion. They have now made their way into playoffs. Not going to lie, I know I predicted them here, Ash, but I thought maybe this would be a little bit scrappy. I thought this was going to 3 maps. I thought it was close, but Winthrop University, man, this was a completely different look.
It was a completely different look. I respect what you were thinking there, but I think that for Winthrop to actually come out with this win, it had to be a dominant one up against YFP. I feel like if we had seen a different series, it probably would have gone like the way of YFP. But you got to give a lot of credit to how good Winthrop looked in the server today. It felt like they were able to pick apart every single piece of YFP, who weren't able to play together like we expected. It felt like something was kind of in the water for this team, and Winthrop took full advantage of that.
Yeah, this isn't the YFP that we got to see come out here yesterday, Dan. It was a YFP that was an extremely close series and just missing out. And I didn't see that in the server here today.
Or the YFP that we've seen for the past few days. I mean, the only matches that they've lost were against those bigger, stronger teams, but we always place them in that kind of mid-table. But unfortunately for YFP, we have to say goodbye to them because they don't make it to playoffs. It's Winthrop who makes it instead. And to be fair, it was just an amazing day for Winthrop, where it was very clear what the game plan was, especially on this map of Fracture. It got a little closer. It was a little bit more back and forth. They struggled to close it out towards the end, but they had some set ideas. That one for putting moves on the north part of the map, playing around this chamber, and going with this change of composition where we do see the value that is bringing every single time. I feel like that is something that Challengers teams struggle with. Yeah, we might see a change, but what does it add to the team? Why are we making this change? Is it because everybody else is making it, or is it because it's going to benefit us specifically for the game plan that the team has? And for Winthrop, it was very clear what they wanted to do with this chamber, and especially what we were looking at right now, how they wanted to play these forward positions for the post plan. It was a really good game plan by them. Everybody ended up positive in the team. Everybody had their moments, and it has to feel good. We came into this matchup thinking it was going to go the other way, thinking it was going to be a clear YFP win, but Winthrop had a different story to tell, and I love to see the evolution of this university.
No, 100%. I think that also just like the adjustment of, we knew that Ali going back onto the controller would be seamless for him. Had a couple more questions about how Flair would fare swapping roles like that, and things have looked really good. You look towards even the post plant situations here for Winthrop. I feel like the combinations that they had with that Tejo breach always just really hit home for the side of Winthrop University. Is really difficult for YFP to even break in a lot of those retakes, because Winthrop were so good at controlling a lot of those choke points and denying that space to re-enter from YFP.
And the thing for Winthrop University was Infiltrator was someone who we highlighted early on, but I want to take the opportunity to look at the other members on the team too, because you highlighted this chamber with moves, did so well. Nasi, this calling, like YFP was just out of options. And then the composite, like the role swap from Ali and Flair, this Ash was just really, really nice to see, because it wasn't just on the back of one player. Like this was such a coordinated effort.
Yeah, it really was. We saw them working on that, right? But highlighting Infiltrator once again, this is the player that at top of day, I was talking about how his performance was going to be a major win condition and a huge test for him in of itself to be going up against Penny, who is until this point, you know, the second best duelist within VCL NA, and he showed up in spades. What it was like 20-8 on our first map. Not as flashy of statistics going into Fracture, but his space taking, I think that was coordinated, especially on that defensive side where they were constantly pressuring that A main control and denying it early on to YFP, was beautifully done.
And it wasn't just an Infiltrator either that was, okay, well, you have to go toe-to-toe with Penny here, which was kind of something we highlighted that he needed to beginning, but it was an Infiltrator that instead was like bounds ahead and really just being able to open up the win for the team. So if this is how Winthrop University is going to be going off into the playoffs, I think this is super exciting and I am thrilled for them. So it's time to hear from them and head over to our post-match interview with none other than IGL Nasi on the line. First off, huge congratulations. That's the whole team.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, we got the whole squad with us.
Amazing. Last time we saw you guys, it was fighting for your lives. And today, you're in the playoffs after an incredible win. How does it feel?
It feels good. You know, a lot of people had us not in the race for playoffs. Just coming from, you know, kind of last season, you know, bad showing. But, you know, kind of really just showing out what we are capable of.
I want to talk about that capability and how you showed up in the series, because this wasn't even a close series. That's the 13-1 on the first map.
Yeah.
A really strong closeout on Fracture. Like, what went into this series to get such a strong win against a team that we've actually praised quite a lot here on the desk?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we just try to stay consistent through every round. Just, I mean, that Lotus felt like super free. I thought they were just playing poorly, and then Fracture was a little more difficult, so we just had to, close it out on our attack. We picked CT side, just try to get as many rounds as possible because Fracture is super attack sided, and then just kind of close it out there. So we just stayed poised, kept our consistency every round, and the team showed out today.
They really did. And this is a Winthrop University, too, that we've gotten to see a couple of different looks from. First off, Ali stepping into the team, and we did get to see the switch up from Ali and Flair today. We see composition changes. Do you feel like behind the scenes, things are clicking a lot more to where we just should see more and more evolution from this team?
Yeah, I mean, we're not like like we have like school and stuff, so we're super busy and we don't get much time to practice, but we're always like, as a unit, whether it's like on the server, outside of the server. So like we just have that team chemistry overall. And regarding the change, Ollie was a controller player before, and Flair was like, I'm down to play anything. And as you can see, he's kind of a demon on the Teo, so it worked out for everyone.
It really did. And now with this team and this victory today, I want to know how you're feeling now heading into playoffs because the road only gets more difficult from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, just going into playoffs, we just have to, play like how we did today, play as a unit, play together, and we have a lot to learn from this match as well, like good positives and negatives. But yeah, kind of just keep this momentum going into playoffs.
Congratulations to you and the entire squad. Great stuff coming out from Winthrop
Thank you so much.
University here. Best of luck in the playoffs. We'll be rooting for you, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Love to see the whole team come together, not just for that, but for the win there today. And there's going to be so much to talk about there, but we'll save that for the playoffs, see if they can continue the run it there. But as for us, we still have one more series on the day. It's going to be Trust and Plug going up against M80 for their playoff spot after this break. One team getting their playoff spot, one on the side stream trying to get theirs, and one more game ahead for us here to find out who's going to be making it to playoffs. It's M80 going up against Trust and Plug. This one should be super exciting. We've gotten to see kind of rebuilds coming out from the teams, and this is going to be now, Dan, the ultimate showdown.
I am actually very excited for this one because these are two teams that we've heard of since, I mean, for M80, we've heard of this team for years. For Trust and Plug, we've heard of as of recently, maybe in the offseason, that's when we started hearing that name more and more. But these players that you recognize as well, I think it should be maybe one of the best matches that we've had for qualification to make it to playoffs. And M80 that I think came with a lot of expectations. They couldn't bring Sato right at the beginning of the season. Now he's here and now he's ready to play. But on the other side is a Trust and Plug that are really hungry for those victories. They've made some recent changes and I think they look great. They've been changing compositions, changing AGS, changing rosters. So it's different adaptations in different ways that make for such a good matchup today.
And talking about this M80 squad here and highlighting that change, it's Sato coming in. This is going to be Sato's second game with the team going up against Shopify Rebellion Black. Didn't necessarily have the performance that maybe he wanted. He was tweeting about it, a little bit to adjust, settle in. But I don't think it was a bad performance here, Ash. Just maybe not to the standard he wants. So I'm excited to see then what he's able to do going into today.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a little bit of like a warm-up matchup for him, right? I think it's good that Sato had the opportunity to play a match with this team in an official and not have it be as high stakes going into the highest stake match of the split that they could really have to guarantee that they can even make a potential playoffs run. So for him, I feel like he did perform his role really well. He was out there making space for the team when we saw them playing up against Shopify Rebellion and Black, but unfortunately wasn't finding the same kind of success that I think he's used to seeing with those first engagements, and falling a little bit flat in that regard. But this is a player where I'm fully confident that he'll be able to bounce back into a match like today and be able to bring that firepower alongside with the space making that we know he's already capable of doing.
Someone that we did get to see perform on their role in that last series, even if it did end up being a loss here. You talking about him, Dan. I mean, we get to see a couple of different looks coming out, but someone who is still able to do well, and I'm looking forward to what he can do today.
Yeah, that is a question for this team, and it's just again a team that came with really high expectations because you look at roster, you look at players like you, and then you don't know how they're gonna end up performing. And I think he is and has been one of the greatest because of how flexible he is. I mean, just in that last match, he was playing a little bit of that breach that we're looking at right now, but also being able to play the Vice, which is a crucial. And just an absolute need for teams right now to be playing this Vice. And even though the meta might be slightly changing a little bit, as we've seen in the past couple of weeks, I like how flexible he is. I like the firepower that he brings to the team, but it's still an M80 that it seems like there's a lot more to be done, and I'm wondering if they had enough time for today.
I love that you talk about the firepower that he brings too, right? Because he might not always be at the top of this team when you're looking at those statistics, but his impact moments are where Caillou really shines. That is why I think that matchup against Shopify Rebellion and Black ended up being even close on a couple on those two maps, even though they weren't able to take it to a third. It was big part of it was because Caillou was able to pull out like at least I think 3 clutches up against that team, and really being able to show up and even make a difference when the team was down in numbers too, to try and equalize or find some sort of advantage. And doing all of that while also leading the team is a great feat.
100%. And wrapping discussion back around to Sato. I was getting ahead of myself here, guys, because I'm just so excited about this change. I say change like this wasn't intended to be how the team was from the get-go. But Dan, I'm ready for the run back today, because if that is a Sato that's disappointed in his performance, like what level are we getting for today's match?
Sato is so good. One of my favorite players when we were watching Ascension. He was playing for Galores before, and like you said, this change was intended since the beginning of Challengers. He was meant to be in the team from day one, but they had some issues bringing him back. If you guys don't know, he's Brazilian. So it is, I think, one of the only I guess imports that we have from Brazil right now in Challengers North America, and he brings so much. He's such an insane duelist. If you were watching this, you know about this guy, but we're still just getting to know him and what he's capable of doing here in this specific region. And like you said, yeah, he was a little disappointed. He didn't do bad at all. It was just, I think the expectations for himself and the expectations that people have of him being the only Brazilian player in the league are pretty high. And I think today he should be more comfortable. They had more time to prepare. He's now been here for quite some time in the US, so I think it should be a better performance for him today and from him today, and maybe the difference maker that M80 needs to close it out and make it to playoffs.
Especially too, like when we look back at the last series, it's not just his debut, but going up against a Shopify Rebellion Black that had a really strong look after their own current changes, right? So they were up against some really, really stacked opposition, and then still being able to put forward a respectable debut, even if it's not something that he was happy with. And having to make that whole transition in, having to actually be that import and adapt to everything else, it takes a little time. So I'm hoping that we can see that all start to click together for today. And looking at the other end, who they're going up against, we got to talk about this Trust in Plug roster. Because, I mean, Shopify Rebellion Black, their last opponents were pretty strong, but Trust in Plug, this is the team that got that upset over YFP yesterday. I mean, this is the team that closed it out here, Ash. So they definitely have been able to step up and show that they're formidable opponents as well. And they have the opportunity to take this all the way.
Yeah, I think the crazy part is that you were talking about how, you know, M80, they fell up against SRB, who acquired Monsi, who is originally on Trust and Plug, and then now losing out on your IGL in that regard is a massive change to be undergoing this late into this stage for Trust and Plug, and the fact that they're able to end up like they were able to take that series, up against YFP yesterday, I think says a lot about the depth of this roster, how they're able to continuously adapt on the fly in that regard. And I feel like it's going to be a really big test for them going up against M80 now as well.
And starting to talk about Teague first, because you're talking about the rebuild that the team had to do with their IGL leaving, right? And this was Teague that stepped up to the plate in IGL. The debut was up against Qbert Academy, where they did take a game off of them. And then yesterday, being able to see this turnaround, especially with that overtime in the final map. And then on top of that, Dan, still able to put up numbers like the IGL debuff not really taking too much effect. Like, that's great stuff.
No, they did pretty good. I mean, it was an insane upset what they got yesterday against YFP. And we saw a couple different compositions that they, instead of playing the double duels that we talked to Monts about, they started opting for different ideas, for more standard ideas more than anything. And Teague was a big part of it because he was playing the Stejo, but he was also, like you were saying, IGLing, taking the new IGLing role and also being able to frag out this way. That is not, I mean, we know that's not something that anybody can do. So it's looking pretty good for Trust and Plug. Maybe the best we've seen from them yet.
Natural born IGL, you know, all it had to take was a moment of need for a hero to step up for the team. Making changes, not even like making changes, being forced into a change with Monty leaving so late, definitely a tough blow, but the team has still been looking great, which is fantastic to see. And someone who's really, really stepped up. You want to talk about step-ups in moments of need, you need to talk about Sacred's performance yesterday, because this was just absolutely crazy. I mean, Ash, like, Sacred's been someone that's actually put up really good numbers across the board. This wasn't the first game, but yesterday was just fantastic and someone that we need to talk about more.
No, for sure. I think that I love that. I feel like within the past couple of weeks, we've been having this opportunity to highlight our controller players a little bit better and the impact that they're able to have for their squad. The fact that, you know, he has so much utility that he has to worry about and work with here, right? And is still able to so consistently pick and choose kind of the risks that he's taking to create that impact for the team has been great for the side of Trust and Plug, being a huge hero as far as even getting certain trades down and whatnot and working around his utility really well.
Got the clutches, the multi-kills, the ace. Yesterday, he was going insane. Sacred is such a good player on the controller role. And something that we talked about yesterday is that we didn't really get to highlight him as much throughout the season, but it was because yesterday was just one of the best games of his career that we've seen here in Challengers. And I hope that he's able to keep it up because it looked amazing. As you guys were saying, it was having such a great impact. I don't think Trust and Plug would have won the match yesterday without Sacred. It was the clutches to close out the half, the pistols as well that he was winning, the ace that I just mentioned. He was really doing everything, and I want to see more of that from the Omen.
Yeah, you get a Sacred that's performing like that today, and you get a Trust and Plug that is just scaling up with Teague getting more and more comfortable in this IGL role. And I definitely think that there is the potential here for this to be really close, or the second even upset of the day. So that is definitely some super exciting stuff. I'm excited for this series. I think this is going to be the closest one that we have, is the only one of these teams now can make it to playoffs, which sucks because I think that they're both so worthy. But talking about today's series and how this is going out, how this is going to be going down with the map picks and bans, M80, Ash, they're going to be kicking it off on none other than everyone's favorite map here, Abyss.
Yup.
Okay. Yeah, everyone's favorite Abyss. M80 have looked really good on this map. They've had really solid results here up against NBG and YFP. I think you consider the composition that they've been running as well, which is a little bit different from what we see from other teams. They opt for like that double controller with the Astra Omen and omit having a Sentinel on this map, instead looking to play kind of like hyper aggressive in some ways with that Jet Yoru composition. So I'm really excited to see if they're going to continue forward with this philosophy, considering the fact that we do have Sadano coming in as well. But obviously it's still going to be possible, right? But I'm going to be curious to see like if any adjustments will end up happening compositionally here on our first map.
I'm excited too, then just looking at this Abyss, like for M80, it would be curious about changes, but we haven't seen this coming out from Trust and Plug here in Challengers, Dan. So I'm kind of curious, especially with this rebuild, what's going to be coming out there, how confident they are on this map pick.
Yeah, there's gotta be a reason. I think a lot of, I mean, we haven't seen the Abyss as much here in Challengers. I think it got really tricky, right? We saw at the beginning of this map playing that center composition with the Jet, then swapping into the double duelist. And I feel like for Trust and Plug, I mean, yesterday that was the whole narrative. We talked about the double duelists that they were playing in so many different maps. There's a chance that we can see it too, and it can be effective. But I think I want to believe a little bit more in M80. I think this is a team, and this is more than anything, a staff behind M80 has always been good, has always been a big part of the reason why they just made it to Ascension last year, why they've been constantly making it to the last instances of the tournaments. And I think not making it to playoffs is just something that it's just simply not in their heads. I want to see what they have prepared. I think I'm expecting a lot of great things from M80 today.
I mean, I feel like pulling up our predictions based off that speech. I think I know exactly.
Imagine.
What way you're kind of leaning in this, of all people. But it looks like you are going to be wrong because I'm against the world again. And we all know how that went down. Trust and Plug are going to take this. Easy 2-0. Don't ask any questions.
Okay. I won't ask any questions then.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the acceptance here, Dan.
Hey,
but
I get it. Trust and Plug did pretty good yesterday, and I would be inclined to vote for them again. I think this one is, like you said, the closest match that we're going to have today for sure, but I think one of the most interesting matches that we have when there's so much at stake, right? You want to make playoffs, you don't want to get eliminated, and then you have such amazing rosters in M80 and Trust and Plug that the pressure is on for both of them, and it could go the way of Trust and Plug. I don't think it would be an upset, really.
Yeah, I feel like it still would be a little bit of an upset. At least like there's a world where I feel like in this world, actually, people don't really consider the idea of M80, regardless of like this roster. I think just because of their previous results in VCL, the idea of them not making playoffs is kind of just like Sierra said, out of everyone's heads in a way.
Yeah.
But then for Trust and Plug, I feel like they've looked really good up against YFP yesterday. Yes, I think YFP did end up throwing a couple of rounds towards the end and whatnot to allow Trust and Plug to get that win. But I feel like that momentum that you can get from an upset like that, and if they're able to even upset, even though I voted for M80, if it goes Sierra's way and they're able to upset M80 today, I feel like it's going to be one of those Cinderella stories for Trust and Plug where they'll continue to take down a lot of these giants.
Yep, I mean, that's how they got known. That's how we know Trust and Plug. First time we heard about them, they won against 100 Thieves. So if they win against M80, it would be just, next steps.
I mean, I think this is going to be a close series across, like, regardless of any way that this is going to go down. I think this is going to be really, really close. But I think with how they've just been scaling up, I'm expecting some good things. If M80, if Sato is fully just like warmed up, integrated, and is going to just drop like 30 or something, then I think Trust and Plug are going to have a tough time. But this is going to be so close. So everyone's got to grab some popcorn, some snacks, a drink or two, get some water. We're going to be taking a quick break. On the other end, elimination playoff match between M80 and Trust and Plug. Stay tuned. M80, Trust and Plug, and it's all going to be started on Abyss for the first map of the series as both of these teams vie for the final playoff spot. Both with 3 wins. Both have had their up and downs throughout the split, but I'm excited to get into this, especially too with changes, Ash. I'm curious, are we seeing this different look from M80, from Trust and Plug? We've never seen a look from them in Challengers on this map yet. Like, what is to come on the other side?
I don't know. I'm really curious. I feel like Trust and Plug will kind of surprise us. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see a double duelist coming out from them
Play
based
Reyna.
off of yesterday's. That's just because you're a Reyna main, Dan. Come on.
Imagine.
I'm so sorry, Dan. I'm so sorry.
Not happening.
Hey, still double duelist. I mean, we already saw it for M80. You two talked about it, how we've seen this composition before, and it's a map that M80 has played in the past. It was with Sato on the Jet, Okeanos on the Yoru, but we now also find out that Trust and Plug is going to be running that composition too. The only big difference here, which is a pretty big one for sure, is going to be Vice compared to teams like M80 that are opting for this no Sentinel composition on the map.
I like that we're seeing Trust and Plug stick with the double duelist, considering that was maybe kind of a downfall yesterday when they strayed away from that, considering this is a team with such firepower going up against the firepower squad in themselves, M80. So it's time to get this showdown started. Head over to Abyss and back over to your cashers. It's Jen and Vans.
Thanks, Sierra. Yep, we got the top dogs versus the underdogs, and Bao barking up the tree of his former team from stage 3. Trust and Plug have got to believe that M80 is beatable, but the M80 franchise also have a legacy to live up to.
That's why going at this game or into this game, I actually don't even know who's the top dog or underdog in this series because yeah, despite Trust and Plug losing Monsi over to SRB, they still look quite good. And the addition of Chaotic and then also going through the interviews of Teague yesterday when he got the upset against YFP, saying that, hey, we're actually very comfortable now playing double duelist because of Chaotic's role and maybe not having to go on so many double initiator roles. It still works out because you've already seen champions of Masters Bangkok playing double duelists in all of their comps, being T1. So going into this meta with a Teho, Breach, Yoru, etc., you're allowing so many different... Okay, I'm gonna shut up. Here's action.
Yeah, shut up. People are dying, okay?
Just dying to watch this game.
Yeah, and on M80's map pick, they're dying just to finish this one off. And, well, they do have B-Dog Glow, and they lost Okeanos, and that's a big boon for your team. So now that they got the spike, kind of M80 are back to a default.
Deploying drone.
I don't know what happened because we went straight from overview into a battle into A main. So at least now we're into the mid rounding to see what's going to happen here with M80 on the attack. And the drone actually doesn't clear Jerwin, which might be able to get the opener here. He will. That's spiked out.
Okay. They don't call him Jerwin for no reason. That was clean. Now Sato has a lot to live up to also try to get this spike, while Bao is just going to keep lurking at mid. You don't lose too much map control, but 41 seconds left. Would M80 really want to shift their plans? They're really just trying to cut noise and make it seem like they did, but looks like they're still going to hit A.
Yeah, it's tough. There's a huge high-low from Plug.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Jerwin's looking so clean already, and the series warmed up and ready to go. Sato's gonna keep this close, dashes away from Sacred, and now you got Mikey sprinting over to assist. 2-on-1. Sato is gonna get the plant, is stunned up, expecting action from Window. The jump down happens, but Plug will still take the pistol.
And that's the thing, going into these type of battles that you're going to have here from M80 and Plug, both teams very comfortable playing double duelists as well, and the approaches are slightly different. From one end, you have a double controller here from M80. On the other end, you have a Vise out with Mikey playing into that spot for Trust and Plug, but both of them will add great value into the amount of stalls you could have here from both sides. So that's what I was trying to get to before we got into this pistol round. The different looks that we have in compositions in this meta is actually quite nice because there's not really a cookie cutter way to play the game. You can play double initiate, you can play double smokes, you can play double duelist and still get great value out of it. So expect a lot of good mid-rounding calls out of this matchup right now on a map like Abyss when you are playing a little bit of double duelist, when you know it gets chaotic just as we saw in the pistol round, and then we just have to see what happens after it. M80 going into a round where they want to leverage an outlaw, force buy, hero buy, actually, as Sato went into full shields and gets an outlaw buy from Caillou. This is very risky.
It's a confident guy after what, like the 3K or whatever he got in the first round. Like, I trust in Jerwin. I am subscribed to the Church of Jerwin, but that is just the first round. And after what we saw in that series against YFP, honestly, anything is possible. I don't think there are any more favorites in Challengers. Everyone is 3-3. It's the last win, last slots to define if you're going into playoffs. M80 are going to trigger some of that Vise util from Mikey, who is obscured by some smoke.
This is where it's important because we want to focus more on the buy from Sato with the outlaw as well on the attack side, not just on Jurin with the outlaw on defense, right?
Yeah.
So wasting out this wall and the Razor Vines, you're going to start forcing players to peek out right early.
See how the Jets match up and emerging through the smoke. You were right. We should have trusted in Sato all along. But Jerwin still hanging around and now has a squad to back him up. Let's plug. Ready to trade in that 3 versus 3. Sato with the third. On the other side of the box with the spike planted. Bows on the off angle. He's trying to be isolated there by Chaotic, who's also trying to address all the threats that could be surrounding him. As M80 don't want to just cower either, but as soon as they emerge, Plug just win the game of hide and seek.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscomm. Well, I guess it's not that much of a miscomm. There was a lot of jump peeking coming out here from Val's side because he was going to be the main contact to see if he was going to push down by Chaotic or if Chaotic's going to try to wrap around. If he wraps around, then Caillou could help and he could set up the crossfire. So the other two hidden behind the back plant was focusing on that pivot coming out here from the Astra on a rotate. But not that without all of these shots coming out from Sato. So it's only his second game that Des was mentioning before, and he's already popping off in his second game. You can already see a better level of comfort out of M80, a better level out of communication, and on top of that, you have Okeanos being able to play a duelist role still. So this is great firepower, a great plan being built up so far by M80.
Yeah, and this is a Trust and Plug team who haven't even played this map in Challengers. They did well on it in Fun Havers, but that's a different playground. This is M80's pick. Very quiet, slow start. And that's what I like about M80. Trust and Plug are in a closer corner, ready for the recon or even a shock bolt. And that drone is going to be shot down there from M80. So they got to expect something close, and they're not even going to check the corner. Who expects Trust and Plug to be there? As you have Sato dashing back towards this team. Still threats on all sides from Trust and Plug. But even through that exchange, it's actually M80 that had better numbers, but maybe it's because Bao is nowhere near this war.
Yeah, Bao is actually still trying to lurk up here towards this B site, but it will get engaged with the wall coming up. He's committed towards it, but I love this reposition from Mikey. They think now that the site could be open towards the B site, and for M80, if they rotate over, they can get caught off. So if anything, great mid-rounding call coming out here on the side of M80 so they could slow the tempo and re-hit towards the A site and not get caught here off the rotates.
Look at this flank from Jerwin too. The Outlaw, it's not going to be so fun, but it's all about the timing. Teleport from M80 to get the plant in smoke as safe as they can be, while Kai watches the flank and a great read to catch Jerwin. Got the paranoia through the backside if M80 were worried about an immediate counter, but M80 hold their own.
Yeah, all perfect being thrown so far from both teams in that previous round. Just how we kicked things off here on the trap play. You saw the gate crash coming out from the Yoru first, so they could try to go for a bait and switch with Sacred, trying to get some picks. And as it gets first blood, there was a little bit of mistime in terms of like the Yoru flash off the recalled smoke, which kind of caught Chaotic off guard, but they still were able to get a little bit of a fighting going through. But Caillou on the mid-rounding call was great in that for M80 to just continue to work back towards the A site, identifying that they weren't getting pressure from the A main entrance and just covered all their bases. Very nicely done, but Plug still comes into a very strong buy, and Bao first contact on the top of the window, but Orb now picked up here by Okeanos over towards B.
Yeah, just these kind of aggressive pushes from Plug are making M80 conditioned to just worry a little bit more on every approach in every corner. Now being down Sato is going to be your main entry for a site like B, but that's the beauty of two duelists and a dimensional drift from Okeanos, who's going to ping this Asher through all the smokes. They're really leaning on Okeanos to map out what is going on. Plug will wait at the backside. Okeano's trying to put pressure on the back line. Caillou will get 2, and M80 just have to go on the hunt. And there's 3 left of this defense, and the spike is down. This is not as calculated as you would have hoped from M80. And then these isolated duels, Plug will stay calm and take the round.
And that was such a nice try, too. The timing off the recon dart to swing up behind there just to try to catch an enemy off guard. But that is some quick flicks coming out here from Trust and Plug. And you can't really overextend when you're playing against a controller like Sacred. He was highlighted on the desk. He was also popping off in that Trust and Plug series. Even most importantly, the third map against YFP. When we talked about how stellar it was from both controllers being Jake and Sacred in that series. Just because both teams didn't want to lose, and Sacred just looked like he wanted it more, and he still wants it. Currently 6-1-1 in this first half of the series. But this is M80 now just having to be a little bit cleaner in their duels for the fights, because the scaling that they have so far, despite losing a player early in a round, still quite good. Still able to manage to move into the site and set up for a good post plant. But it just had to be a little bit more coordinated to watch each other's backs.
Speaking of setups, you have Mikey with walls and thorns all up on A, expecting M80 to pivot after a few failures at B. Still took a good scrap though, but Plug are just trying to keep up with the M80 game plan, which is not very obvious as the barriers come down.
Yeah, and they haven't really identified yet where the Vice is currently being set up by Trust and Plug here, this being M80. So far, Bao still has to move up towards this ramp. If they try to move in towards the A side and just go for a last-minute explosion, this might catch them off guard, but I love that. The drone stays low, so they know now that the Vice wall is up there, that the setup is there, but there's a double flank coming out from Plug.
One with Dimensional Drift, like if Chaotic wants to be extra safe about it, but M80 were keen on the flank, and at least the clone gets shot, gives an edge for Chaotic, and he's got flashes, and he's got more kills in his back pocket, and does severe damage to the backs of M80. But Spike is still in hand, but Caillou is now flustered and has to separate himself from B-Dog to join the lurk from Bao at B.
And thankfully, the timing's good because Bao almost had that one where he could walk, or Sacred, sorry, he could walk out and get that pick onto Caillou. And as he tries to run away, there's going to be a late lurk, very late lurk by Sacred that might still come out into fruition here towards the end of the post plant for M80.
Just like another post plant, M80, they can hide behind this box, but it didn't work out for them when they had just so little space to work with. They were safe with how long, and just jumping out. Caillou wants to take advantage of their security and pushes out against that flank, which is now gone. Plug on the high ground, gonna work together, and off the recon from Teague, knowing there's got to be at least one near the spike, and sneaks up on Bao and gets back into the shadows. So Teague lives on despite taking some initial shots. There is the shock bolt on the post plant and the Hunter's Fury. Caillou and M80 just playing time, and now you're just playing chicken. And this is beautifully played from M80 to secure the round without even needing to lock eyes with the defense.
And that's something that you're playing double duelists on your side for M80, so you know that there's going to be a lot of aggression and attempts of lurks and flanks coming out on the defensive side, just because of the nature of the double duelist single initiator role in a map like Abyss with very long rotates on the defense. So you're trying to cut rotate in that sense. So the fact that they were able to throw it out of your clone and bait out the wall and still want to go back, knowing that there's going to be at least one player flanking on the back of middle, and then again on top of that, a super late flank towards the end that Caillou was also able to identify to win for that fight. Plug is going to have to be a little bit smarter here in trying to rotate across the map.
Dimensional Drift is still kept by Chaotic, but having Jerwin by his side last round, of course you're going to go in confidently, but M80 have been able to snuff out these flanks, so Trust and Plug will have to change things up, because no matter how creative they are and how surprising they can be, M80 are a very mechanical team that know how to react on the spot.
I'm just trying to see them make a little bit of noise on this side here, but you're still noticing that they're adding players on middle and towards A main. It could still be like a late push coming through, but now with Sato finally rotating back to meet up with the team, this is definitely going to be a finish towards this B site.
Not a great start, but German had a sheriff anyway. M80 just going to flood in off the back of their smokes to reach this corner. It's great picks from M80, and even a mid lurk from B-Dog. see if anyone's rotating over. It's just 2 left. It's
30
just
seconds
Mikey
left.
and Teague, but you got
Spike
Recon, you got
planted.
Shock Bolts, but this
Gotta
is an
save.
uphill battle. Yeah, you're right.
Too hard for them to retake at this point here for Plug. And like I said, if you're not going to be, you know, aggressive to try to gain space here for a double duelist composition, it's very hard for you to play rotates if you're not able to anchor within the sites. You already see how difficult it is for them with 0 middle control. By the time all 3 players died on the B site with only 1 falling down for M80 and you lost all control of mid, you're playing into the unknown, and you're going to lose these weapons with the money that you have left. So that's why you're seeing the proactiveness here of the defensive side, and maybe something that you would expect here out of M80 so far. But when I'm talking about being better into your rotates, is also okay to be aggressive, but also understanding that your opponents will be reading into you rotating across, and you could maybe set up better angles, better util to try to set up your duelists and try to get these entries, especially in the hands of Chaotic and Jerwin at the same time that you know they're going to be good in those moments. Chaotic, a great duelist player, also stepped up to the plate against YFP yesterday, especially on the attack side, just like Jerwin, just like Sacred rather, on Lotus.
You got a Cosmic Divide coming up, Dimensional Drift. There's just so much offensive firepower from M80 just in terms of the agent select, as you pointed out. But this post plant could be strong. They can establish themselves once again. M80 have found success at B. It's obviously 3-3, so it's not come without a fight.
Who's next?
And a recon well read by Mikey as Plug just staying hidden. M80 pinging all these spots thanks to that Yoru ult, and this is kind of scaring Plug into wanting to play off-site. And look how deep Okeanos is. He's going to reveal himself behind the team and force Plug's attention behind, while M80, I guess, don't even want to push from the front. They're going to use this as a fake to go to A. And the
Still
damage
gets
is insane.
2
How
kills.
is he still alive? Like,
I'm
I
telling
don't
you,
know.
it's Okeanos. He was still popping up with numbers on an initiator roll when he had to give up that roll when Sato finally joined the rock. So awesome. Yeah, whatever. He falls, but it's all good. He's gotten all that space here for M80 to plant on a 4v2.
Spike planted.
Mikey his visit is earlier than expected.
Oh, no.
Like, people are still slow walking around, but Sato will sacrifice his life for the info. Recon, Caillou, ready as the smokes come up, and B-Dog holds it down at the window. Mikey's not going to have any friends or any help. Any util to address this, all he could do is try to bring the fight towards him by tapping the spike, and it was a good effort against B-Dog, but this is quite a close map still.
Exactly, and that's what you're expecting out of Chaotic. The similar things that Okeanos just did here as he came out of his dimensional drift out towards the defender spawn. And for Trust and Plug, it was a lower buy that you had. You're just trying to maybe do some damage as much as you could. You have a strong buy going into this one and also pulling out the operator for the first time. But just before we get into this replay, if you look at the minimap, it didn't really look like they were trying to find some early lockdown and angle control here for the side of Trust and Plug. They're trying to play the high angle to look down here towards lower B ramp. And that's why both controllers, or should I say the Vise and the Astra, are fully anchored up towards A. This is a perfect 2-1-2 setup if you want to play a little bit more passive in terms of info, because now at the minute mark, you can start droning out and you can start flushing the players into that op right away. So you have to make sure that if you're able to funnel everybody towards this B side, Chaotic cannot miss his first op shot.
But are M80 going to want to press through mid with how much they're scouting around there? And then you got Bao checking out B, and Plug's defense on B2 is very forward. They usually kind of play that back corner on the high ground, so kind of expecting M80 smokes to cover that half. And Plug want to maybe play proactive. See how it goes. It is going to be A that's hit. And the flashes, the recons, force Plug's defenses back, but M80 do get cut off by the Vise util, so it's great delay by that Sentinel.
Exec's about to come in right after here.
Just waiting. The smoke on one side as M80 stomp their way through, all thanks to Sato, who holds the right side. Rest of M80 push the left, well coordinated and 2 HP to spare. With that plant too.
What can you do here for Trust and Plug when you lost control of both sites? One losing the op versus the lurk up from Bao, which was perfect here from Bao's side. And then on the A side, the util was beautiful for M80. Not only did you have a lineup for the clone to break the wall out from the A main side, and it also allows for you to scale out if somebody shoots it from the front, but then they comboed a recon dart and a flash that also wasted out all of the stall util on the defensive end of Trust and Plug because they were getting smothered by util. So by the time that goes down and all their util's gone, they have nothing left to defend, and they've already forfeited the back of the site. That is such a good scale up by M80 so far on both ends. It was unnecessary for Bao to move up on that side, but yet he still won his fight. So M80, beautiful attack round on that round number 8.
Yeah, there was a delay from Plug and Vice Util happened. M80, they were slowed but not stopped. I'm wondering if Plug can really fight fire with fire, and we've had this chaotic dimensional drift for so many rounds, but hey, at least Mikey has his ult too, and a timeout, give them even more time to figure out how to use these.
Yeah, for sure. And it's understandable, right? Because the dimensional drift was basically going to be used on a retake for Trust and Plug. Again, you just didn't want Chaotic to lose his op shot on the B side hold. But even then, when you've lost already everybody on the A side anchor, we talked about it before. Very long rotates that you're trying to do. M80 did a great job. I didn't get the chance to talk about it either. The early mid control that he took and a fake TP on the top middle really forced the defenders all the way back towards spawn. So now you're going to have to try to rescale through middle with 0 information and then try to still save util for the retake on the A site. That's why it's very important for you to, if you're playing reactionary on your spots, on your sites, you have to win your fights. And unfortunately, they lost both sides. So that I think the timeout is just going to be on that a little bit, just to, if you want to be more reactive, just try to make sure that you're playing around each other to make sure that you're able to at least get some trades across. But if not, go back for that mid control that you actually were able to do quite well at the beginning of this half, but just lose in the mid rounding. You got to be smarter than onto your mid round if you do get a good mid control into the next gun round.
I can see why you said it's hard to tell who the underdog is in this one with
100%.
M80 having such a tough schedule, you know, having Qbert and Shopify Rebellion Black at the end, tripping them up when they were up 3-1 before that. To Trust and Plug, that upset against YFP, now hoping to upset towards Spawn, and Bao holding their own, and B-Dog doing work too with the assist, and Sato carves his way forward, so M80 get pressed, but they retaliate.
That's almost, if not weapons gone here for Trust and Plug. Maybe Teague wants to save his rifle into the next, but he's pretty much a one and done spot.
Now just doing as much damage as you can. And a flawless round post timeout from Plug is gonna say a lot, but we saw a shift right from Plug, just barriers down, taking control of the round, just kind of putting fate in their own hands. But yeah. M80, like we've pointed out, it's really hard to make them uncomfortable. It's hard to stress them because they are so good at reacting and they are so intelligent. And their franchise is such a legacy. They've been dominating challengers for years. So it's to be expected that M80 win this series, but with how Trust and Plug can push top teams to the edge, it's a hard one to predict.
I feel at this point, though, it's them trying to be more proactive this time around. They have a great ult into the Your ult, and you also have a Sova playing close by with the Hunter's Fury. They could maybe try to take the upper hand first and try to set the tone in the very beginning, or try to use it for the retake. It might be the first call to alter through with this.
Oh, the flash comes out, a good dodge, but Sato couldn't fight back in time. Chaotic with the big plays. He's really impressed me on the Yori, even if he's holding his ult for retakes. His gun works just as well. And this dismantles M80's initial, or at least plan A, of going to A. But it's all been about Bao and the options he provides. Try not trigger the Vice util, but he's in a bit of a pickle now, and he's dead.
That was so close. He almost had it at some point, but even then, it all started quite well here from Trust and Plug. A flawless round at that on top of it. So I love the little change. I was expecting to go around the dimensional drift so that he could be the recon dart for the Hunter's Fury out on the defense, but just going for the simple pop flash instead because M80 hasn't been as quick or as noisy in their defaulting over on the A side at first. I think it kind of made sense to save that strat for a little bit later if you need it. But that said, they still have two strong ults on the defensive side. Sorry.
clean holds on B, and you still have the op offensively, but just now that you're expecting, I don't know, chaotic jumping out of A with flashes, you're worried if you're M80 just how aggressive you can be. You just got to be always on your toes.
Decoy. Backside op 2 on the side of M80 that continues on. I mean, you side from Sato with the Outlaw in that round number 2, and also already carry out an Operator a couple of rounds ago before. Just trying to make some noise here towards this A side.
Advise Util being tripped up, and Plug aren't changing their game plan. But now that that delay is gone, sky's the limit for M80. We decide to cut noise at B and just really rely on Sato's confidence of having his ult, having the op. Now that they have sights, there's no smokes hindering them.
The walk-in's
They start
huge.
to get vision. Yeah. Plug has recon. He just has to play his life, honestly. Just wait for reinforcements. A bit of an exchange in mid, and this is going to maybe slow down Plug's rotation coming from the B side, and plenty of time for M80 to plan, or you would think, before this Sova from the window emerges. Teague was not going to let that go by for free. It's going to be planted again. A shock bolt gets Sato down to 20 HP and now 0. Just M80 have these menaces to deal with and are just finally now addressing them. But man, this was just chaotic from the get-go.
I mean, that was not bad by M80 until they decided to plant where nobody's going to protect them. Like, the walk-in was perfect, right? And they did see Teague on the top. They threw a flash, they threw a smoke, but then they just left it. So they never accounted that, oh, wait, the Sova could actually just dart through the smoke and just spray your spike planter. Instead of trying to push out where they already had back of sight control, they could have planted towards the bridge, or they could have had somebody just continue to protect him while he's trying to plant. And just that in itself, you had to sacrifice 2 players before you're able to set up into a post plant. Right over here. Like, what are we doing on the side of M80 here to not help out the planter at that spot?
Yeah, I was surprised they went for the plant after. There were clear threats around, but M80, last round of the half. Dimensional drift to get info. Okeana's going to explore. They're not going to smoke off that window, and that's where Teague was, and that's the mess. So here's something better. Just put a wall in his face. Cosmic Divide used. Paranoia through as M80 think about maybe wanting to press that. Shock bolts are still going to be annoying, but Teague may just hesitate on wanting to drop down because of that ult. Spike is planted at least. Drones out. Plug start coordinating how they want to retake. They're all just going to come through the window, and the Vi's ult has to come out to give Plug the edge. Now Spike gets tapped. M80 won't hear what's on the other side. As a Cosmic Divide from the defense, Emerge, this retake is successful. The Spike Diffuse is being held, and M80 try to press forward, and the Spike Diffuser gets killed at the last second. B-Dog just has to hold it down, but Plug will not waste any more time. And it's close, but it's still a 6-6 half.
B-Dog tried to do everything that he could to dance around his own smoke and try to drop those players with the shorties. I was wondering what was happening too. Bao was so far back, all the way back towards attacker spawn, trying to play the gravel off the tap. But as soon as the Cosmic Divide comes in from the defensive side, you got nothing left. You got to book it to try to move back forward and try to prevent the spike from being diffused. And everybody's just scrambling at that point here for M80. And they unfortunately allowed here Trust and Plug to get 2 easy rounds in round number 11 and 12 to tie up the game 6-6 going into the second half. So it looked very good on how they were macroing on the map at the very beginning. But these small rounds here just shows that the pressure is very, very strong and difficult to deal with on both sides. This is still a series that allows for you to qualify into playoffs or say goodbye to the playoffs. And those small mistakes could definitely be capitalized so far, and it has been by Trust and Plug.
It's a well-drilled defense from Plug at that point. Against just no information, but now they just have 3 watching mid. And then your controllers on each side of the map just to try and delay. But with all the info, with Plug sending their clone and even just straight up chaotic down on top of the box, B-Dog had to dance around it. M80 are at the window. They're smoked off. Just hoping to play off the info of the recon, I believe, that Caillou threw down. And it's not too bad. Plug are just walking into the guns of M80 at that window. Now they're deciding to hide away and stabilize. Line up the shot. Wait for M80 to peek. Now the spike is planted. The advantage is back to Plug.
They have 3 players getting ready to flood back from security. In the back spot here, Jerwin's, it's going to be difficult for him to win this.
Oh, but Jerwin's playing in the smoke, but Bao challenged him in the middle of that. Great teamwork with Sato. And it all just came down to Sacred to close out pistol for Plug.
And somehow they're just all lined up, flooding back on that side, and I think we're just spamming to try to protect and get a trade on the initial player, and then the other person just swung into the crosshair of Sacred, if not mistaken. But that said, I gotta say, trying to get a plant towards the A side seems to be very difficult for both teams, just because the recon darts are getting so much value. But thankfully, even if you're into a plant that doesn't really favor you here for Trust and Plug, they're able to convert that back. Despite the lower numbers, despite the bad position that they had, Sacred is still there to save the day.
And a 6-3 start for M80 ends with a 6-6 half, and now Plug taking pistol. We'll see how much of a buffer they can create with the weaponry that they invested in. And it's a free open site, so who cares what weapons you have when there's no one to shoot at. So this will give themselves a time advantage going forward, as M80 don't even want to play this round.
Yep. Anything with a letter and numbers in your tag, just expect for them to jump out of the map. Starting with G2, T1 did it in Bangkok, now M80 and VCL. It's just normal. But that said, at least they're able to get an orb up here for M80, and before they actually drop down, right? They took control of the A side orb, dropped through, and now they have enough econ as well to go for a glass cannon op onto Sato in this round. Playing a very similar position as where Chaotic was trying to do a couple of rounds ago, not trying to get aggressive with it. And the other player, which is going to be on the side of Bao, has the full responsibility to watch towards that window to make sure that Sato doesn't get fully crushed on a swing. Actually, he's playing it very passively.
Yeah, just not the immediate peak until now, when the shot into Jerwin is all of Plug converged, and the second and the third from M80. The wall is there, it's metaphorical, and Plug just hit it head on. Just get knocked out cold.
It almost felt like they had control of that site when the bloom was actually missed. The flower was thrown there on the vise from Mikey, and you tried to get the spray out from Bao. He missed it, and thankfully Sato is still able to turn away from it and still activate his dash to get into a good position and not allow Jurin to get full elevation control on a dash in. And that really started everything. Kick started the impressive hold that you saw from the operator over here. But at least it's bought super early into the second half. It's going to be very identified by Teague as the IGL, and they'll find ways to work around it going into the next rounds.
Oh, some noise, but maybe we'll continue to keep Caillou at that window. This B-Dog just early peek, teleport out, and even the shock bolts to kind of ruffle up the feathers of Plug, who wanted that orb. You keep Sacred over at B, but peeking on forward is Sato with the op. This could be a huge deny from Sacred if they ever lock eyes.
Unfortunately, they won't here. It was still, right now, Bao trying to watch towards that window, but as you see the time starting to dwindle down and the Sova is playing all the way on the front of the A site, they have to start pulling back to make sure that they don't lose control of the middle. Now the drone allows for them to get a little bit, and they also saw Chaotic on the other side, so beautiful. That also, once again, funnels them into the op of Sato.
Yeah, such an information battle in the first 30 seconds. Now Plug have still a drone in their back pocket. This will force the dash out from Sato, and he's pressured early. And Jerwin steals away the op from him, and the rest of Plug flood on in. And there's no one else left from M80. They're going to decide to save.
Yeah, look what happens instantly. You fall back and you save. You have no choice. And now, at least you're looking at the econ. They need these rifles going into the next round. This will potentially allow for you to get Bao like into a half shield kind of buy, and maybe, just maybe, you're going to get another, actually you will probably get another glass cannon, if not half shield buy for Sato with an operator. So that'll work out at least in their favor, but losing that mid control in the very beginning and Trust and Plug once again manipulating that map with that fake util and the insert that you have in the free escape from Chaotic with the TP from that Yoru. really allowed for Trust and Plug here to flood into this B site where you just had to hit those shots for Sato. And when you don't, that's what happens after. An easy site to take, an easy plant, and a flawless coming through with not a lick of damage taken on the side of Trust and Plug.
Weapons made of metal to kill me. Yeah, a lot of saves from M80 and a 3-1 start for offensive rounds for Plug. Timeout being called, I believe, and some ults to work with, mainly just Sato. But this has been quite a close affair, and M80, this is a good map for them, considering what the last time they went on this, they were successful, and on the other side, Plug really haven't played this in Challengers, but definitely have met a lot of force coming out of Plug, considering they upset YFP, and I think a lot of people need to respect Plug a lot more.
Definitely agree. You would think here that losing such a great mind in Monsi is going to affect the performances of Trust and Plug, but nah, this is still some great reads. You still have Teague that has had, should I put it this way, the mentorship coming out here from Monsi as the previous IGL, and then getting a trick or two out of his playbook, and being able to call some very good rounds so far against M80. And they have extra firepower with Chaotic joining in. Very deep agent pool in terms of what they do with duelists. I think this series in itself for both M80 and Plug, it kind of screams double duelists for both teams throughout the whole series, no matter what. So it's going to get fairly explosive. It's very fun watching these calls from both of these teams.
B-Dog leaving that jet helm to Sato. It's just, you're only going to see M80 get better and better now that
Oki
Sato's,
as well.
Yeah. It's just an M80 team that's going to level up, but will they get a chance to do that in playoffs? That's the tough one. That's the schedule being really tough on them. Just having Cuber and SRB there at the end and really being humbled, and we'll see what Trust and Plug can do to humble them as well. It's a very slow, quiet default for Plug.
When we said there was money enough here for M80 to go with the operator, you have Sato going for full shields and Vandal instead, and putting a lot of importance into a mid-control, mid-crunch, a TP for an escape here from Okeanos. This is a very standard position. You've seen a couple of riflers play this spot with the escape, like Leaf, for example, as well, right? If he's not opping, he could also go with the rifle and TP out.
This is quite a convincing fake for Plug. Just have all this Yoru noise over at B, but the hit is at A, dashing in. Jerwin on top of the box, smoked off on window. Plug are established, but there's some recons that is forcing someone like Chaotic back, and they gotta get back in. They gotta walk back in this window. At least the threat was dismantled by the Thorns. As B-Dog is forced back, and Plug can just address the back site one at a time. Chaotic is low, but M80's retake isn't getting a foot in the door, literally.
Almost. Almost finally put
a toe
the first
went into
foot
the door,
exactly.
But, yeah.
But then it's just pretty much a stub toe moment right after, as soon as the third person came through. But the attention to detail for both of the teams are actually quite nice. From M80's positioning towards that B site, and then the fake being thrown by Plug. I gotta say, how the hell did B-Dog survive escaping the A site all the way up towards heaven? But just a small detail of spraying that smoke, knowing that there's gonna be, you know, a Sova trying to go for a recon in that spot, just like Teague did on the top side. Trust and Plug just sprayed that, got the easy kill onto Caillou. And you're not able to capitalize on any spray kills coming out from M80 on a defensive hold.
Who's next?
Can M80 get an early win in these rounds? They've only won one defensive round, and they just get so scared away by the firepower that is Plug. And I don't blame them. It's a judge where the sun don't shine. You got Jerwin on top of the box. You can't even try to contest this. M80 are scared back. They're smoked off, and it's just another page in the playbook for Plug to plant and call it a day. But at least M80 have numbers, equal numbers, but not the exact weaponry to cough back at him. The Sato's flank doesn't really work out, and Plug hold their own.
Yeah, I just looked at the floor when he saw a weapon. Kind of like a ooh piece of candy moment, and then just got caught off there by Sacred playing the tight angle up towards the A main. Pretty much a one and done spot that allows for him to get even two very clean kills off the attempt of a flank here from M80, which also sparks. Oh man, I just did a unintentional word pun, but Sparks to call out a timeout on the side of M80 just to try to bring this game back on their side, because you're starting to slowly see here that their defensive rounds are not really pulling out in their favor, where you haven't really seen M80 get that aggressive in their gun rounds. They put a lot of faith rather into the operator in the very beginning on the B side, but once the economy starts getting broken a bit and they're trying to play rifles, yes, there's some mid control, but there's no aggression coming out of it. The only aggression that I've really seen is out towards their eco buys and on their thrifty buys and their lower buys, half buys. So I want them to be a little bit more proactive here, to not allow Plug to do exactly what they're currently doing right now, playing a very slow, methodical Valorant that you see these late lurks still get so much value for all of the players. It's a solo lurk on top of that in that previous round. They got a kill.
Yeah. Now you got a tale of two cosmic divides, and last time we had a round like that, it got really crazy, but it was such an interesting chess match. But with the sides being reversed, M80, they got to stem the bleeding. It has to happen now, and at least this time they got better guns to do so.
There's
Still
an attack side op that you have here on Plug, expecting some sort of a jump out off the timeout from M80, but that's really going to slow down the tempo here of Trust and Plug once again on their attack side.
These M80 are being quirky over at A, kind of inserting Okeanos into that orb corner, but Plug are trying to have a staring contest down at mid, but no challengers, so M80 are playing as risk-free as they can.
Well, at least they've identified the Sato angle again in the front of that B site, but the pivot still goes back for Trust and Plug over towards A. And for them to stall this way is actually quite nice, because you're just timing all the timing of the gate crashes that disappears here from Okeanos as well. So now Okeanos is going to have to jiggle through, maybe fall back and play potentially just an anchor hold with the dimensional drift, or utilize that for the retake if he can.
See what the drone sees, and kind of like what Plug does before. They get info, it scares M80 off site, and then the retake is nails into a chalkboard. And Plug, they benefit from that. Cosmic Divide 2 seals off the window. They keep their focus set on the back. And you got the Vise ult from Mikey. And M80 try to carve through the window side, and Plug tried to catch him. Sato with a great double kill makes this easy. 2v2. It's not over yet. An important round for M80 with the eco, with the score, with Sato in the smoke, picked by Mikey, and Caillou could not help in time.
There was almost a slight overcook there with the flash going through the Cosmic Divide to fight back down towards the ramp. I think they were expecting more of a closer range fight for Trust and Plug, and Sato had a nice little 2K, but there was a huge gamble from M80 trying to anchor up towards that A side. Instead of just having B-Dog anchor by himself and just paranoia and try to go for a hero play, they added Okeanos on top of it so he could add the double flash coming through behind the wall, and they could swing towards the front. Yes, he got the kill onto Jerwin dashing in, but everybody else from Trust and Plug followed way behind and just allowed for them to just get easy trades.
Okeanos just teleports immediately out. Plug know it. Window of opportunity. Clone now. Paranoia from M80. They're playing the blood, but there's no one to capitalize this from M80. And Jerwin's got the butter knives out. Now M80 are scared. Up at the window. Match point for Plug. This feels like destiny at this point. Sato and Bauer, the last ones left. And what a turnaround for Plug. Have a chance to upset M80 in map 1. And it's Sato in a 1v3 to define how this round, how this map could end. Dashes into the smoke. Checks out. Front of sight. No one there. Time not on his side. Sato stays calm, but Spike is ticking down. At the window, Mikey should get sights on the bun of this jet. And Sato can't just find any targets. Huge win for Trust and Plug. 13-7 at that, with what a dominating half after it started 6-6. Trust and Plug, we could be seeing another upset today, Vans.
100%. This is a crazy first map win for Trust and Plug. They never pulled out this map on Abyss, and then, or any composition on Abyss whatsoever for the VCL. Comes out with a double duelist comp and was able to outshine against M80's map pick of Abyss. That's Very, very nice. And if you're telling me, by the way, Jen, on that previous round that Jerwin gets 2 kills like that with a Blade Storm, and you're calling those butter knives, I don't want to get killed by those because those have to hurt. And that may be the pain that continues on now for Trust and Play going into that second map of Lotus. Their map pick.
Yeah, he was cutting through them like butter, at least, that's for sure. We got another map around the corner, though. It is Lotus. It's Trust and Plug's pick. And despite Trust and Plug not even playing Abyss and Challengers, they sure know how to run it. And I'm excited to hear what the desk thinks about this, so stay tuned.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process. And then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is going to do the work for us. No one is going to come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself the whole way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates, that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in Valorant Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
First map in the series on Abyss. M80's pick, and M80 with everything to gain here, but it's going to be Trust and Plug to instead upset this very first map. This was the first time, Dan, that we got to see Trust and Plug on this map, and turns out it's pretty good for them.
It looked pretty good. I mean, they were able to close it out at the end. I think it was 4 rounds in a row that they get, and it was on the attacking side. They were going to the A side, and it seems like that point where they just couldn't do anything else was they were trying to get, or they were planting the spike. There was a kill that happens right after, but the spike gets planted, and so the retake doesn't work out at all because they were trying to deny the spike plant. It was yeah, one of the last 5 rounds that we saw, and it seems like after that it was just momentum going towards that A side. Jerwin doing insane on this jet, by the way, and closing it out this way. I love that just yesterday we got to see for the first time this swap between Chaotic and Jerwin, because Jerwin was the guy that was constantly playing this Yoru, but now it just makes much more sense to see Jerwin popping up on the jet, a chance that he doesn't get to do, or something that he doesn't get to do as often, and Chaotic that has a completely different playstyle on the Yoru, also doing his own thing. So that's really everything that they needed to do on this map to close it out against an M80 that came favored in picking this map as well.
I love the highlight with the stylistic differences and how it worked out so well for the duelists. And I love that we get those little differences while we still see a Trust and Plug that stays true to that firepower core that we get to see coming out from them. And going on later into the match as well, Ash, for a match that was relatively close from the start, and Asato that definitely had some great shots, Plug were still able to be finding out these win conditions and play together to great effect.
Yeah, I think that there were some really great moments there for Plug to be able to even equalize in numbers. I feel like there was that one round in the second half where we saw Trust and Plug go down in numbers because they opt to swing into heaven past that cosmic divide. And then Mikey is actually the one to actually like close that gap and win that round out for them to even get to match points. And it's just little moments like that where they're able to kind of equalize in those numbers. And for M80, I think that we're talking about Sato had a great first map to pop off on. Unfortunately, wasn't able to bring it home with the rest of the team. I think that, again, there were some adjustments. Even though the composition was the same for M80, we did have some role swaps coming in there because previously it had been B-Dog on that jet, now slotting into the Omen, which is something that we don't get to see him on too frequently with this iteration of this team.
Yeah, and highlighting and looking forward to the player performances coming out here. I mean, 13-7, that is still just like crazy. I'm still wrapping my head around that. But yeah, even though we did get to see this good Sato performance, just Dan across the board on the other end, like besides an IGL debuff, everyone really stepping up and some really great calling coming out from Plug anyways. So, and we're getting these numbers, we're getting that performance, like everything clicked so nicely.
Yeah, everything works out so well. Again, for the last couple rounds where Trust and Plug were able to get that momentum and get the understanding on how they wanted to take control of this A side. And it was really easy for them. I think it's really cool too that, I mean, we're going to talk about the duelists, but I think I'm going to go ahead and mention them a little bit because they are playing the same double duelists, right? So they're playing this Jet and this Yoru, but both of the teams are playing them in very different ways. Let's take a look at Sato and Jerwin, for example. They're playing the Jet, but Sato is the one that is often opening up the rounds for the side of M80, and that is very reliant on sometimes the operator on the defensive side being on the right side, right time, right place as well for Sato. And Jerwin on the other side, he's not the guy initiating the kills. It's actually the other side is the Yoru is Chaotic who's doing that often, going in, getting that info, backing up, or getting that first contact, backing up. So you're seeing these two different styles on how these two teams want to play the duelist and the double duelist on this map. And I think that's what really made the difference for Trust and Plug. They were so much more proactive because they have Chaotic getting that early info instead of just holding back, waiting for Sato to get that info, or rather for somebody to pick him with the operator and get taken down.
Especially too, like I'm looking over at this and Sato, for someone who was disappointed in their last series, being able to get these kills. When we're looking at both of these teams opting into this double duelist core, Okeano's had a lot of experience. I mean, he has been a duelist, right? And then being able to play that, unfortunately, just unable to quite make this impact, not really finding these windows of opportunity here on the Ashe with the Yoru. And that's where the double duelist can really fall apart with this Yoru, considering the type of agent that it is. So that's definitely a little bit of a tough blow there for Oki.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think this is not a typical performance for Oki, especially on the duelist. We've seen how good he has been on the Yoru in the past, and it just ended up falling a little bit flat today. I think that when you compare their compositions as well, like for Oki, he's going to be the main person that we're looking to try and deal with some of that Vice utility as far as being able to bait out that wall early on, trying to set up and then get out as well. And there's just a bit of a difference in dynamic. I was talking about how B-Dog reprising his, his typical controller role. Previously, we were only seeing him on the Jet on this particular map for M80. And there's a little bit more of that setup potential, I think, coming out from him, but it just wasn't able to, I think, come together at the end of the day for the side of M80. And I think that Trust and Plug really took advantage of the gaps that were being left, considering they do lack a little bit of that information with the lack of Sentinel and whatnot, and have to make up for that with some of their defaults.
I still remember the first, by the way, she wants to analyze as well, but
I want to know what she has to say. I know you're about to spit some fire, Dan, but I'm more interested in what the cat's about to say.
No, I wanted to see that I remember the first interview that we had with M80 and what B-Dog was in, because he had an amazing series on the Jet. And he was just saying that he's comfortable feeling, because this is something that he's done in the past, right? That duelist role. He's done it before. It's not the first time. But now this is the roster that we were expecting towards the beginning. And it's not Okeana's fault. The Yoru that they're playing is not meant to be the one going in and getting all the openings. That is not what this composition for them specifically is meant to do. So you cannot think, oh, Okeana just didn't have a good game, ended up 7-15. He's not freaking out. That is just not what his role was. His role, if anything, was to get that space and kind of try to counter the Vice that was on the other side that was so annoying from Mikey. And it's hard to tell. It's going to continue to be this back and forth between the two teams. But again, it was a trust and plug that knew exactly how to deal with it. And I think they had the slightly better composition with the Vice. And so that was another extra layer that M80 had to deal with.
I hope that we get to see this be a back and forth series, considering going on to our map picks and bans. Reminder, Abyss, this was M80's pick in the series. So the first map wasn't the worst coming out from them, don't get me wrong, but taking this into a team where we haven't seen that tape and taking that loss like that, now Trust and Plug being able to go into their map pick. I'm excited to see what type of rebound that M80 is going to have here. But this is coming on the back of this Trust and Plug squad yesterday, Ash, who were able to get that upset on Lotus, this overtime one, versus YFP when they were down. So a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for them. I think that the fact that they were able to even take that map and come back from a YFP that started really strong off on Lotus is a testament to the resilience on the side of Trust and Plug. I feel like they've got to have some momentum carrying forward, especially winning out in such a comfortable way, especially in that second half. And what we just saw on Abyss is going to really drive Trust and Plug forward. Plus, for M80, the one map that we saw of Lotus for them was like a 13-1 against Hakikimori. And that's no shade to Hakikimori. I feel like, you have to understand like the difference of, again, M80 is one of those top echelon teams that you're looking at. Hakikimori grew throughout the season, but aren't there in terms of experience and skill yet. And it's just a very big test, I think, for both of them now, especially M80 looking for that bounce back.
I mean, even bringing up that first appearance of M80 on Lotus here in Challengers, that was with the sub roster. That was with Weeded coming in, who had a phenomenal performance throughout that entire series. That was Oki on that duelist role primarily. So now with the full roster together, I'm curious how this is going to fare, what look we're going to see from them in terms of that composition and that confidence going on forward. Because, of course, this is a smidge of a different M80. So I don't know. This could be close. For Trust and Plug, there definitely is a little bit of weaknesses with this map here, Dan. So that's going to be something that I'm looking at. If M80 can, they've done the tape, they've done the homework, and if there's an opportunity there to exploit that.
Well, I want to see how consistent the team can be here. And I think it's going to be a little bit more reliant on the composition. We talked about Jerwin yesterday not having the greatest game on the ISO. But today he just looked amazing on the Jet. So if he can keep up this performance, I think Trust and Plug can close it out in 2.
Let's head over to the agent select, because we know coming out from Trust and Plug what we might get to see. But again, from M80, I'm so curious if we're just going to see different people on this same familiar comp we got to see last time around, or if this is where we get to see the change. And okay, Ash, we're seeing some changes here. We're getting that Viper coming on out.
We're seeing really massive changes here. I am actually a little bit concerned, I guess, for M80. I feel like, double controller is something that we've seen on Lotus before. You, again, don't often see it paired up with the Vice that Bao is running there. But I'm just a little bit worried about the setup potential now for Sato. I think that it's going to be a very different pace that M80 are going to approach this with. Of course, starting out on the defensive side, it's the much stronger side for the likes of M80. And I don't know. I have a lot of questions about how this is going to fare. I think they'll need a really strong defensive half to start things out on.
Trust and Plug is one map away from making it to playoffs and also getting this insane upset against M80. They're running the same composition that they did yesterday when they were playing against YFP, when they took them down 13-11. And now with the Jerwin that is feeling himself as he did on that map number 1, now on the ISO, it has the perfect fragging potential to close this out in 2 to make it to playoffs. So expectations are so high for this map of Lotus.
Can M80 with this composition swap with the full roster come together now bring this win on Lotus when it's needed the most to try and take us into this map 3? Or is it trust and plug for another upset on the day to get the spot in playoffs? Let's head over into our second map of the series and back to your casters, Vans and Jen.
Thanks, Sierra. I'm so excited for this map, fans, especially with how M80 will work this map with Sato in the lineup, because last time we saw them, it was against Hakikimori, and that was a quick one.
I thought you were just doing an ISO joke. ISO excited.
I was.
Oh, you were? Okay, good. Just
Yeah.
making sure. I could catch up to the dad jokes.
No,
Maybe I'm getting too old. Yeah. Okay, but let's get into it. Sato as a raise is definitely a good call, but also Caillou going into this Viper. I think just them switching over to this composition looks a lot more vanilla into how you're approaching Lotus this time around. But you're already seeing the setup from this wall from the Viper. I think that's just like a counter to what they're trying to do here for Trust and Plug, as you're kind of maybe giving them access to rubble here and there, but you're forcing more util to try to clear behind the wall. And it starts off well, at least though. They still take down Sato, who's satcheled across towards rubble.
Yeah, just testing the waters right away with the satchel and the rubble. Like, okay, very confident. But now M80 have to hold this L, see if they can hold on to C. So we're watching through the eyes of Kai, who's been vulnerable there by the ISO and has to back away as best as they can, dancing around the pillar, and even through the nade. Great zoning from Chaotic, but Okeanos and M80, I like that they're trying to contest this. They're going to fight it, not let Plug get too much map control, but now we're going to decide to regroup. Post plant in place there for Plug. Spike plant at 3v3. Now deciding to play through main a little bit, but
great util.
Sticking on the site now is Plug because of that smoke, playing around the corner. M80, just the firing squad, now peeking through. B-Dog just doesn't lose. He got a 3K that round.
Yeah, that was the thing with M80 setup, or should I say Trust and Plug setup, of all four of them playing inside the site, and M80 still has Seize, Haunt, Paranoia. They're going to be able to flood in probably a lot better and really catch Plug off guard, and they literally did. With the Seize, a lot of them are getting detained in that spot, getting a little bit of a decay, but M80 did not fluster into closing in onto those kills first. They wanted to make sure that it cleared out towards the waterfall, towards front site first, and it did so in beautiful fashion, and allowed themselves to get a nice little retake towards the end and win the piss run, where technically it shouldn't have happened, right? You have your one player up here for Trust and Plug, but M80 now will have a strong buy into the second one. 2 Bulldogs and 3 Frenzies. Jump spot from Caillou. This is one more thing that we're going to have to observe here on the side of the defense for M80. With the Vise and the Viper together, this is another reason potentially why Caillou's playing this agent. A snake bite on the ground could break the shield right away on the skill into the C site.
Now that Okeanos is a bit closer, Caillou can try to anchor this site more confidently. Even this Prowler out, still going to bite down on someone over at Mound. So M80 know that Plug are still hanging around, but now it's the mind games where you have Sacred inserted towards B.
We got info too on the flash, so players should be rotating over, especially after the second Prowler from Okeanos is already closing in here towards Monk to try to support and set up the crossfire here with his teammate.
Even B-Dog in position for a long Paranoia, I don't know, but now Plug are just escaping, not liking all the smokes and what's being obscured at B. It's just going to be an open door and a lot of mind games from Plug to just go back and forth between C and B, and it's C was smoked off, so their trail is covered. The ISO, it's just hit by a truck, and Plug stagger in, but still managed to go toe for toe. And if it wasn't for Mikey, this wouldn't even be close at all, but still is an M80 anti-eco.
Yeah, great shots coming out from Mikey towards the end, although the buy that you have on the second round from M80 still ended up being quite costly. Usually when you're looking at these type of buys on the second round, and especially if you're looking back towards, you know, the Americas or just tier 1 or towards the international stages, the Bulldogs are usually followed by a couple of pistols in the end, so you could still have a decent bonus round and a gun round going into the third round. But now you're playing 2 Bulldogs, you're forcing up a glass cannon Bucky on top of that. That could really make things difficult for you to anchor up here towards your bonus round against now the full buy of Trust and Plug.
M80 definitely measuring up. It's already throwing an early hunt with the Viper wall up. M80 get info without revealing themselves too much, although they did get spammed through that wall, so M80 will take a step back. Just listen in through tree. And Sato's been one to go for the big plays, to jump out, maybe even overheat, and he's actually Gonna stick by as the door opens. Shotgun is gonna hurt. Gets the spike carrier, but against the ISO shield's gonna take 2 shots to end that. Chaotic has been so supreme too with the nade placements. M80 doing their best to fight back and not retreat. Not until there's blood on the ground. And it's a 3 versus 2 on the post plan if this does go down. Now even numbers.
Destabilizing.
B-Dog and Bao gonna take an alternate route, I should say, with Jerwin getting a read on this and the lineup. 1 headshot down, 3 kills for Jerwin this round. And he really went back and forth against the other duelists back on Abyss, and he gets 4 this round to help Plug get the bonus.
And that's the beauty of having a double tap. Being able to jump through, it gets broken by the Bucky, and then you have enough time to react and take down Sato before he reloads the next bullet of the Bucky. Any type of whiff coming out here on the side of Jerwin would definitely been costly for Trust and Plug. And thankfully, he's the one that scales up. We talked about how difficult it would be going into this round when you don't have as much weapons to carry over from your second round and from the anti-eco. You're unfortunately not able to capitalize on the first blood here that Sato was able to get. So saving that round, but this round aggressive towards the A side, a big fight through the smoke.
You and me.
Just shooting through the smoke. Sacred is different. Kill contract, Jerwin versus B-Dog, and a win. As things crumble already. It's only been a few seconds into the round, and M80 are missing 2. And they're just trying to hold back against A, not actually having anyone on the site, and they're smoked off as Macy Caillou wrap around, and Bao can't get the cutoff as Plug just work together to destructure M80, and really the crumbs that are left of this defense. And that's all she wrote. Plug tie it up.
And that's the thing on the ISO scale up, right? It's always going to be a good wall to throw up, the convergence wall for you to be able to be aggressive in that little gap between the rubble and the jump up area just at the entrance of that A main. The reason why you're able to do that is that those double smokes allows for you to run through. It's already being pinged, as you just saw before we got into the replay. So that means that you're seeing the aggression coming out from Trust and Plug to fight front of rubble through that double smoke. And MBD now has to be wary about that. Maybe sees into that, throw nades into that one instead of trying to throw all the way back towards rubble.
Okay, Jerwin already takes damage from some nades, and M80 scrambling as they're caught out in the open, and Plug's reaction is just that much better. But you kind of had to gamble when you just had a bunch of sheriffs, but at least you denied 1 rifle from Plug.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, you still allowed for the attackers to get ore control, pick up a couple of ore pips from kills, and now potentially even a free plant towards the A site. So best thing you could do for M80, maybe trying to just die to spike if you can, because Teague is getting very close here to this ult.
This plant won't be so easy after all, because Bao's going to beat him to the punch.
Yeah, only a matter of time.
It's just the timing did not favor Bao to maybe catch them while he got the staircase. Plug went through tree, so will be an easy plant after all.
Spike planted.
It's kind of reminiscent of our last map, though, of just Plug, and they're so offensive. They step onto the site, and M80 are trying to contest it better than how Abyss went. But
yeah, definitely. If anything, it's definitely some intelligent calls from the IGL of Teague, really calling some clean rotations out from Trust and Plug so far, and anticipating these type of crunches. You look at the beginning of these rounds, where they just stayed back towards that spawn.
1 enemy remaining.
Just wanted to hold it in for a bit. Looks like Caillou maybe could have done something here.
Oh, geez. Had me in the first half, I'm not going to lie.
but yeah,
I could have been crispy.
If anything, Plug are still pretty good at understanding like the situation, the state of the game of where M80 is at on the eco, and that they want to try to go for any type of crunches. And he held back towards the spawn and countered right away as soon as the space was taken at this spot. Look at how the Haunt got so much information from M80. Despite that, they stayed back towards the spawn and still pushed forward to get all of these picks. Showstopper, I don't know how they didn't get a kill, but nonetheless, it still was a round that came out for Trust and Plug. But again, you see the amount of players this time around towards the A site. They just look at that C8 right where they're fighting inside that smoke. That's already been heard by the Cypher, and they're like, there's nobody playing C. Let's just rush into this spot.
Plug just being a little... Yeah, Plug's being a little extra careful too at Mound after how crazy M80 were last round to just jump out at them. But yeah, a lot of orb collections. It's kind of like an Easter egg hunt, but waiting for them at Rubble is the big bad B-Dog.
Might just try to drone and ult onto this Omen, and B-Dog already lost the first Gulag against Jerwin.
It's you and me.
I wasn't sure if B-Dog got spotted
so
either. And
close.
the kill contract did not grab him in time. B-Dog off into the shadows. But still on the other side of tree. Paranoid to try and delay in the smoke is... It's just kind of a game of cat and mouse. B-Dog escapes. He got the Nightfall, as M80 thought Plug were already on the site, so that's not really going to do much. Plug pivot into B. With a 5-person retake, this is just a tiny room. It's going to turn into a bloodbath. Starts with the Vise ult from Bao. As Plug lose their weapons and do their best to crunch as M80 benefit. And Bao gets 2. B-Dog with the 3rd. Hunter's Fury to press back against the defense to help Plug achieve this post plant. They're not even on the site. The spike is getting tapped, and there's a smoke that makes it awkward. B-Dog trades it back in 4th. And ultimately, yeah, it is just an M80 win to tie it.
A bloodbath no matter what, and you thought it was... Well, it actually was the demise for Trust and Plug after all. The double tap that was brought in super early by Jerwin and then missing on the ult against B-Dog doesn't allow for Trust and Plug to scale as cleanly as he wanted to. And mind you, you're still playing the ult patch here for the ISO. So your ult doesn't automatically get procced into the double tap. So you still have to activate it before. So that's a miss utility now that's missing for Trust and Plug to enter towards that site.
Ooh, I like the combo of the ISO wall plus chaotic, but he got blinded. Because usually B-Dog is here and he's got friends. He brought the party. No pizza, but neural theft used by Mikey as M80. I think they got what they wanted from that. They exchanged duelist for duelist. And they used the Prowler to just make sure Plug isn't too far forward and kind of reset back to square one.
Surprised that the Season A didn't catch that much damage going into that because it was timed right behind where the smoke was going to be. Or the wall was going to be, rather.
Drone plus nade gives some security to Plug, but the site is free, and wow, there's still someone creeping up back there.
Not
Maybe
that
got
free.
the teleport from B-Dog to reinforce, so...
Yeah, definitely was an inflation going through. Probably terrorists on the C site. Nice shot coming out from Bao and then Okeanos too, and that spike down. And at least it has some sort of A-site control they can TP across. And now we'll see what the retake's going to look like here for M80. But Trust and Plug, they have a lot of forward position that they could take here. A win from Mikey against a rotation out of Caillou could be huge right now.
Yeah, Plug had to race all over the map to get into this position. It's all up to Mikey if he can hold back the avalanche. Gets flash, dodges that, still decides to peek and couldn't get away with anything. M80 just drilled back into the site and they're on their last life in terms of the series, so M80 needs to just build more of a buffer, and at least being able to carry 4 weapons with the eco that they're at is super solid.
Yeah, and again, you have to give a lot of credit onto Bao to solo anchor that C site. Because yes, the Owl Drone, the space was taken, but for him to go Guardian to break the Owl Drone and then flick down right here and still catch through the wall Chaotic jumping off their remaining bounces off the satchel. Super clean, super clean. And that really doesn't allow here for Trust and Plug to scale behind that and really smother towards or overwhelm the C site. It's so clean, we're going to have to see it twice.
Yeah, M80 plays so well together. And now they got the Viper's Pit. Maybe as soon as they sense something at Mound, they could pop it early, but no. Kai's just gonna back away. Plug explode into the site. And Kai's not even gonna go for picks. He's also smoked off, so maybe could have a 5-person retake with even Waterfall cut off. Plug have a bunch of sheriffs, so M80 just confident that maybe they don't even need to use any ults.
They want to push Waterfall off this flash.
There's a Paranoia, could be hitting Okeanos. And Plug make headway over at Waterfall, but the flood comes in through the top of the site, and that's where Okeanos breaks through, and Sacred can't get away. A great retake out of M80.
At least you get a plan down for Trust and Plug. I love the plan of trying to push out towards the waterfall, but Okeanos once again. When I was saying that there's a potential for M80 to play a lot of double duelists is because of this player right here being Okeanos in the first place. Being able to trade out after losing D-Dog in the first place, not affected by the paranoia. But he's putting up impressive numbers as an initiator, and if they do need that extra duelist out of M80, they could have it into Okeanos. If they need a third duelist, they can have it out of B-Dog as well. So you're having a very strong roster that allows for you to get a lot of firepower for this team, and you definitely see that mixed up with the synergy that they have on these retakes. It looks like it's a very strong map coming out from M80, despite it not being their map pick.
We got an early pit at C. Now that Plug have some weapons, they'll have even a showstopper too. B-Dog has usually lurked around rubble. This time he's got a lot more firepower by his side. They wanted to go for a paranoia play. There it is. It blinds Plug, but not before the shots were fired. And Plug got 2 kills from it. And teleporting on top of this door. What is this play? B-Dog, the innovation, but kind of got so greedy to kill the rest of the team. 3 versus 2 for Plug. It's not over yet. Okeanos, Tango against Mikey. Here's more around the corner. Manages to go 1 for 1. Now Caillou has to try and take this back in a 1v2.
That was just a sick play out of B-Dog. Thank God you were still casting because I didn't know what word I was going to use, and it was probably going to be a word I couldn't use on air. But Caillou has the timing here. He's gone between 2 players.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, they're dead.
Not anymore.
Okay. I like the cipher. Okay. Just another day at the office. Oh, this is coming down to the wire, folks. 5-4, the smallest of leads. Not much of a buffer. And even the biggest lead M80 ever had was 6-3 on Abyss, and then that ended 6-6. And then you guys know what happened after that. So M80 are just being pushed to their absolute brink, to their limit. And then look at this B-Dog play on top of the door. Never seen that.
Me neither. I usually, back then when the Omen was still buffed, it was just a one-way smoke. You throw in that area and use that to shoot. This time around, B-Dog just using the Omen tech and still putting good value into what this controller can do.
All right. B-Dog says I don't have to cook on top of the door.
I'll just take a free gun here.
That's first blood for M80. You got Plug lurking around C, trying to trigger that Vise util. Now after that orb grab, Plug decide to dodge and maybe undodge, because now you don't have any C vision.
And it's respectable. You're trying to break that wall, trying to force a rotate over. And now you just have to Hail Mary towards the A site. And you're getting denied, unfortunately.
And M80 are locked into this round. Looking like flawless and very much needed to build up their economy. He just is doing a good job. He's getting shot through the wall, by the way. Oh, that's annoying. But hey, M80 will take every win they can get.
It definitely shows that M80 really want to come out to fight, though, in this game. Because when Trust and Plug was able to pull this upset against YFP yesterday, they had to muster like 5 or 6 rounds in a row on the attack side to bring it into overtime and win it in overtime with a super strong performance from both Chaotic and Sacred on the attack. You could still see them on the top of the scoreboard, but they don't have as much impact as previously yesterday, right? You were looking at he was doing over 250 ADR rather. That's average damage per round. But I'm going to shut up. Here's some more action.
Here we go. Action. Action's done. Derwin, big W. Kill contracts have worked out for him. Plug have to cross through Vise util and possible Viper wall that could come up, but Fuel's out. Chaotic is out too with a showstopper, and no one's home. If you could just throw it on the other side of the smoke, see what happens. Ooh, just barely a dodge there from Caillou. I think maybe even took splash damage, and he's been pinged out. Plug, meanwhile, aren't going to waste any time getting the spike planted, so really dividing the roles well. Even sitting in smoke, so Plug fighting their way back. It's still with 2 people with pistols who could go grab some weapons too. Solid comeback out of Plug.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, B-Dog won't be able to save this weapon, and the round comes in for Trust and Plug, and you're looking at that buy. I think they went for 2 hero rifles and pistols and leveraged the Hail Mary for Jerwin to catch one off the rip with the kill contract and win that duel, which allowed for you to engage into a flood into the B side right over here onto Sato of all players. And I think they had Showstopper to clear out inside the site, and you could just see how they were caught in such different positions here for M80 where they weren't able to leverage for any type of trades. Look how they're dying. Everybody's like caught off in 1 versus X every single time. Now for the last round, fight here on Rubble again, Jen.
Yeah, and still a teleport forward, but Sacred gets crossed up, and M80 are just pressuring Plug right back into this door. Not going to get anything done. There's still a Prowler to confirm that they're there. Hunter's Fury to just put down the red carpet for Plug to get anything done. At least get some space. B-Dog teleports out, and Plug are jumping above the rocks and getting taken out. So Plug have to be careful. They're so low on health. Now things settle a little bit as, wow, just shooting through that takes care of Okeanos. This is pretty close, and you still have Caillou with a shotgun. And we saw he's kind of being inspired by B-Dog right now.
Yeah.
Can't really get on top of the door, but still could do serious damage.
Yeah, especially inspired by Sato with the Bucky as well, close range. And after the door rotating over back and forth, the wall is still up towards the C side. I think at this point, you're just playing a retake towards B. Or if not a delay towards the C side, you're playing retake no matter what on your weak side and just hoping to have Paris walk into your crosshair. And the retake that you have in terms of util for M80 is not that great. So Trust and Plug have this opportunity now to close out and tie up this top this map as they walk in contact for the B plant.
Ooh, are we gonna get another 6-6 half? And that's down to a 2v2. And hey, I think Caillou would be pretty stoked about trying to push into B with a shotgun.
Or pick up that weapon.
I guess it's a better play. And the distance that they had to take it. Yeah, he's going to appreciate that Vandal. Now Caillou versus Teague for the last round, and the post plant works. And look, I didn't curse it. It is a 6-6 half.
And just a cerebral play towards Teague, the IGL towards the end. Just swings out as soon as the wall comes up so he can surprise his opponent, and his opponent has to watch 3 different angles, right? The heaven drop, down towards the staircase, and even back towards the waterfall. And make that even 4 if he actually watches towards the right area of his own Viper wall. That's too much to think about when you're trying to come through on a 1v1, and Teague takes advantage of that and ties up the game. So this is a brand new page going, though, into the second half, and the second half has not been the greatest in that series yesterday for Trust and Plug. So M80 now, with this compositional change, is going to be very standard what they do as well. You've already seen this multiple times, even by Fnatic back then, except for a Cypher maybe instead of a Vice. The wall is going to come up towards the A side to allow for you to get these lurks. The standard conditioning towards the C side to take mount control and orb control. But the push forward from the B site is probably unattended for so far for M80, and that might bite them in the ass.
Yeah, with double duelists, your best defense is a good offense, I guess, and trying to be as aggressive as they can, and even sticking around with a nade and a boom bot, and the Prowler is going to catch him, but not actually stun him. So Bao deals with ISO, and Chaotic is left on an island and is sinking, and managed to go 1-for-1 surprisingly, but this is still a round very heavily in favor of M80 with already members established at A. Sager's got Paranoia, and you got Raycons and Shock Bolts, so there's options for Plug.
Yeah, easy plan too, though. You know the players are going to be funneling towards the spawn and the staircase, especially when Baby Door's not broken. That smoke kind of leaves Bao alone at low HP.
Can't play towards tree. Bao's just going to play from the front, and Teague carves him out. It's just Sacred and Teague working their way around each side of the site. Don't have to worry about stairs. It's not playing the tree, and now Teague kind of separates away from Sacred, and they can't work together, so M80 take the pistol.
It's a good start in the end, but unfortunately, when they thought they had good control here towards the pillar, I felt like one of them start to fall back, and they were the ones that were caught off guard here by Trust and Plug when everything got very silent here for M80 as soon as they got the orb control. And now for Trust and Plug going to the second round. I mean, look at this. Okay, we tried to double tap swing out. That's what we're trying to do. Try to sell that fake so that Chaotic can maybe get a little bit more towards that pillar. But after he gets that trade off, he's so low on HP. There's nothing really you could do. It's a high risk, high reward kind of play, and both duelists unfortunately couldn't get that reward. Full classic
Prowler through. Yeah. I'm just screaming on the other side of that smoke. Hoping to do any initial damage. Plug are all stacked up on the right side, so see what kind of damage they can do to M80. Who can even start grabbing orbs, and they can take their time. Plug are ready to stand and deliver, though. Which is full util from Chaotic, too. But he's not even going to be around. They think this is a fake, and Plug are leaving the site.
Yeah, that's the responsibility of Bao. Trying to find the information. If he gets picked off, now he hears and sees all that util. They're like, nope, they're stacking towards this side. Go back towards the A. So you see the reaction coming out here from M80. They're just going to start opening the door and pivot towards A. And the worst weapon that they lost is just a Sheriff. So very, very doable. Nice job here from Bao to do the selfless play to grab all that intel.
A safe plan for M80 and Plug, who got tricked. They got bamboozled. If they would have stuck around, this could have been a more even round. Now having to push into this is tough, but at least Sacred's going for it. Everyone's trying to be taken out by the spike. I don't know. They're going through staircase, though, so Plug are going to do their best. And even Teague trying to cross with them. It's a good pinch, but
One enemy remaining.
M80 about to close out the round. Okay, the spray's weird, but M80, can they actually build more insurance than 2 rounds? That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, the slight aim punch that came through just made it very difficult for him to capitalize on the last kill on Teague. But that's full classic. That does damage onto 3 kills onto M80 side, so their bonus round will actually convert into a full gun round. So this is going to break the econ a bit here if you're looking on the side of M80. Yes, a couple of them which should still be able to buy if they lose this round. But this is risky coming in from the attack side. Now one of them thinks better. Bao just goes for a Sheriff, and they're going back into the tried and true. Just defaulting, listen for some information. Lots of noise being thrown here towards the A side, so they're going to try to tempo up here towards C.
They're even going to leave Bao over at B, so it's a good plan. Good setup for M80. Going to be sussed out too by the camera from Mikey. Knows exactly what's up, but you got Sacred just kind of across the map, so it's technically a 4v5 retake. His Plug still just trying to spam through the smoke. And M80 haven't planted yet. I don't know why they're hesitating so much. The smokes were in place. Now you got the paranoia from M80 to try and cook, and Plug just have a better blind. But it's Sato with better shots. He gets 2. And over at the corner, M80, they stay anchored. And it's kind of tough. Plug on the other side have to retake through this. And get found. And it's just Caillou left to close it out.
And it's the pistols that win it for M80 in a 2v2. When you thought you had the perfect crossfire setup, bait and switch for Trust and Plug, just crouching, looking at each other's angles, never thinking that somebody would do the ballsy play of jumping on the top of the ledge, and it ends up being the play for M80 to convert their bonus round. That was huge plays coming out there for M80 side, because Plug already identified the late lurk coming out here of, I think that was Bao on B main, got owned by Sacred. And you were wondering why it was so late on the plant. That camera was huge coming out there from Mikey to slow them down. Added util on top of that. Going back for the replant. And then M80 converts now. Pistols versus rifles. And now you have a broken buy for Trust and Plug. A much deeper trip this time set up by Mikey, so he can maybe try to get the wall bang onto a satchel, just like his teammates or his opponent did before.
Okay, Nightfall. Gonna put a lot of weight on Mikey's shoulders, while the Hunter's Fury at a distance to support him. Plug don't just want to slow them down, they want to stop them. And M80 haven't stepped foot into the site after that. And they don't have any B control, so it's gotta worry about behind you, in front of you, and really what comes next if you're M80.
Yeah, just a stop and go pretty much. You have 0 map control. So you have to finish towards this side, and Mikey opens up beautifully.
Hey, wow. As soon as Mikey was discovered, him and the rest of anybody on C just got buried 6 feet under. It's now M80 with a plan. This could be a way to get up to 10 and that much closer to a map 3. Sacred in the 1v3. This Plug could not keep that map control. Even off of great info from Mikey, just M80 went in confidently.
Yeah, and it was a nice little move, though, for M80. It was, what, only Sato satcheling in. He got on top of the boxes, and they tried to go for the nice little lane of the Hunter's Fury from the B site in the front of C, hoping they would catch so many more players. But M80 stayed a little bit further back towards the mound, anticipating the Hunter's Fury for the trap play, and potentially even more players towards that C site. So the reason of the stop and go is that you're just running down that clock. If you don't see anybody trying to jiggle and trying to find information towards that C site, there's a potential that some of them started falling back and trying to regain map control, map information on B or on A side for Trust and Plug. So you just ran in, tried to trust on your teammates that you're able to frag out with rifles against the pistols, and it worked out in the end here for M80. So now the last timeout of the second map is being called upon by Trust and Plug just to try to close this gap. But this is a very similar storyline of what we've witnessed on Lotus, where one team cannot find any answer on their defensive half on their map pick, and which is Trust and Plug this time around.
Yeah, quite the win streak that M80 is on this half. They haven't dropped a round. Now we got a double showstopper round. Ooh, is this just going to be a collapse over at Rubble? Looks like M80 are postured that direction. Sacred's got light armor too, but he's got a paranoia, and this could be what enables his two duelists to claw against M80 here. Now showstopper out. It's actually going through B after M80 gets suppressed at the A main door, and Jerwin cuts Sato down before the showstopper could do much. And he still have a kill contract in the back pocket for Jerwin.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's the thing too. A lot of things. Wow, showstopper, kill contract, don't even need it. Barely anything left from M80. Now very vulnerable as Bao has to take a second before peeking. And still shoots him through the wall. Some next level calculations, but Okeanos in a 1v3 with no HP is a tough one to assemble. So Plug will try to keep this close, and we'll take their first round of the half after that timeout.
Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily a mistake coming out from M80, but more of a good read coming out from by Trust and Plug. So adding so much util towards that A side, you don't allow here M80 to get any type of like rubble control in the very beginning, and now you're trying to go for a Hail Mary, take some site control with the showstopper, then you activate the double tap out of Jerwin. So he just fully absorbs the showstopper at 0 damage, gets a free kill, and gets a free reactivation off the double tap left from the orb. Like, that was too easy of a hold coming this time around here from the defensive side. That should have been accounted for. You had the same amount of time in this timeout to discuss here what could be potentially the play from Trust and Plug. And this play, at least this round, is once again pushing towards A, but very aggressively this time around.
Plug love to pressure this A main door, but to actually go into the lobby is something different, and the Vice Wall traps them. Just said Plug were praying that moment, but still managed to get the pick on to Caillou. And M80 take full map control off of this moment. If they're going to be pressured right side, they're going to take C. And getting that pick onto Teague means it's not going to be anybody stopping M80 at this point, and even just extending out of the site may not be something that Plug expect. Here comes Sacred and friends, and no longer Sure one's last, and that'll get M80 up to 11.
Yeah, scratching my head over that one. With how clean Trust and Plug has been playing throughout the series so far, and just running with knives out, not expecting a spawn push from the M80 is a little bit off there. Off kilter, especially with the 3 players that got the first pick into A main, into spawn in the first place towards the attacker spawn. But I just love that M80, despite them losing that player and taking control of that C site, they didn't want to go as explosive to like satchel and TP and try to create like a ruckus here towards the C site. They just waited and played around the smokes. Plug swung out of that, and they got fully punished by trying to engage into the single duels where M80 just has a simple crosshair placed in that angle that you swing out of. So yeah, another great attacking round by M80, and Trust and Plug are starting to run out of options and how they could try to play the defense, because they went from reactionary style to playing more aggressive, to playing aggressive pushing towards spawn, but getting caught here in these moments where they don't anticipate the mid-rounding. And M80 are taking full advantage of this.
Now Plug invests a lot at this A main door. See if they can actually... I mean, they did get a first pick last time, just like this round too, but what else can Plug do to suppress the left side? We look towards Mikey with just the sheriff and just a camera. Wow, my eyes are down. M80 is kind of like deja vu from last round. Of let them use all their util at A, Prowler up into the site, and hey, getting B picks, it's huge and creates even more problems for Plug to address.
Especially with Jerwin down. So what you could do here off this plant, I was gonna say maybe use this ult for the retake attempt. But instead they're using it to gain space, find info, and still play within the site.
Okay, the drone only sees so much, and the Nightfall is gonna hit the two players at Waterfall, at least, as Plug flood in to address this corner, and Sato can't satchel away, and now M80 have their backs against the wall, and this is a good effort from Plug, and it's B-Dog in a 1v2, and Saker gets 4 that round to give Plug an edge.
Oh no, is this gonna happen again? We're going into the second half here where Plug is going to go on a run and Sacred's going to be the one at the helm to make that happen. I got to say, though, at least on the side of M80, I felt like there was a little bit of a mistake on how they scaled in towards that map. If you're still trying to find information on your Omen TP to look back towards the waterfall, I think going into the Nightfall to guarantee to know where players could be hiding towards at least a spawn towards that spot, you can play within that site. And when you see the flood retake happening from Trust and Plug, you throw out the Vice ultimate so that you can actually disable those rifles and play with better weapons for that small amount of time and delay even more. Unfortunately here, it's Trust and Plug capitalizing on that one, and M80 back into a gun round, but at the brink of a broken economy if they lose this round here against Trust and Plug.
Now it's very quiet. It's M80. We've warded the storm that usually has been happening at A main. You just need that call from Sacred of that paranoia, and just so much info off that drone too from Teague. Plug can kind of sit back if they want. They can get an early peek, and it's Sato that picks off Teague. That makes things look better. So smoke's reestablished there from Sacred, and the game plan can still continue to just paranoia and set up Jerwin for success.
It's kind of hard to do. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do at this point here when the smoke is coming and it blocks your vision. So you're now leveraging your raise to try to find that information in front of that smoke. And look how it pulls everybody on one extremity. Another great map pull by M80. Another 4 versus 1 inside the site for this trip. Could maybe help Mikey.
Oh, that trip. And Mikey ready for it. Neural Theft 2. Plug have all the information. Do they have the shots? They could depend on Mikey as the anchor for this. And B-Dog caught the tail end. Ace potential for the Cypher. And I don't think Bao's going to want to give it to him, at least not left. Easily. And Mikey's running after it. There's only 6 seconds. Go get it. Go get it, Mikey. He's got no hat, but he's got a gun. Oh, Bao didn't let him have it.
Still important for him to get, right? To chase after that one here, Lemon Kiwi, because him dying, he's already halfway into his next ult. And that small trip, as we mentioned before, was everything to allow for him to get so much value into anchoring towards that bend. Yes, so many players focusing on breaking the trip. He plays around his cage, and you just saw that all unravel as he's anchoring towards that C site. So we talk about now, brink of a broken economy. Looks like it's still somewhat healthy for the side of M80, but there's a Guardian, a Sheriff. They want to invest into this because they still have 2 rounds, I guess, ahead of Trust and Plug no matter what. And if it gets to a point where they have to eco, it'll be 11-11, and then they'll be back into you, a strong ultimate cycle on top of weapons. But this is a huge gamble if they want to go into this buy, because on the side of Trust and Plug, they also have a full cycle coming up here of ultimates to counter that.
Mikey just had a crazy round.
100%.
To just hold everyone back, just off of solo plays too, just trips, cages, ult. Mikey was awesome, and you're gonna need to do just that if M80 are gonna keep doing these fakes from A to C. Mikey has to be huge. See if they'll continue to have Mikey at C and what M80 will decide to do, because you kind of have to be wary of what happens at A main with just everything that gets thrown so early as the barriers come down.
Where you're rifling the ones that are going to be able to frag out. Yes, there's a small tech pause, but you just saw here Bao buying a rifle for Okeanos. We just mentioned it before. If it comes to a moment where M80 needs to play triple duelist, you have it in Okeanos, B-Dog, and Sato. So you have now the rifles onto these players. I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe a stinger buyer or something like that, because I feel that the game plan coming in from M80 is just making sure that you could pummel into the site, get in as a group, and then leverage the pit, just to try to make sure that Trust and Plug cannot steamroll more rounds than they are currently. But you can definitely see on the side of Trust and Plug, they're still quite healthy into this buy. They'll be healthy to buy into the next. So this is still a big gamble to go into these hero rifles in round number 21 for M80.
This post plant's going to be huge if they can get Caillou there too. So Mikey's going to have to be on prevention protocol yet again. This is still a Trust and Plug who won map 1 and aren't too far off from catching up to M80 in this map. And like he said, it's going to be up to the cycling of the next couple of rounds. And trying to capitalize on any weakness, any slip up from M80. I think we did just have a M80 player DC, by the way, so we'll be back in a second. But it's not going to be the strongest of buys from M80 going into this either.
And there's a stinger you see now purchased by Caillou. So again, they're putting a lot of importance going into this one. So think about this wall coming up as soon as the bearers come through. They're going to get hit by the undercut thrown by Jerwin. Will they want to continue behind that? Because it'll be quite a good play for them to anticipate that there's not too much pressure coming in from Trust and Plug on the A site outside of this util.
Ooh, that was close. Cannot afford to lose Chaotic or that op, really. M80 go to check out A.
Still a silver lining for M80. Identifying already an early op, this gives him a chance here to really pivot into the A site pit, because it's hard to retake with an op as well inside of Viper's pit.
Just Plug not able to get any long-range sights and pay off the paranoia, and now that everyone's here, M80 just fell over. Like dominoes, one by one. Just when I thought maybe the map control looked solid for M80, they got pieced up by Plug, and now both teams are within one.
That is crazy that M80 did not go quickly into the A site right after when the op was identified towards the C site. The undercut and shock dart came in from Baby Door and from A site. So right now you're just thinking, well, maybe that's the reason why they stalled. If they've already covered one lane with the operator on the side of C for Trust and Plug, there's got to be a heavier hold from players over towards the A site. And them just hesitating on that one gave a chance for Trust and Plug to have full rotates across and just counter on the wave of utils from M80 that they're trying to use here on their attack side. Now Chaotic could go with a showstopper off this.
Yeah, that's the trigger. And it gets 2. That's massive for Chaotic. A swing for Plug may have just helped them equalize this game after being down a good handful of rounds. Maybe still have an op in hand, but surely Plug know this, so they're just not going to give you an inch.
Yeah. So it goes to what we were talking about a couple of rounds ago. The timeout, the buys that you have, everything still evens out for you to have a full gun round as everything is tied up 11-11. You still have the ult cycles on your side for M80 with this pit, and now a showstopper on the side of Sato. And thankfully, though, for Trust and Plug, they've already used their showstopper for this round. But if Jerwin continues to activate in this, you know how good he is on that kill contract. So M80, they cannot falter after this round here.
Man, and Plug are so rich, too. So M80
One enemy remaining.
gonna do what they can to even get a plant going, but Jerwin's also farming them. He's got a kill contract, he's got 5k, and we got ourselves a tie game.
We just said it. Jerwin, if he gets his kill contract, could get dangerous, and he picks up the last 2 kills. So now tied up 11-11. There's a kill contract that could potentially even get Sato into the showstopper if they read this correctly. And so far, it looks to be the case. Everybody's leading towards this A site to start, but that off the boombot solo plays, getting 2 kills. There was an attempt though. I love the TP from the Omen on the other side to try to at least take him down before it comes through. But here it comes. The plow towards the A site.
Oh,
No
God.
kill contract
Sato?
used.
Little hat spotted. I don't know if they saw it. Kill contract. Jerwin versus B-Dog again. Jerwin gets the win again. And Plug with first blood. We'll press M80 off of B, off the nade. And even have the camera around C.
Oh.
This is, well, M80 breaking back in, not wanting to cower. A showstopper dislodges Jerwin. Teague on the off angle goes 1 for 1. And it's just Sacred in the 1v3 to try and prevent M80 from getting a lead, to going to match point. And just in the middle of the pit, Sacred did TP on the other side, and Kai's not certain on where he is. Sacred goes around the perimeter. There's only one place they can be, and that's on the inside of it, and Caillou was ready. M80 on match point.
And that's crazy. Actually, you were picking where you wanted to use your ult. If you went one-on-one and actually got Sato, there was a chance here to not allow M80 to plow into that B site. Yes, even if you still got B-Dog, there's no smokes for the execute for the B site, but there's still a showstopper in the hands of Sato. And they were really good for M80 to find the perfect timings for the instant trades off their split from B main and Baby Door. Trusted Plug did whatever they could, but it still ended up being a 3 versus 1. You've used all of your ults on both sides, and now it's map point for M80 to fight towards Rubble one more time.
Can M80 break the spirits of Plug and the win streak they were on? And they are breaking them up this round. B-Dog just cooked them. It's just Mikey in a 1v5. We just started, and this is about to be over with the plant that goes through.
Spike planted.
Mikey has to overcome the impossible, and just like that, M80 13-11 deny the sweep, and we go to map 3.
That's insane as you're looking at this game and how it went back and forth. I didn't even have a chance to talk about how B-Dog was popping off here at 21 kills before we got into that round number 23. So when we talked about Omens popping off from yesterday until today, it's definitely showing that Lotus is a controller map in Challengers at least. So B-Dog helps M80 push this into a third and final map that will be decided here on Pearl.
Oh my God. Like the top dogs got B-Dog. So that's all you needed. Like from the door play of him teleporting on top of it to just being an absolute menace over on the B side of things. That was a nice map for M80 to also restabilize after Plug was going on a bit of a win streak to come back. I didn't know how that was going to end up, but we hope that you are all sat, that you got your popcorn, as Sierra says, because you won't want to go anywhere. The winner of this next map goes to playoffs. We'll see you there.
We started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of practice. I said this in the first week. We walked into the first week having 1 week of practice, right? But the amount of work that we've put in compared to everyone else is absurd. It's like an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework afterwards, right? The team is like gelling together pretty consistently. Obviously every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now. So they obviously have that level of prestige to them, and so that obviously has to affect my demeanor as well when it comes to just overall like how I present myself, right? Because right now I'm not just establishing and representing like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm representing like a high profile organization that has had tons of gravity in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, fill in the shoes. It's great to work with Don. Don always, keeps us in check. Drew is mainly on the strategic side, and Don is mostly on the performance and mental side. Obviously, we are younger players, so obviously sometimes we can get a bit volatile. Not volatile. That might be a bad way to say it, but sometimes we do have too much fun in practice, and Don reels us back in, keeps us in line, makes us remember our practice goals, and it's great to have someone that not keeps you in check, but holds you to a professional level 24/7. I've set high expectations for myself this year. I want this year to potentially be a breakout year for me, but at the same time, I can't set too high, because if I set too high and if I don't reach those goals, I'll come down like this extremely fast. So it's just a week at a time. Put all my focus into whoever I play first. So this week I played TSM, and then so that's all. Just 1 week at a time. Head down, just work.
For a moment, just like yesterday, Trust and Plug, they started getting this little bit of a comeback at the end. I thought that we might have had a full-on repeat, but finally, M80, they dash the dreams away, they close out the map, and they send us into a third in the series. I mean, Dan, everyone loves a good fake comeback, right?
Yeah, it's because you heard me. I was like, okay, another fake comeback. Come on. I thought it was gonna be the same scenario for Trust and Plug, but actually, I really like to see this. This is the kind of matchup we expected when we're talking about making it to playoffs. When we talk about the stake or the fear of being eliminated, and it had to be this back and forth, and that's the best way to put how this match went. It was 6-6 on the half. We go into the second one, and M80, it seems like they were gonna get that momentum pretty much unstoppable. They get the bonus round, which was a crazy one, by the way, and it seemed like Trust and Plug were starting to get the read on the C play that the side that M80 were doing back and forth. And so right when you think that comeback is going to take full effect, or we might be going into overtime, M80, they go for a fast play towards Rubble, and they close it out, now pushing us to a map number 3. Very well done by them. It seems like they were finally waking up, and we're starting to see the signs of life for, honestly, both of the teams here.
Yeah, for sure. I think they were really good ideas that Trust and Plug had in this matchup, especially after they were struggling a bit, I think, with some of that lurk presence that Caillou was able to have as that Viper, is starting to disrespect that wall, forcing M80 to use that utility to re-clear, and that was a big reason of why this ended up getting a little bit closer. But at the end of the day, they pulled out all stops on the side of M80 right when they needed it most to keep the dream alive here, because we cannot forget the fact that, again, it's an elimination and qualification matchup in the last day of Swiss.
Yeah, only one spot for a live broadcast, or still a side stream. They're figuring out their spot, but only one spot as far as we're concerned left in the playoffs for these two teams. So to see this go all the way to 3, I absolutely love this, especially too. We highlighted at the beginning of the day, Ash, that this should have been a very close series, and I'm excited to actually see that follow through here.
Yeah, just being able to see it go the distance, right? I think that you also look towards just the success that both these teams were able to find as well. Trust and Plug, they started off really often with that numbers advantage, and it was M80 who's able to have these kind of clutch situations and these multi-kill situations that are able to try and bring that back down to earth for them. I think that you look at the numbers here, Chaotic on Trust and Plug played insanely well. It didn't have he's very explosive and whatnot. A lot of that has to do with the setup that he was receiving and everything like that too. But M80, I think there are just really great moments where as a team they were able to counter a lot of the space that he was taking.
It was nice being able to see too that this composition that M80 pulled out, considering it was a little different from the last time we've got to see them here, did end up working out. Because of course, when you are looking at an M80 that's incorporating Sato in, getting warmed up, and then Oki onto this flex roll, to see then this mix up the composition when it's literally life on the lines, a little scary, but it worked out. They're looking good. And if we're talking about people that are looking good, I mean, we got to go over to the head-to-head, because we've highlighted these duelists so much in these series. But man, our controller players and just everyone else just popping off here, Dan. I mean, Sacred was somebody last time on Lotus had a fantastic performance, but B-Dog, his Is bark as loud, is bite even worse?
Yeah, both of the players have been really, really good for the past couple of matches, but especially what we're looking at right now. We talked about B-Dog before playing the duelist, kind of filling out until Sato was able to join this team of M80. And now that Sato's here and he's going crazy in the duelist and he has all the support in the chat, then he can rely a little bit more on that controller. And he was a big part of the impact that M80 had on the second half when they got the bonus as well. In Secret, that is the question that we had too. We had the question of, is he going to be as good as he was yesterday? Is he going to be that X factor for Trust and Plug when the team is struggling a little bit, when the duelists are struggling a little bit? And he continued to be exactly that. When it seems like that comeback was happening and starting to happen, it was a 4K for Sacred that on that seaside that allowed them to win a couple rounds, push it a little bit more, even though if they were not able to close it out. I think this is what we want to continue to see on the map of Bind as well, because we don't really know what Trust and Plug are going to bring on this last map to close it out and see if they can make playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's a really big shout, and I guess the reason why we want to highlight B-Dog in particular, while Sacred did have a great matchup, like you're talking about, is one of these plays as well. The TP on top of this door in tree was absolutely insane to catch two off guard. A lot of the pressure that he was able to find in like kind of crazy positions like that and playing a little bit more forward and in that aggressive style, I guess that is maybe part of his original duelist roots that we saw from him, and being able to see that comparison and contrast up against a player who is very like clutch and still impactful in Sacred and how they are going in that head-to-head.
I mean, this team, it's got all these duelists that have been repurposed, and the new purpose is just kicking some butt in the server. That was a great showing coming out, and still an opportunity, one more map to try and replicate that, try and get M80 into the playoffs here. We now have to talk about the next map of mine. This one I think is particularly intriguing between these two teams, because if you actually want to call back to what we've seen from them in Challengers here, Dan, well, neither's been the most winningest.
And they haven't really played it as much as they've played other maps. I was just looking at that exactly, and for M80, I mean, last time that they played this map of Vine, it was up against Cuber Academy, and it was a completely different team as compared to what we're looking at right now. I don't think the composition with the club is going to get played once again. I think it's going to be something completely different. In that match, they lost 13-11. And then now looking a little bit of what Trust and Plug has been doing, I think we've already seen the changes from them in the past few maps. And I mean, I still think we're going to be seeing a change here. They were playing the deadlock, which we're starting to see less and less on Bind. And when it's a decider, when you're trying to make it to playoffs, you're trying to bring something new. You're trying to bring the little things that you've been preparing for the past couple of weeks to see if you can close it out in the easiest fashion possible for both of them.
Yeah, I think the creativity is something to keep an eye out for, right? The ability to kind of catch your opponent off guard. And both these teams, while they haven't had the best results on Bind, they have also been like generally quite close matches as well, up against some pretty decent opponents in Qbert, being, Dan already said the last one that M80 played, but it's actually funny enough, also the last team that Trust and Plug played on Bind here as well. And I think that up against a team like Qbert Academy, who has looked really good on Bind, there's a lot that both these teams can take away as lessons from those losses to propel themselves forward today.
Especially too notably, when we did see the Trust and Plug going up against Qbert Academy, this was also Trust and Plug right after losing Monty, and this was Teague's first opportunity to actually be able to perform. So I need to just, oh my God, fangirl over Dan's cap. So while we do that, we're going to take a quick break. On the other end, it's going to be map 3 of the series. Don't go too far. just one map remains to separate these two teams. One to make their way into playoffs here in Challenger Split 1, the other eliminated. It's time to start heading over to buy it into the Agent Select and start talking about what's going to be happening here. We saw these two teams both play up against Cubert Academy, actually, Dan, 2 weeks ago. But 2 weeks in Valorant takes forever sometimes. So I'm curious if we see swaps heading to today.
Oh, okay. We do see it for the side of M80 because when they played this map against Cubert Academy, they did not have Sato just yet. So now Sato's going to be on the Neon. This is how we know Sato, the Neon that was going crazy in a sense. Just I'm excited to see it once again on this map of Bind. But everything else is remaining the same. I was questioning maybe the Deadlock change, but it's going to be remaining the same. And even on the other side, the Yoru and the Clove for trusting Plugged. So you know, I don't see as many changes as I expected it to be, but I really want to see this Neon unbind, actually.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I'm also really excited, honestly, to see Sacred picking up the Clove here. I wonder if it's maybe a question of, okay, you get a little bit of that combo with Jerwin's nades, and then also the opportunity for him to just like pop off because he's playing so well throughout today. So more opportunity for him to frag out. But then there's also the risk of if he doesn't end up having that great of a game, that impact from the Clove isn't going to necessarily be as strong, considering there is less of that opportunity for that stall compared to the Brimstone that you typically see here as solo controller on Bind.
Another thing to call out here too is we do get to see a little bit of a swap from M80 dropping the Tejo. We're going to be going for a Sky v Sky showdown. So I'm excited with all of these changes that we see. So let's not wait any longer to head into the server. One more match here. Be ending off our split 1. So for the final time today, back over to Jen and Vance.
Thanks, Sierra. Yep, one last ride, and it all leads to this. Who will advance to playoffs? And will we go 2 for 2 on upsets today? To not have M80 and YFP in playoffs would be weird. Would be off script.
It'll be an alternate reality or alternative timeline that I'm willing to live. But at the same time, it may happen because I'm not too sure how this composition for M80 is going to run on the attack side. When I'm thinking of a Neon, you're always thinking there's going to be a breach to support into the space that you're trying to get when you're rushing up. Now it feels like there's going to have to be timings from Caillou with the net, and that's going to slow down timings too. And when you're thinking about this is only your second game into M80, you hope that your practice is going to pay off.
Paying off for Trust and Plug at least. We've seen a lot of Clove today too, as Okeanos will get info at Belong and stay put with Bow. As Plug will have the usual default, but they're smoked off, and that's a forward smoke too, but Plug now hide their tracks and haven't made much headway since losing that member there. Or taking care of one member from M80 in showers, and continues to go well for Plug after a second pick, and now they want to try and rush through Hookah because of that.
And they will. Easy sight, but 2 players rotated across.
It's tough if M80 can string along some kills, and honestly, the chemistry between B-Dog and Sato was huge. It came down to that last member despite Plug having a 5v3.
And there was still some great trigger discipline coming out from Trust and Plug. When you've gone down 4 versus 5 and you need to find information and you have to jiggle peek for that info for M80, M80 thought that Trust and Plug didn't see them, and they went for the double swing to fight one single player. But Trust and Plug already saw the sleeve of that Viper and just set up right after off the second jiggle. The wide swing coming out from the 2 players. 3-4 players of Trust and Plug were actually waiting for them and greeted them there. Right in that moment, you saw that it was an easy take here for Trust and Plug to just have a nice little steady pistol round as M80 is looking for the play.
A net being thrown, catching M80, and a smoke will separate them, and Plug will take a route through showers and wrap around M80's defense. Now Chaotic tries to get vision as M80 are grouped up between both groups of this Plug attack. And this is a tough one. Chaotic and Sacred doing their best. And Sato's really showing us the power of this Neon.
For himself. He's so good in these moments. Sato, there's a reason why he joined the M80 roster after not ascending with Galores last year. He was putting some impressive numbers going into the Brazilian region, into the Ascension playoffs, and now deserving a spot here for M80. And M80 trying to build their own super team for this challenger scene and hopefully ascend into 2026. That said, though, Trust and Plug, that one grab net that was thrown here by Caillou just in the middle of the site allowed for Trust and Plug to get so much information, and not by Caillou, sorry. But the one being thrown here by Mikey, you heard 3 players pulling out the net, and they knew that it was an easy pinch forward.
And Plug just gonna bulldoze their way through B long, and Bao is not gonna want to challenge that. Caillou ready? Throw a net down. Isn't gonna want to engage that off the orb tap. Maybe trying to play as passive as they can when it comes to the B site.
And the
Plug
idea
grab the
there-
orb, and yeah.
Idea from Plug at the very beginning was trying to do that snake bite and grab net to try to overtake Garden, but with the grab net missing, it just allows here for M80 to just reset things in their gun round and have more util to work with on the second push from Plug.
Caillou gets a net and escapes, all thanks to that Viper wall. The Bao's got his back, but can Plug actually get on the hunt and deal with these nuisances? Kind of have to worry about the deadlock util and the sonic sensors. So Plug just gonna abandon that and waiting them as a trap from M80. And Sato's been a huge threat, and it's traded quite well. Sacred is huge.
Dude, from the POV of Sacred, that's 2 single taps headshots.
Yeah, that's insane.
Those ones
And-
not as clean though.
That's B-Dog's turn to pop off. He's the alpha, and Chaotix in a 1v3.
10 seconds left.
And just gonna hold on to this rifle, I think. No time to plant.
Yeah, maybe even wants to drop some weapons his own. Because right now, this is a bonus round coming in for Trust and Plug. You could drop another rifle here. You see the economy is very low for M80. So they wouldn't have the best buys going into that round number, or this round number 4. That said, though, you stop the bleeding here for M80. I mean, look at this. I don't know if you're going to get it from the POV of Secret, but look at that. 2 1-taps. And a lot of people are going to say, buff up the stuns. But no, this is a perfect way that you should be able to get denied, but still able to have some sort of 1-bullet accuracy. But to get 2 like that, that shows a lot of skill from Sacred.
This early showers peak from M80.
Who's next?
Get a good jump, and the dimensional drip will give a lot more security to Plug to know what's going on. And Jerwin jumps in and off the net. They were hoping to trap M80, and their backs are against the wall. And Plug, well, they're being met by a lot more firepower. But it's still numbers for Plug with a spike about to be planted.
Tried to mud it out too, trying to go for a sky flash and refight through the smoke, thinking that their Euro is going to scare them away. It was a nice attempt here for M80, but Trust and Plug made sure that they had their advantages on the trades.
Caillou and Bao got no util, but they are working swing together. Plug have a nice crossfire going. Gotta take their time, try to isolate as much as they can. Bao gets one, goes for the next, and Teague's now about to get flanked. No, from Caillou through U-Haul. And Chaotix not finishing off his food now in a 1v1. Caillou's trying to get it halfway. He's got no HP. Chaotix waits for the perfect moment. And Plug gets it done.
It almost worked out the drive-by too to get that second kill. Allowed for the deadlock for Caillou to know exactly where Chaotix was going to be, but you're playing against time at this point. Very hard for you to try to win that 1v1 at the low HP you're mentioning here, 11 QE. But overall, again, I love the attempt of trying to fight back, starting with the Sky Flash. But when you're falling behind a Yoru, that allows for everybody else to follow behind him to say, hey, we're going to be ready to trade for all of these. It makes it very hard for M80 with one player less to really capitalize on more. You need one player to really pop off, but it's Trust and Plug that allows to get it done. And now you're trying to get early information at least. This wall allows for them to get identification on short A and trying to go for a trap here into showers.
It's quite the stack. Maybe thinking about walking up A short, maybe, and
yeah,
Sacred could definitely challenge this. He has the ult. The catches and the ponytails of Sato ripped off, and Sacred has the ult. Goes 1 for 1, and isn't getting much support. Actually, no, it got wrapped around Showers. The Plug got supported him more than enough.
One enemy remaining.
Getting around M80, and I like that confidence from Plug to just flood in as soon as you smelt a weakness out of M80. So it's just Bow now with the share, maybe taken out by the spike or hoping to do damage, but solid start for Plug this map.
Yeah. And M80 looked like they were trying to set up for a Showers play if there was going to be a tap on an orb or if there was going to be first contact from the jiggles into Showers, because he had a grab net set up by Caillou. Sato could have moved forward with the stuns and then just plow in with the stingers. But instead, when the wall gets broken, a call was made here by Caillou to walk back towards her short A to fight against Sacred. And as they lose all of that Showers control, Trusted Plug made sure that they were able, to move forward into Showers. And when you realize that there's so much pressure coming through, and the ult gets a lot of information on top of that, well, you could just tempo back from Showers on the attack side and pinch from behind. So a nice little way that they adapted on the fly here for Trusted Plug in the anti-eco. Now there's 4 on the attack side, and M80 still have yet to find an answer here with the Neon composition.
And M80 just not wanting to test the waters, letting Plug make the first move and set their pawns. Dog first from the offense and trying to capitalize on who was going to put the dog down. So some damage taken from Okeanos. And you need him to live, and he's got a flash. Al ready to swing, but he's going to decide to play things passive with the wall up. Let's play off of info. And Plug are back at square one.
With the portal closing, this is going to be slower for Trusted Plug to rescale back around the map. Knowing they can't TP just yet, now they're trying to move into a split towards the B site. Maybe the first contact is going to have to be this Euro trying to push forward, because he's got a TP to escape with.
Seekers, flash, and explosive power of Sherwin connects on the bow, and even the annihilation. Plug just got gifted a lot of kills there, and I don't know if M80 can retake. The smoke is now gone from that back door, so there is a chance. No flank, just sights forward from M80, but just with all of the focus from Plug, M80 didn't have much of a chance.
Yeah, it looked like M80 were just trying to use the last 3 players to go for hero plays. Yes, there was a moment where maybe you could save and just count your losses and try to keep your econ and your rifles into the next round. But when you have players like Sato still alive, like B-Dog still alive, playing from the spawn, and you're going to be accurate usually on these shots where Trusted Plug are probably still trying to set up on the pulse plant, it may turn the tides over on your side to start going for the retake. But the plan overall was just trying to delay off the double ult push by Trusted Plug, so that Caillou throws a grab net on the ground to try to cancel out the showstopper. But that will not cancel out the showstopper. Yes, you get grab netted, but Jurin could still let that rocket go, and it gets full value off 1 kill on top of an annihilation coming in from Mikey. This is a timeout right now for M80, that all of these plans that they're currently adjusting in the beginning of these rounds are getting flustered by good individual plays from inserts out from Trusted Plug.
Yeah, there's just like a couple of weak points on the map, being like B long and also A Showers, where M80 can wrap around Showers and kind of bait towards A, or even just straight up jump out of all angles towards B. I don't think Bao and Caillou are doing enough to really limit or even just dwindle down the forces of Plug once they do try to entry into B. So hopefully this timeout they'll decide exactly that and put all the eggs maybe in the Sato overdrive basket, which is posted up at A. Able to grab the orb too, but will be Plug that do get discovered around Fountain from the Skybird, so Okeanos will keep them in check. Maybe M80, these jumpies, that's something they haven't done too much of. Get better info, draw out fire, draw out util, and we can Plug that way.
Thankfully, there's no op on that side, so Okeanos is still able to escape. Right now, you're just hoping that the util out from M80 is still going to help and force players to TP across and take Showers control. Where now you have Sato with the best weapon that you currently have playing close range and the overdrive. So there's a lot of a lot of game plan to try to push them across, which is why you're seeing M80 continue to play forward positions back towards the octagon. But once again, a great read by Trust and Plug in a mid-round.
Wow, the patience paying off for Plug to not immediately press into B. Double kill from Sacred as they grab the orb. And Plug kind of fakes it back and forth with some presence at A, but it shifts towards B, obviously, when you take care of the two main defenders.
30 seconds left.
And now this retake, I mean, the retake has already struggled, and it's got some pretty poor weapons to do it with. So this is Plug on a streak that's just going to hurt M80 more and more.
Just going to say they're going to TP and get stunned right away here by the Sonic Sensor.
Does some decent damage, but B-Dog did get an upgrade. He could try to save that if he wants, but I believe in the B-Dog 1v3.
Sorry, I chuckled because I didn't.
Oh, I was like...
Yeah, it's
so
so
serious.
Hard. That clock was still ticking down. Smokes were coming up, but I agree with you. At least picking up a weapon and salvaging it into the next round is something very good for M80. But I don't know how many times they could go into, like, oh, they've done some decent damage with the econ, with the ecos, but then when they get back into these gun rounds, it's still Trust and Plug that has a very, very strong and clean attack side. And despite that, B-Dog wasn't able to save his weapon into the next round. But it's still a gun round nonetheless for M80, as they had a thrifty Sheriff buy with one Bucky. But this is where, after the timeout, it gets super important. So you'll probably see Okeanos trying to flash out towards Shower so that Sato could hold that line. And maybe on the side, it could funnel players over on the B site. But you just saw before this replay, a lot of the players from Trusted Plug are setting up here towards Showers. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to fight back into the space that Sato gets with the op.
Oh, through the clone too, but hey, it ends up hitting the right target in the end. The 1-to-1. Okeanos versus Mikey. Some assistance from M80 to not let that weak point of Showers go through easily. Now no one else is home. Spike is stuck at A short while the lurk inserted over at B tries to give Plug an alternative.
I was going to say, it's dangerous for Teague to try to do this on his own, as he's gotten the spike. And now with these smokes, actually, maybe they could start scaling up here towards short side, and they'll take U-Haul control for a Plug.
Okay, wrapping around 3A short, M80 leave it open, and now off the flash. Not an immediate challenge from M80, too many smokes. Plug now have time on their side. Not the numbers, but hey, Sacred's got the ult. We'll be back soon, and Caillou still gets the hunt down. It's Teague with no util left. Jerwin with a boom bot coming through Showers. M80 just needing to find these last players, and Jerwin tries to escape and even fires back against Okeanos mid-run. Surely Bao can finish that. No. Wow. Great teamwork out of Plug.
Yeah, and it seems as though off the post plant there, you still had one player incident towards triple, and that was B-Dog. He had the orbital strike ready, and they were just trying to find a timing to get back into probably an orbital strike in U-Haul to funnel the opponents back towards the spawn and back towards main. But because Trusted Plug already started pushing towards the spawn, B-Dog canceled it out and tried to go for the instant trade, which didn't allow for him to get full control after towards the site, because I think he got traded right away here from Showers, or at least on the pulse point area in the front of the site. So that M80 that was supposed to have a set play just got pummeled by the timing from Trust and Plug. And that's unfortunate, because that's putting them back into an eco. And at least get that kill.
You're able to take one weapon, I guess. But yeah, the deficit is just getting outrageous, and this is for a playoff spot. There's the net, and Bao goes to capitalize, and Caillou has to finish the job. There's so many members around the corner. I don't mind the double kill out of Caillou. Definitely dwindled Plug down, and for an eco, this is pretty good from M80. I'll be able to recover those weapons, though, and a retake is tough with a vulnerable ready from Sacred. An orbital strike to try and reestablish as M80 surge in off all the noise, but man, Teague was poised and ready.
This has got to hurt, because again, remember going into the beginning of this season, of the Swiss stage, and even from last year, M80 on this map was a map that they avoided like the plague. They had to play this in the grand finals against 2G. and Bind was still the 5th and last map that was vetoed out, so that 2G could just win it in a sweet note onto M80's worst map. And again, it feels like they were working during the offseason to find solution to have a strong Bind map. And unfortunately, through the Swiss stage, they've played it twice so far and have lost it every single time, and now potentially losing this one against Trust and Plug. This is going to have to hurt the ego right now of these players going round to round and seeing that Bind is still not figured out, despite having a full different roster compared to last year. But they had to find something soon, because if not, they're not making playoffs here for this first stage.
That's going to be tough. I mean, I'm no historian, but I feel like there just hasn't been a playoff without M80 there. And obviously a different roster, but a lot to live up to and a great banner to carry. And maybe a Trust and Plug. I don't know if this is actually a signed banner, but with the little plug guy, I hope they put a cape on him, because this is quite a heroic showing from Plug just to even get to this point, to beat YFP, which that was difficult as it is, and to not only beat YFP, but be this close to beating M80 is such a statement to make.
And when we were saying earlier on and seeing the results of YFP in the previous series, you'd think that maybe Trust and Plug had a fluke the last time, but now seeing this so far, it's so nice.
Chaotic has been fun, trying to push Showers with different methods, and the rest of Plug push through short, and when Plug want a site, it is hard to evict them.
Yep.
There is just no notice for M80, and with all the smokes and all the controllers, I don't blame them for struggling to figure out when does it start and when does it end. Bao and Caillou have to come through the B site, Annihilation and Pit, but hey, a 2 versus 3, this is now winnable. A 2 versus 4 is being turned around. Annihilation didn't grab anyone, and it's just Mikey and Showers. Has to maybe pepper down who's inside of this pit. This will give some cover for Bao and Caillou and dissuade Plug from the approach. And the jump out, the surprise! Caillou Bao have done it!
A big round that they needed there for M80. And they've definitely done it so far here for Caillou and for Bao. A second round, and hopefully maybe one of the rounds that is needed here for, well, I like to say maybe a stronger composition that it would have on the attack side because of Sato on this Neon. But if not, when we're talking about aggression on the attack side, they're not afraid here for Trust and Plug. And you're starting to see the value of this Clove here in this composition as well. When you're thinking about other smokes, for example, a Brimstone, you're going to drop these smokes, but it doesn't really allow for you to fight inside the smokes because it's so hazy in there. And if you're going Omen, it's going to take way too long for you to drop the smokes. And if you're playing Astra, then the stars are already going to be a tell that you're executing towards the site. So having a Clove double drop and using that extra obstacle to fight, to take control behind triple and fight behind enemy spawn or defender site, it shows, it proves its viability for Clove in this comp.
Hey, Sato lives on, keeps the op in hand, and is even gonna test this again against Plug, who know he's there. May not know it's an op, but hey, Plug are taking their time because they're also pushing through hookah, maybe trying to wait out the smoke. Let Teague let it rip. He's forward enough to have a deep flash too. Now the op is definitely there, and Plug lead it with the clone, and Sato stays firm and takes care of 2. And M80's teamwork holds back the forces of Plug at B. It's just Sacred and Teague left. Man, Sato is on one today with these shots. And Teague just has to watch and worry about where will this op come up next. Hey, deny the op. That'll get picked up. Okeanos' turn to have a field day. And the high-low will take care of that.
Ooh, this is starting to look very salvageable, at least for M80. Not necessarily winnable yet. But Sato, when he finally has an opportunity to get a good position, he's going to land those shots. Showers has been a little bit difficult because of the amount of util that's coming out from the Yoru in the sky that seems to be hard to deal with on the side here of M80 for Showers control. So they put him on towards B and see the value that it brings, and they're going to try it again for the last round of the half.
Ooh, you can't lose hope in M80 yet. Look at the confidence building up too, just to early peek, be along, something they haven't done too much of, but Plug really prioritize showers when they want A. No one at A short though, so just gonna funnel their way through all into a grab net and flashes, and Plug dismantled, putting all the eggs in the shower basket, I guess. Plug are missing out on a lot and not able to bite back against M80 in any way until Sacred just waits out the barrier, and it's an ace from Caillou. You will not be stepping up on him.
We'll have to see if he's going to get the 6-pack, though, because that was the ult coming out from Sacred. He's already getting forward control. Mikey's the one that's moving forward, has Annihilation to work with, and just hurt the TP. Still has a full kit.
Yeah.
Wait.
No 6-pack, but you still got the ace noise, so
yeah,
it's fine.
I was just going to say, like, it was nice that Mikey got that first backstab kill onto his opponent, but then trying to run forward with a knife after and not realizing that there could have been some players on the high-low up towards the other side when you have the ult is a little bit questionable, but it's all been salvaged towards the end here for M80. Again, you saw the idea of what they were trying to do since the beginning of the half with the grab net off the top of the orb. And look at how much value it gets by also pulling out the sky on this side with the flash. Beautiful back and forth coming through. Caillou anchors it up. And now this gives some breathing room and hopefully a little bit of that confidence back here for M80 on their attack side.
Yeah, geez, just to put everyone through showers? Like, M80 really believed in that, or Plug that believed in that. Either way. Now it's M80's attack this time. This is where we could see maybe the real potential of the Neon, but not if Plug want to jump out and surprise you first through the teleport. M80 can still stick to the game plan if they want. Still got flashes, and showers is still a priority.
That's a whole break off the read of what M80 is trying to do, setting a sonic sensor in case of a crunch, but it's just a Yoru clone that just engages into the sonic sensor and allows here Chaotic to move through, get a pick, and even TP towards the B site.
Scout destroyed.
Didn't get much, but hey, Bao opens things up too, so that's the go sign for M80 to wrap through U-Haul, and Jerwin is being a tough pill to swallow for sure, and then Mikey will take the helm to take back control of U-Haul, and this is multi-kills coming out of Plug before Okeanos leads in a 1v1 against the other Sky. 23 HP against 100 though. He can take his time. Does he want to lead this through the front? Wrap through U-Haul? Okeanos only has one place to watch. And Teague knows he has the advantage. Even a flash if he wants to, but Teague didn't feel like using it. So Okeanos clutches it.
Oh, that is so good by Oki. Overall, again, the duelist gun initiator. We're playing like a duelist one more time. A very important pistol round by M80 that looked like it was going to get snuffed by Plug in the very beginning on defense with the amount of duels that were being won here on their side. Beautiful first blood. And the amount of times you try to swing through here for U-Haul control. That net from Mikey was huge to get that double kill. But this 14 HP play by Okeanos, the mind games against the IGL on the other end of Trust and Plug. Won here by the ex-duelist player.
Oh boy, Teague trying to escape for maybe a jump spot. He's still got one flash. Jerwin keeps everything in check over at A, but the spike is still set for B. And it's pretty reinforced right now with even a flank from Sacred possibly happening, but now, because of the teleport, M80 heads towards A, and cutting them off could be Jerwin with 21 HP, and the unexpected Beto got his gun out in time. It'll take a second to heal, though. Okeanos gets B-Dog back to full, and
just don't know how we couldn't get a dog to clear the right side, dude. That adds a bit of frustration on my end, but at least so far salvage with Caillou getting that pick onto Sacred.
Now the plant and the kills. So now that M80 are stabilized, this is a lot easier of a round. But the chase was definitely on, and liking where Jerwin is inserting himself into corners and catching M80. So yeah, being able to use some util would help M80 a lot, but this is so close. 8-6.
Yeah. And when that mistake happened and he got the instant trade onto Jerwin, I do like the fact that M80 just slowed things down a lot and just try to make sure here where their opponents would be coming from and trying to slow down as much as they could so that Caillou could start activating here from that spawn. He was already watching some late pushes, and he went back for the short A pinch, and it allowed here for M80 to salvage that round in the end. So it works out. But here's a dog now in the bonus round for M80 to try to take U-Haul control. It works out for a grab net there first, but unfortunately the timing from Sato was not quick enough to punish him.
Still map control being earned from M80 if they could get some sights at the back of U-Haul. Oh, some damage. Could be unnecessary damage from Caillou as he holds back Seekers to give a leg up for M80. Something for Plug to shoot at while M80 press, and no really kills coming out of M80 despite the spike being planted. Now it's Plug that can dog up, clone up, nets, Plug using the util, but the wall was up from M80, so gave him some protection, and as it dropped, M80 took full control of the round.
Oof, and they're starting to really fight strong in M80 in these rounds, converting their bonus round 2 to break Plug's econ. And this now finally could add a little bit of pressure here onto Trust and Plug to try to clean things up a bit. Maybe, yeah, going into this timeout, definitely to try to discuss it, because the fast tempo out of M80 in these showers pinches are actually quite good. And you already saw what we were expecting before here, 2 rounds ago when they were trying to take control of Long B. You are trying to time a grab net from Caillou from a market throw all the way up to the top B site so that Sato could start running up and sliding in case they hear the net sound, so he could concuss, go up and try to get a pick. So there's still somewhat good ways for M80 to take map control quite aggressively with this composition, and you know that it was built for these fast type of tempos so far here for now the attack side of M80. And already 1 away from tying up the game.
Yeah, and where you set up Mikey will be important to slow down Sato in that case of just where's that barrier, where's the sonic sensors, and usually it's been centered a lot around A showers, but that could change around hookah as well, so we'll see what they can do to limit that neon. It is quite the streak that M80 are on now, 1 away from annihilation, and just haven't given up. So this will be a dance. Currently that deadlock set up all around B with the sonic sensors too.
Here it comes.
Teague wanting to get the heads up. There is the net. The dog grabs him, and just by the book for M80. As Mikey has a barrier, has a net of his own to try and limit this, and backup is on the way. M80 prioritized getting orbs, so they immediately flood the site, and if anything, they pulled rotations. M80 could easily teleport, go somewhere else.
Yeah, and you're looking at one of these games where now Trust and Plug are not playing with a Viper, so if they're trying to deny visibility on this aggression coming out here from M80, it's not going to work out always.
Yeah, M80 didn't pivot, they just waited, and then Plug peek and even get back and forth picks. This is now just a team of sheriffs, so nothing to see there. Finally, the M80 teleport goes through.
It's dangerous now, though, because they don't have information on Secret. They could come up huge with this one as well, as he's going for the late lurk towards showers. This may be, like, if he gets a pick, the showstopper can get a lot of value, even though Jerwin's at low HP.
What a win for Sacred. Oh, and there's more around the corner for him to deal with. So Paolo Kianos versus 1, and we're tied 8-8.
Oh, yeah. Thankfully, there was a second player out there for M80 for that trade. If not, you definitely saw the crunch coming through here from Jerwin for the top heaven, and that would have been dangerous there for M80 going up against the anti-eco with their anti-eco against Plug. That said, though, you see that value. The net towards that back, they concuss towards that front, and they dog towards the right side of Octagon. So everything is there that doesn't allow for you to play the game here into the jump spots that you could have on the market side. And that might be a continuous conditioning that you're currently seeing here from M80. Already a setup coming up from Caillou, but he's not throwing the grab net this time around.
Dog gets shot down. RIP. Net. Time. This Plug. Just have to be more aware of it. As you mentioned, he even got the op around here in Chaotic is huge, and he gets 2.
No.
And the dog is good bait as well. And Sato just hasn't given up. He's just hopping away. Annihilation grab. Can't dodge the net. Can't dodge the annihilation. M82 versus 3. Hookah, a clear threat. Caillou dealt with, and Plug now in a lead.
That said, though, it was an op that came out that kind of caught M80 off guard here. Chaotic playing a lot further back with the op on Yoru, and now M80 could start pulling out the strat book to try to push him away from that spot. So maybe leveraging a little bit more of Okeanos in the very beginning to try to figure out where this op could be. But right there, you're running out in the open. You didn't expect it. Chaotic gets a nice little timing on that swing. It starts off now. It seems to be a flash towards Showers and then Sato to move through, as that will allow for him to get one orb closer at least to the overdrive if needed.
Chaotic is so clean with it. And now the dog up from B through a teleport. You feel pretty secure on the defense when it comes to the Shower side. M80 just funneling all through one path, through a short. It will be there, spotted by Sacred, who's going to stay safe in U-Haul. Even Plug dropping from on the other side of the box. Bao gets netted. There's a nade. May have even got some damage in the boom bot. Gets blocked off by the barrier. So now M80 trying to fire back. It's trades. It's B-Dog having to dance on the other side of the box before Caillou wraps around through U-Haul. Huge double kill. Annihilation looks for the last player, and it's Teague with a flash remaining, rotating from B.
And that's totally fine to use the Annihilation, because now at this point you have to delay it enough for the two players to play a buddy system, although the reload is now given away. I was going to say you still have Orb Strike and a Molly, but now the reload is good for Teague to go for this play.
One and not the second. Good effort out of Teague. And it's back and forth we go, but hey, at least Plug were able to stop the win streak out of M80 when we started this half, because we didn't. But now M80 are back in the driver's seat. It is tied, but they still have a better half going on.
That's what I was gonna say. I think the streak might continue again now for M80 because the economy is broken this time around for Trusted Plug. But look at this. This is my Vietnamese pride right here. Chaotic going for the flick off the slide of the Neon, and somehow Chaotic turns around over its heels back in favor of M80 with this control play in the back of U-Haul. And now with the lower econ that you have out of Trust and Plug, M80 are reading this correctly to start towards the weaker side of that map. But Sato thinks otherwise, trying to have them push forward, maybe try to punish them at that point. But all of them are staying towards the spawn and looking for the punish.
Maybe there was a thought of having Sato go for the orb to get overdrive, and kind of hesitated. Didn't get kind of any initial picks. Didn't want to feed a rifle to Plug, and at least I made it equalize. They have the spike picked up. They're starting to be decided. They could play off the Viper wall towards A, or even use it as a fake, and it is the latter.
Small mistake coming out from the star player from Sato, though. Backing up like that, you have to keep your gun face back towards the Showers.
Oh, that's a lot of people trying to get into Hookah. Chaotic is down for the count. And Plug still have to rotate from A, so not having that shotgun in a good position already. And there's a pit from M80. This is double cooked. But maybe there's a silver lining of, okay, you got one ult out if you're Plug.
This is Satchel Bucky right into the pit that could catch somebody off guard, and that could start unraveling for M80 on the defense.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the shotgun goes 1 for 1. You'll take it. Any damage is very much appreciated. And there's that round, and a beautiful post plant by the pit there of Bao, and M80 get a leg up, but can they continue to stand? This was, what, an 8-4 half in favor of Plug, and the leads just keep going back and forth.
Yeah. We're going that at least that small mistake was easily taken care of, with everybody else here from M80 staying back towards the spawn. But now we move into the next round where the op is back in the hands of Chaotic. They have a Euro ult 2 for the retake, and they also have double aggression as Sacred has the Clove ult at this point. They have a very strong util for the retake on this side of Trust and Plug, as well as an aggressive angle they could take with the op.
Okay, the Sonic Sensor caught Sato for a second. Overdrive ready. Really slowed, but not too bothered. M80 throw a barrier on the other side. They kind of draw a lot of fire, make a lot of noise for Plug, and plant goes down while the smokes are in place. Sacred is going to contest in U-Haul. No Sato is there. Caillou ready for a trade. M80 can just play time, but now Plug are getting aggressive off the Clove ults. And Mikey wraps around, try and pinch the players that are stuck in U-Haul. And M80 don't have any space to work with, but they do got some good guns. And it's coming down to the remnants of both sides, 2v2. With Caillou, an important win against Sacred. And M80 getting up to 11.
That is an amazing round for both teams once again. The stall that you currently have, even the setup from Trusted Plug in the very beginning. Just look at the yacht playing back towards the cubby, but they're still using the same conditioning of having somebody jump spot towards Octagon. So that if he has to fall back, they try to chase after him, but then at least the yacht from Chaotic would hit players down. And when there's no pressure, the TP comes across, they wall to prevent the plant from coming down, and it has to come down to an instant brawl off the post plant from both of these teams. And M80 was strong in the baits and the trades that came through here in that post plant. And now they're 2 rounds away of making it through playoffs, and Trusted Plug have to go into an eco once again. So they have to now play 3 rounds potentially in a row to push this into overtime. But they've done it before, just like they did against YFP yesterday. And now let's see at least if their eco could upset M80.
Plug have all their deadlock util all over A, and it still just wasn't enough to slow Sato, and that was going to be the big question. What could Plug do to shut down that duelist? Now M80 can really take over the site, starting with the dog all the way through U-Haul, using the Viper wall to walk up if needed. Check the box too. The net does grab someone in U-Haul, as M80 have to address one problem at a time, and they dispose of Sacred. Smokes in place, and with the net still affecting Jerwin, M80 get a safe plant. Now, what's the reaction of Plug? Jerwin will stay put in showers because of that shotgun, and Chaotic is rotating over, supporting fire. A lot of angles taken from Plug, but just need some favorable picks, and it's just not working with the weaponry that they had. The setup from M80, their offense has been relentless. And a second away from going up to match point, series point. It's Mikey 1v3. And Sato with the shutdown.
It all comes down to this, a very important round out here for Trusted Plug. An important remaining 3 rounds potentially to push this into overtime, as we just mentioned. But this is playoffs on the line for the underdogs of Trusted Plug. They thankfully here still have Annihilation and the Yoru ult to take with. And yeah, clean shots coming out from Mikey. You need these type of shots to come through in your low gun rounds to still give you that confidence and the edge to want to continue to fight. And that confidence to push this into overtime. They're pinging all of this U-Haul. So far, if you're looking at this here, Lemon Kiwi, is the amount of value that Caillou is currently getting with the grab net that he throws so that Sato can move through. Yes, they tried to have the Bucky from Jerwin earlier on, and he didn't want to tap into removing that net, hoping that somebody will run into his crosshair. But that said, if that's going to be the case of them going for that same type of play, I think they're going to try to play a little bit more towards the front of that site, the front of APC, the front of what people call cubby or ninja. I call it towels because there's a towel on the double box, and play in that area just to try to break the timing that M80 would have rushing into the U-Haul.
Yeah, these nets, these setups, I mean, M80 are just a well-oiled machine, and it took a lot of fight out of Plug to have, what, multiple 6-6 halves in the map 1 and map 2. The Plug even having a better start on this one, 8-4 to M80. Just needing to finish this off, and it's a first blood for Okeanos. Sacred won't give up, and Chaotic is by his side. Now the stuns, the util. Dog versus Yoru, and it's another flash as Okeanos needs to be huge here, and Sacred will catch him. We're left to the 4 versus 3 in favor of that defense, where Sacred wraps around, and he's dealt with. M80, though, are surrounded. There's only smokes, and now an Annihilation is going to grab someone. Chaotic goes to search for the rest of M80. We're currently getting netted up. The spike is down, and Bao is just shooting blind through the smokes now. Blinded for sure by the flash.
One enemy remaining.
And Teague and Chaotic thought they had good map control, but who's this coming through a short? It's Caillou and Bao, the teamwork that makes the dream work, and it's 13-9, sending M80 to playoffs.
Oh man, what a play and comeback by M80 after what started to be so one-sided for Trust and Plug on the first half. What was it, 7-8-1? And they were able to come back, salvage an 8-4 half, and then show an impressive attack side and great protocols into the chaotic fights that came through here on M80's attack side. Yes, it was a great attempt by Tip to try to fight back in those moments and anchor up towards that side of the defense, but M80 is able to power through. But man, did both of these teams give us a series to witness.
That really was a huge effort out of Trust and Plug to not only go to map 3 against YFP and win yesterday, but to go to map 3 against M80 and almost win it out. But congratulations to M80 to not get tripped up after a tough end of season schedule with Qbert and Shopify Rebellion Black that really humbled them and made you wonder how was that going to work. And then integrating Sato, which was awesome to see. This was what a day of things that were unexpected and expected. At the end of the day, it's M80 in playoffs that continue to carry the banner of their legacy. But
and Sierra's wrong.
Yeah, you know, we couldn't forget about the most important thing of Sierra's wrong. We'll see what she thinks about this, though, after the break.
Well, the only one on the team that I've 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I do not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first enter, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take like isolate ones perfectly, and I feel like in a 1v1 he's probably ripping someone's head off, to be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
It was definitely scary there for a moment for any M80 fans in the chat. Down 1-8 at one point, but they rally back. They take the map. And with that, M80 are in the playoffs. I mean, this was a series that we really had to dig deep here, Ash, for these teams to figure out who was going to be the final one to take a spot. But well played to both. But M80, more well played to them, I guess.
Or is it going to be the classic M80 story where they've consistently been able to make it deep in all of these, and all obviously very consistently being represented at Ascension for the NA region and continuing to propel themselves forward with this new roster? They were looking really good in the server. I think on Bind, again, the casters were talking about, it was crazy that Trust and Plug started up 8-1 and then somehow only managed a singular round on their attacking side.
8-1, and we thought that it's just wait, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying on defense.
We thought it was gonna be over when we saw that 8-1 for Trust and Plug. It just seems like they finally figure out what M80 were doing on the other side. But then, I mean, the least that we can expect, and that is the perfect answer for M80. When you have such a strong coaching staff from Drew Spark, that was part of Sentinels before, and from Psycho, that has been now for M80 for a little bit, but also Sentinels. I think it just plays out so well for this team. There was a pause right after that round number 9, and then it seems like there was a clear understanding on how M80 wanted to play this out. They get the last 3 rounds of the defense, and they go on a roll. In a second half, for Trust and Plug could only get 1 defensive round. So it was so well done at M80. Again, the team that we expected to win here, but they were put in an uncomfortable situation for a little bit. I'm glad that they were able to solve it, right? We mentioned it. It would not be playoffs without this team.
Not even just uncomfortable for a little bit, but with 14 first kills on the side of Trust and Plug, definitely having in that, all right, we got to clutch up, boys situation, maybe more than they would want to. But when those moments came up, I mean, M80, they were shooting across the board. Like, we have heavily praised Sato, of course, coming into this roster, and Sato didn't have a bad game, like in terms of like impact, but across the board, everyone, I feel, Ash, just had such a big step up, and I don't know, these shots were just clean, honestly.
Yeah, being able to turn things up in this last map of today to make or break their playoffs run, right? That potential to even get to this point. But you also have to give, the kudos to Trust and Plug for honestly looking really dominant at times throughout this series as well. It ends up being in the favor of M80, who in another fashion, you have to be respectful of like the resilience that they've had to be able to come back from such like a big deficit here on binds. But everyone on the team stepping up, like you were saying, playing their piece of the puzzle. It felt like the synergy was really coming together with the ideas that M80 were putting into the server there once they were able to break that loss streak.
And I mean, we got to talk about, one of the masterminds behind these ideas who also just had such an insane fragging impact in the server. Talk about Caillou, because this was just insanity across the board. Some of these shots near the end. I mean, Dan, what couldn't he do?
Yeah, it's amazing. And this was actually a pick that I was questioning a little bit, the deadlock that we've seen now since, I mean, this deadlock pick on Vine it started here in Challengers North America. I still remember the day the Turtle Trope picked the deadlock, people were downing, and then it became meta. Then people started playing it less and less. We're opting for a couple of different things, especially that Vice. But now it seems like some teams are still wanting to keep it, and Caillou is showing exactly why the utility was really great onto holding on to the sides, but also just, as you said, the fragging power from this player on this last map, especially to close it out, was so good.
Yeah, he had so much impact when it came to those grab nets coming down. It felt like they were landing almost all of the time, catching like at least 1, sometimes 2 or 3 players in it. And the difference that was able to make to set himself up for those picks, and not even just like going in on his own, right? There was consistent follow-up from the team if a trade was needed. It was just very beautifully synergized there from M80.
It was so well done. So let's talk to the man of the hour and talk to Caillou now for our post-match interview after that insane 3-map series. Congratulations on the win. It took all 3 maps, but you've officially won. You're in playoffs. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, thank you. It was a little bit of a rough start at the beginning. course, nerves, and we kind of get the ball rolling. But once we got it rolling, obviously it paid off.
You're talking about nerves. Is that just knowing that this run can end? Because looking at the caliber of team that M80 is, I'm surprised to hear that nerves were a factor at this stage.
Sometimes it's less of nerves and more of like passion, I would say. Like it takes us a little bit to get going as a team, and be loud. After first map, once we realized and we talked to Drew, and Drew said we need to be loud. I specifically took it upon myself as a leader, to really push these guys to the limits, screaming every round. One round my mom came in my room on in the middle of a round on Lotus and told me to quiet down. It was quite funny, but really screaming and getting the energy live and active.
It really is like that. Mom, I'm clutching over here. You don't understand energy. I mean, it's an impact that we did get to see that turnaround on. And even I want to talk about that last map of Bind, because at one point you guys were down 1-8. Things were kind of looking rough. Like, how do you then rally the team to have such a drastic turnaround and close out so strong?
Our attack has always been really good. So is our defense. But we knew, no matter what, like I said, the energy that we came in with, no matter what we do, right or wrong play, it's always the right play. We're losing rounds. It's fine. We're going to bring it back. I kept telling these guys, we're going to win this match. I promise you. Just win me pistol. That's all I need. Win me pistol and we'll win the rounds. Trust each other with confidence. And that's exactly what we did. I think we were the better team, after those rounds, even after losing going down 8-1, we came out on top. And
really strong.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, sorry, you're cooking over here. I just want to say, I applaud that leadership coming out from you, because seeing that turnaround was incredible. And I want to know then how that extends so late in the season with obviously having these changes, Sato finally getting the visa, onto the team, and how to make sure that he's comfortable now stepping into the team so late in the split.
Yeah, at the beginning it was we had to go through 7 maps in 3 days. It was kind of hard for us, and after the loss to Shopify, we really took a step back and said okay, we have a little bit of time. We got to simplify our comps right now. It might get a little bit more crazy during playoffs when we have some more time, but keep Sato very comfortable. And if Sato's comfortable, he's cooking, he's frying, and it's nice to watch. I love that guy. I love my entire team though. Shout out to everyone.
We've been anticipating Sato's arrival here for M80 so much, so that is just fantastic here. And you're saying that once things a bit more comfortable, cooking for playoffs. So I'm curious. I want to hear your thoughts on how you think M80, now that you have this form together and with a little bit more time, how you think this team's going to fare going up against everyone else.
I think right now we're playing at 60%, and once we get our comps down, and like I said, we can maintain that high energy from map 1 throughout the entire day. I think we're gonna stomp everyone. We're gonna play very well as long as we maintain with those goals.
Looking forward to it. Congratulations on this win. Congratulations on playoff. Go get some rest. You guys deserve it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back over to the desk. Dan with the full cat takeover over here. No chill.
Surely I have time to move her before the interview's done.
Hey, there was some big words coming out there. I don't blame her for wanting to listen in. I mean, yeah, Dan, as said, this is a team at 60%, and if that's so, I cannot wait to see them at their 100.
And I gotta say,
neither could she.
So well spoken, by the way. It was really impressive. Sometimes I hear players that are just kind of, you can tell that they're just saying what is coming to their mind first, which is great. But for him, it was very well thought, supporting the team, talking about the team, shouting out everybody. Aura is actually, this is you got it wrong, is agreeing with me, but I really like to see that. This is what you want to hear from a leader, and I think when you have a leader like him, give me a second.
Yeah, because I'm sure you're saying awesome things, but I'm so distracted.
When you have a leader like him, and you also have such a good coaching staff on Drew Spark and Psycho, it seems like a dream. I mean, he was talking about it. He was shouting them out in one of the pauses that they had and what they needed to do, and how Drew Spark was saying, be louder. I mean, if Drew Spark knew about something, is to be loud when he was part of Sentinels, and Psycho as well. So I think when you have that formula for success, and you need to keep the team going, have the energy high, know that this is playoffs and you're everything is at stake, then you have such a good leader like Caillou, I mean, you have everything. So now I feel like my expectations for playoffs and for what M80 is going to be able to do are so much higher after hearing that.
Yeah, I love getting that little just snippet of the behind the scenes, the comms of let's get louder and you guys win this pistol and we're going to win this out. I promise you, and being able to follow through on that. And I love that just positive mentality coming across from the team, where things could have maybe been a little bit dire for this team. You have these changes. It's not many teams have to go through that so late in things. So looking at this bracket, it's been up and down for the team, but they have their final 5. They get to move on into the playoffs. Great stuff coming out from them. There is still one more match remaining. That is on the side stream. Nightblood Gaming and Core are going head to head right now. 1-1 in the series here, Ash, to try and get that final spot.
Yeah, it's a scary one, I think, for Nightblood versus Core. I feel like it was a pretty dominant first map for the side of Core. Nightblood were able to clap back, and now they're on Lotus for the last map that just started. You guys can check that out for the watch party. But that's the last spot that we're looking for. Otherwise, you look at everyone who's qualified so far. Rankers, we haven't seen them in a hot minute because it was so long ago.
They qualified too fast.
That qualified, which is just insane for them. They've gotten a chance now to also watch all of these teams play, vying for their own qualification. Cook in the background here as well, and I think that for the most part, who we're seeing up in the playoffs is pretty much expected. I think Winthrop definitely looking like a dark horse, though.
Still, what happened with that Winthrop game, I know that I predicted them, but that was still just such a fashion to win out in.
Yeah.
And again, a true testament that you really just don't know what's going to be happening out here in the great world of Challengers, which I love. But that is it for the main broadcast here. Again, there is still that final match resolution happening on the side streams, so make sure to check out. But that is it for us for today. Make sure to be tuning in Monday as we're going to be kicking off the playoffs here to see who's going to get those Ascension points. Because again, that is the goal of all of this. Make it to Ascension and be that next success story. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you Monday. Have a good night.
And they have to wake up now. You had the Trust and Plug match where you could say it was an off day, but this is the last chance. And YFP are losing 1 by 1. And who is going to push back this off?
Dude.
And now there's a shotgun in the back pocket. And YFP just can't shoot back. Viable to go to B. And that spike is being pulled that direction. The Vice Util can only delay so much. And Thief no longer with us. And Stellar as the Rolling Thunder. This could be that. The piece of la resistance.
Yeah.
There it is, though. It doesn't prevent the plant, but they couldn't really capitalize on killing Infiltrator, who got hit by that, and the showstopper put fear in the eyes of YFP.
HP
No. They're just 1 round away from being over. It's the double kill for the Infiltrator. And Stellar has to be brilliant in the 1v3, and that is the end of YFP. No.
Used all of your ults on both sides, and now it's that point for M80 to fight towards Rumble one more time.
Can M80 break the spirits of Plug and the win streak they were on? And they are breaking them up this round. P-Dog just cook them. This is Mikey in a 1v5. We just started, and this is about to be over. With the plant that goes through. Mikey has to overcome the impossible but Plug really prioritize showers when they want A. No one at A short though, so just gonna funnel their way through all into a grab net and flashes, and Plug dismantled, putting all the eggs in the shower basket, I guess. Plug are missing out on a lot and not able to fight back against M80 in any way until Sacred just waits out the barrier, and it's an ace from Caillou. You will mold, and they